Oh,
Uh,
oh.
oh.
What's up?
What's up? Congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah, we're pretty happy with those
Yes.
scores.
It's it's like a fulfilling the dream.
Yeah, we finally got first place in something, and I'm glad it was innovation. That's like
Yeah,
what we're
it's like
striving
your
for.
main focus.
Yeah, and then
So
obviously it's good to get humor too. Third place in humor. Never
yeah,
get
it's like
upset with that.
that's
But we
that's just amazing.
we finally exceeded Net Worth, our only other game to ever get a trophy.
Yeah, I was expecting like a single digit for innovation as well because it's just so new. But
Yeah.
of humor too, third place. I mean, I was expecting very high place, but third place. Damn, that's impressive.
Yeah, but I doubt the first and second place are any funnier than our game. That's just
No,
they
no,
cheated somehow.
no. I doubt it. Oh, damn.
Yeah, we'll definitely take these scores and be pretty happy with them.
No, you gotta take it granted because you deserve it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Nobody gives you that. You do that.
Yeah, first that, now we get to finally talk about the Fifth Element.
Yeah. How about that, Loka?
He's been waiting
Yeah,
for
you should be happy.
since we started this.
Yeah, you're not the only one left anymore.
Fuck yeah! Yeah,
Fuck
now
yeah.
everyone's got their movie picked at least once.
At least once. I got picked once too. Yeah.
Have you only been picked once?
Yeah, Chef. Remember?
That was the only movie you got picked. Oh,
Yeah,
I thought for sure- I
I'm
thought
I'm
for sure that
I'm,
you-
I'm pretty happy with that. Although two two of us was like shitting about the movie I liked.
Well, fuck those other guys.
Yeah, fuck them.
You know
Fuck
what?
him.
No matter what Jared says about the Fifth Element, fuck him.
Fuck him. Yeah, Fifth Element, huh? I remember when I was young, I actually watched this movie.
Hmm.
It was very long time ago.
I've only ever seen this movie like maybe one other time, and it was I don't know, maybe a couple years ago. Me and Andrew watched it together.
Yeah, the weird thing is I only remember this movie. I didn't remember any of these contents like about the like context or something. Only thing
Yeah.
I remember was like that movie was sexy. and it and it was
not to spoil anything, but
it was proven. It is proven now. Oh,
Yeah.
this is why I remember this movie as a sexy movie.
Oh,
Damn.
yeah, Bruce Willis with hair. I mean, come on, you can't get much better than that.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Young Willis? Damn.
Just too hot.
Yeah, nowadays he's too old.
Well,
I miss
he's
the
like-
days he was young.
Yeah, well, he's got like early onset dementia or something right now.
Yeah. Oh,
So-
really? Damn.
Yeah, like you won't be seeing him in any movies anymore.
Holy
Unfortunately.
shit.
Pretty unfortunate. But
Yeah, can you imagine one day we are gonna hear the news that Bruce Willis is dead?
I know, like we're getting to the
Damn!
point where all these like legendary actors are getting up there in age. Obviously,
I will-
there's there's always like every so often there's like a year or something where everyone dies, like all the famous people die. I think it was like 2017 was the last one where there's like 10 famous people died all like in the span of a
Yeah.
few months or something. But
It was crazy. Like I was sad, but I was not surprised when who was Genie?
Robin Williams.
Oh, Robin Williams died. He was old and it was his time. But
Well,
if I imagine like my age's actor like Bruce Willis dies, damn, it's gonna be sad.
well, Jerry, unfortunately, with Robin Williams, he committed suicide, so he did not die.
Yeah, I know. But he did not die at old age. But he was like a
I think
he
he
was
was like
he was
sick
kind of
or
old,
something, and
yeah.
and he didn't want to deal with it anymore,
Yeah,
sort of deal,
yeah,
sort of thing.
yeah. I was sad, but like, okay, in like 10 years or so, he was gonna die anyway.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, he was only like what,
wasn't he like
early
a
60s or
70
something?
or 80?
He was definitely not 70 or 80. He was like early 60s tops.
Really?
Who?
Probably
Who?
Robin Williams.
Damn,
29.
damn. Now,
Oh yeah,
now,
Robin
now,
Williams was not in his 70s.
He was not that old.
No.
now I'm sadder. I didn't want to know the truth. Damn, I thought he was like
He
old.
was young, man. He was like in his 50s.
Holy shit. Now I'm
He
sad.
he
I'm
died in
depressed.
that little spat of, like there was a span of time where every sort of like month or so you're waiting for a new celebrity to bite it.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
It was time for Robin. Is that what you
Because-
said,
because-
Jerry?
because I thought he was like a 70 or 80.
No, God, no.
So I was sad. I didn't mean to like offend him or something. I was
Well,
like
You can't defend him. He's dead.
Yeah.
So.
I said I was sad, but I was not surprised because I thought he was like old.
Wow. Are we talking about the same guy?
Yeah, 'cause we were talking about Bruce Willis and how like he's got dementia stuff and
Oh, dude, that's crazy. I didn't know about. I actually didn't know about
I
that
know,
until I
right?
watched the Red Letter Media video about Bruce Willis's latest movies that he's been making.
I didn't watch that, but yeah, like it's a pretty sad thing.
It's extremely sad. But the Red Letter Media thing was about how he's in all these like really shitty movies lately. You don't really see. You're not going to see him in any big time productions anymore, but you'll see him in lots of little, like cheesy, low budget movies. Because what he's doing is just he has basically no lines, or he'll record like a few things, and then goes up for like a day. Sometimes doesn't even show up, and then they pay him money, right? Because he's Bruce Willis to be in their shitty movie, and so he's just racking up money while he's still
Name
lucid,
Billy.
while he's still
While
able to
still-
like have his faculties, so
Yeah.
that he can support his family, which is incredible and also extremely sad.
I mean, the fact that he has to
Wait,
do this,
doesn't he
he
have,
already
like,
have
a-
enough money.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
pretty sure he's got enough money to.
I don't know. It's hard to know. I would assume that people like that would have just a bunch of money stored away, but you could also assume that some of them just were always making money like every movie, and then like movies these days are different.
Man, you won't remember it.
They don't even have to pay. That's sad.
That's depressing. Shit. He
Like, maybe-
just want to show up in the movie.
I paid you last week. You remember, right? Yeah, this
That's,
gaslight.
that's terrible. That's so sad.
Everyone knows. that
Evil.
There's nothing easier than gaslighting someone with dementia.
Holy shit.
That's so sad. See, now Jerry feels better about thinking that Robin Williams died when he was 80.
Yeah, I definitely feel better. Oh shit. Damn, these days Mila Jovovich on like a Resident Evil or something. I never thought she was like a sexy or beautiful figure. Fifth Element.
Oh,
Damn.
well, I mean, that was, 30 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
So she,
Damn.
how old was she? 30. Like, how old is she today, actually? Because she's
Wow,
Still
she's gotta be her
in
40s.
movies acting like she's 30 years old.
I feel like she's like late 40s or something.
She like
I'm pretty
19.
sure she was like early 20 or late
47.
lately 10s.
Holy shit! So she was like 20 years old. She was the same age that well, if she was 20, I don't know. I didn't do the math. But the same age as Angelina Jolie when she hang Nip in half.
Ooh!
She was 21 during.
21 years tight.
Holy shit. Bruce Willis was already 42 in The Fifth Element.
Jesus.
How old was Bruce Willis?
And they made
42.
up.
Holy shit!
And Chris Tucker was 25.
Well, Chris Tucker's a little baby.
That's crime.
I mean, Gary Oldman was 39, I guess.
Yeah, that should be illegal.
Trying to
Pretty
think that
young for a guy with
came
last name
out-
Old.
movie that came out in 97, people are already old. still.
It
doing
is
something.
crazy to think. I didn't think Bruce Willis was in his 40s in the 90s, but I guess.
I mean, it is 97 when it came out, so it's not. It's not crazy. I guess.
No.
Hell yeah.
Gary Youngman to Gary Oldman.
When did he change his name?
Oh boy.
Holy smoke! What the heck is that?
Jared didn't make a sound or anything.
I made several sounds.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Did not. You did not.
I did.
I had to look at the stream to realize that you were at your desk.
Oh, was he?
God.
Oh my
I
god.
saw
You
the-
Looney Tunes.
Hello.
Be more
Jared?
assertive, Jared.
Jared, how was your couch move today? Did you get your couch?
I did. And it all went
Did you
fine.
assemble it?
I did.
Yay.
I watched The Fifth
Very
Element
good.
on it.
Oh,
Oh, great.
Oh, actually, you should see this. Hang on.
primo.
First couch movie.
Because my my furniture is not getting moved until tomorrow.
Okay.
So this is the setup that I had to do to watch this movie. It's on the
Oh,
Discord.
country boy.
Yes, sir. Country boys
Ooh.
make do.
City folk just don't get it.
Pretty sick
Mhm.
setup you got there.
Yep. Oh, you cut on
Awesome.
Awesome Blossom. Extra awesome.
Wait, is that your TV?
That is my TV that has been in my bedroom. So my
Oh,
32.
I was like, what happened
My big one.
to
My
your-
big one is still back
It
home.
looked bigger in your other apartment.
Yeah.
No, it's just that that table that it's on is just gigantic.
Well, I was picturing that as his desk table, so I thought everything had shrunk except for his sound bar.
Yeah. So that was
Where's your ottoman?
I haven't
Yeah,
had my
where's your
ottoman since
ottoman?
like high school.
Well, how
Boy.
did you get your?
Yeah, how did you move here?
How'd you get your PS4 and
Yeah,
shit?
I'm disappointed. I thought it's precious for you.
I don't understand.
What's that blue tape on the ground for?
That I was sort of
That's the
outlining.
Tongue zone.
Yes.
Were you doing test layouts?
Yeah, I was outlining where I wanted the furniture to go.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow, you're such a planner. Just put it in there and figure it out, dude.
Yeah,
Come on.
exactly.
Did you watch a bunch of feng shui videos to figure out where to put everything?
What the fuck is that worm on the
Feng
bottom
shui?
right? Is that the
Feng
memento from
shui.
this movie? Somebody wasn't around.
Wait,
for-
what?
He's talking
Why-
about what's with
why
that
would we-
worm
we
in the
wouldn't
bottom
already
right.
have a memento for the
No.
brand new movie we haven't reviewed yet.
Yeah.
But to explain some things, Pomo, that is Ray Romano wearing a bald cap as a tapeworm while filming a TikTok in jail.
Yeah.
So
I didn't
that
realize how
should
long it would take to
explain.
explain
So that should explain everything.
So you should know what movie that is now.
I'll direct your attention if you want to
Definitely.
see the Coco one. It's that really nice looking one that's very simple.
Yes.
Everyone knows what the actual
the
picture is.
the
I mean, I
Coco
can
one is
still-
in like
I
the
can still see
the
every
degenerate
single
corner.
picture.
picture it. I can still picture it in my mind, honestly. Like,
Oh,
I
it's
can see
there.
it.
Every time I close my eyes.
Jesus Christ. Oh man, it's good to be back.
Oh wait, we're back.
I'm feeling
So,
feeling
Jared,
innovative.
What was it like getting shocked with Ludum Dare results while probably trying to get your
Yeah,
couch
I was
set up?
I was literally just putting together a couch and I had some YouTube shit on my laptop that I could listen to and I would just constantly hear it was like boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom.
Oh, yeah, because we were sending
Ba-dum.
messages online, but you probably don't have notifications on for that.
No, well,
So,
I do,
once we
but my
started
phone
talking,
is always
it's
on
just
silent.
Yeah.
Tisk tisk.
But yeah, and then I come back to that. I was like, why is my
Oh.
Discord pop? Damn. The last thing I expected was a gold trophy. That was not.
Oh hell
In
no!
the
That
cards.
was not.
No.
That was not in the stars for us.
Mm-mm.
Now you did call it. We did.
I knew we had a good chance at humor, just because not
That
many
was what we
people
were
were
holding out
making
for.
funny mail games.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but otherwise, Oh yeah, thank you, Roka, and congrats on you guys too. You guys seem to have done pretty good as well.
It looked like
got, like,
everyone did pretty good.
Top 100 in like 5 categories or something like that.
Yeah, that's the problem, Pomo. Is now we've like officially peaked, so like we can only go down now.
Now
So-
our next goal is to get in the top 100 of theme.
Oh my
No,
god,
never.
we'd have to sell our souls.
Never. Yeah, that's you're literally selling out to try and win theme.
Yeah. I just don't know. I just don't know if it's possible.
Hey Pomo, remember when you went into this Ludum Dare? It's like, man, I'm not feeling it this jam. I'm getting pretty anxious. I don't know. I'm out of good ideas, man. And then
Wait, I got one.
He proceeds to pull the best scores he ever
best
has.
scores.
The best scores that he's ever had.
Pretty
Like
solid.
across the board for Pomo, it wasn't
Mhm.
just like a couple of categories. It was across the board
Yep.
above average,
Absolutely.
good.
like high ratings.
Welcome
If
to
only
Pop
Jared
Shop
was better.
Land.
If only I was better at the game. Hey, I beat Alicia, didn't I? Yeah, I think I
No, you
did.
tied.
Didn't we? Oh, we tied. You're right. Right.
I swear I beat
I'm
her.
pretty sure.
Shit.
I don't know. I can't remember 100%.
Well,
but
I don't know if we want to pop shove ranch. That's the thing, Pomo. Is like we would just like intentionally be bringing our scores down by bundling in one of our most underrated games. So nobody's asking for pop shove it 2.
Yeah. What the hell?
except us, maybe.
I could go for a pop shove it too.
You know, Pomo, I don't have a museum either, so don't feel bad.
Yeah. I was thinking about building one.
I figure, you know, it's about time I have my own museum.
Some way to immortalize my life. I did almost have a say in whether or not a Mark Wahlberg museum was going to be installed in Detroit.
But I'm pretty sick.
What would even be
I-
in there?
I don't know, but I
Wahlberg
had
stuff.
I had the ear of one of the people on the council making decisions for new things being put in Detroit back in its lowest point, and I had them bring that to the city, a Mark Wahlberg museum, and it almost made it to the end.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Can you switch us to Stream View, please?
Yep, that is exactly
love
what I
to
was
see the
about to
stream.
ask. Because literally, you see, this is all I see. It's like, do you want to show them Dell S2141DG or the other Dell
Or-
S241DG or the generic PNP monitor? So
You
I
should get
basically
a
have to
different
guess.
Dell
Yeah, get separate monitor, one different monitors, so that
with different serial numbers too.
Just so I can make that
Different
part of my
SKUs.
Parsec life easier. Yeah,
I think that would be worth it.
I think so. I
Yeah.
think you're right. Yeah. Good lord. The results stream seem to have gone off without a hitch, it seems.
oh,
Well-
same as usual.
I am glad that we kind of decided not to do it because
had
we
a
would have
sinking
really just
feeling.
been hanging around.
Yeah,
Hey, I
I
was
would have
home by
just
the
been
time
hanging
we
around.
started,
Like,
so.
it would
I
have just
know.
been like me and Andrew doing his work stuff while I'm just like,
Oh,
ha.
what do we do?
Let's juggle.
Is it
Oh
here?
well, hang on. Let me introduce you to the
oh,
lore,
were you,
Roka.
were you not
So-
Were you not paying attention during the top 15
Yeah.
thing that was supposed to happen?
Another
let
classic
me-
Mike blunder.
Let me pull
Classic.
up the main scene here. Yada yada yada. Movies, that's fine, but we're gonna do the 16:9. Okay, cool. So
Yeah, I was all like ready at my computer. I was gonna follow along with all the releases.
there was so the releases were scheduled to happen at I believe 9:30 Pacific time.
Right.
And then an hour later, as both Bad Cop and Kuvi were just killing time on streams, they were just like
the
constantly
only one
refreshing
streaming.
Mike's Twitter
Uh-huh.
page to see if there's any updates. Mike finally posted an update. I acquired and refurbished a cheap 3D printer, Anycubic Cobra, so I could fix my other 3D printer. To your time, Cetus 2. Hashtag DIY. Hashtag 3D printing.
And this was how long after
This
the
was
schedule?
about
Oh
an
my-
hour to an hour and a half after the scheduled results were expected to come out.
While people are desperately posting on the LD
That was-
page, wondering what's happening.
That was his first up and only.
His first
Needless to
update of the
say,
day.
that tweet did not go down well.
No.
because the only
Bad Cop was on that
responses,
immediately.
the only
Bad
responses
Cop.
were, "Hey, are those
Hey.
LD results coming anytime soon?" Hello, Mike. Did you forget the results from Ludum Dare, or is the countdown wrong?
And then some people are like,
Terrible.
I do
Fuck
have
yeah.
an opinion about this.
Pretty cool. Well, could you say a word about the LD?
I like that one.
And then immediately after that,
Oh shoot!
damn it, I forgot to change the results. Reveal time again. Hashtag LDJam. This was supposed to start at 2:30, an hour from now. Stay tuned. I'll get this rolling shortly. I bet I forgot about daylight savings time when I updated the internal time.
Yeah, maybe
I think he's on strike 4 in terms of like years in a row where the results stream gets fucked up.
Like, and he's just unwilling to ask for help.
Damn.
Well, and I think I feel like he's lying because I think Nikita brings up a good point. But then why are the ratings still open?
Seriously.
'Cause those were supposed to shut down like 15 hours ago.
Yeah.
Probably it's just the excuse.
Oh, very interesting.
It's understandable. It's one guy. I get it.
Doesn't have to be though.
It doesn't have
have
to be. Something that got brought up during Kuvi's stream was someone had said Mike had actually asked for support and said, you know, this is what it would cost, you know, to get people to help out, you know, to pay some people to join the team or whatever.
Yeah.
And trying to raise funds. And this was however many years ago. It was not recently.
Uh-huh.
And apparently, whenever it happened, nobody pitched in. No one gave anything.
Mm,
But see, to me, if that happened today with how often we do Ludum Dare, like, I'd throw him some money, you know?
Yeah, does he have like a Patreon or anything?
I
Right.
don't know.
Because that sounds like I don't remember that ever happening. So that must have been before our time.
Yeah,
It was definitely before our time, because we would have talked about it.
show. 3 years?
We've been doing it for 4.
Yeah, 4 years.
Yeah, have we? I think
Since
it's been
2018.
Oh my
This is our 5th
God.
year.
Damn.
Oh my god.
Did you realize that this last game we did was the 10th one together?
Oh shit.
That was the 10th Keyboard Cowboys game.
I still maintain that we do our best work when we go inside somebody's cranium.
It's
That
apparently-
seems to
that's
be the
true.
The
case.
numbers don't lie.
It's the only
We
games
got
that earn
the-
trophies.
It's true.
Y'all can now get the LD veteran tag on their Discord. Congrats. Oh man. I
you can get
joined
veteran
that
tags?
Discord and then I think I
I'm not
immediately
on that
muted it.
Discord.
Yeah, me neither.
Ay, ay, ay.
As much as I enjoy Ludum Dare season, I do not care to.
I don't know if that Discord would be worth it.
Yeah.
We get enough of that type of conversation in our own Discord and our stream.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Didn't even bother posting this time about the tournament. What a shame.
How did the tournament go this year? I didn't watch any of it.
Did you win?
Apparently, Kuvi uploaded his VOD of the tournament and all of his commentary, but forgot to capture the audio.
Oh,
Kuvi.
oh no. Kuvi.
At least that's what I
Kuvi.
saw from his stream.
That's really funny.
Oh, definitely my favorite part of Kuvi's stream is when he started shitting on
Arguing
Coyote
with chat
Time.
with the worst takes about Coyote
and-
Time. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
that was
I
my
need-
favorite.
If the game isn't pushing me to my human limits, then what? That's a skill
What's the
issue.
point?
Then you shouldn't be hand holding me. Like
it's noob deterrent.
what's game feel? What?
Oh.
Kuvi,
Just
Kuvi,
right
my
by.
guy.
flew right by.
You need to be a little
Poor
bit
little-
less
poor
of an
little guy.
engineer when you're having these takes.
Poor guy. Poor guy.
Yeah, I didn't start tuning into
People
that.
were
until
people were writing
Andrew-
essays
Yeah,
to try
until
and,
Andrew
explain.
posted in the line chat. It's like
I figured
Kuvi's
you would
takes
find
about
that
Coyote
interesting.
Time are hilarious. I'm like, oh, what the fuck is he saying? Right now?
Well, the fact that he said it's unrealistic, I thought was
Oh,
hilarious. He's like,
that's why I say like that's the ultimate like engineering thing to say. It's just like it's not realistic. That's not how things work. It's like that doesn't matter.
You can't jump on air.
It makes the game just feel better. Can you feel things? Like that's what it's supposed to be.
No, feelings are unrealistic, Jared.
Well,
Oh.
there are certain things that like I get that anytime you're like new to something, or if you're like on the cutting edge, you're the new generation making games, making whatever.
Yeah.
You kind of want to disregard all the wisdom set in place by the decades of experience before you. But some of those things are there for a reason, you know.
Mhm.
It's not just because oh, it was old and the technology wouldn't allow us, or we
Right.
didn't know any better. Like some things are that way just because they have to be that way.
Yeah. Like Coyote Time is something that you have to go out of your way to implement. It is not the byproduct of like limited capabilities. It's
Yeah.
No.
a design progression. Oh,
I don't think it's one of those, oh, that's the old way of doing things. We don't have to do it that way anymore. This is
Yeah.
just, no, there are some things that should just be either rules or strong considerations when you're making certain games.
seriously.
And it's not just to make your game more accessible to people who are bad at playing games.
Which is also
don't
not
think-
that big of an issue, you know?
I don't
Making
think
games more accessible.
you know, playable,
Oh,
so that
God.
people can have fun playing your game, which was the whole point.
Yeah. Oh, I had essays worth of thoughts as I was listening to him. I'm,
I'm
like,
sure.
I'm not this. This man is not looking for a discussion.
It was adorable the way he kept
God.
like, even when things were, because I thought he just misunderstood and he
No.
was talking about midair jumps, and other people thought that as well. But even after that, he was no. I still think that this coyote timing is for noobs.
Dude, fucking.
Like, okay. Okay.
I don't know what to say to that.
Because we've all played Ludum Dare games that are platformers that don't have this, right?
It feels awful.
It feels.
It's
horrible.
extremely.
You
It feels
notice.
punishing and mean. It feels like the game is broken.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be the best platformer I could be. I just want
And
to play.
I'm not calling myself like a super turbo noob. I've been playing games for
Turbo.
a few years, you know.
I know a thing or
Like,
two.
the better part
Turbo
of
noob.
like 2 decades. And I think Coyote Time's a good idea. Controller aim assist for baby. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Kuvi also said. Oh,
What up,
what's up,
Bad
Bad Cop?
Oh, back
Ku-
up.
Kuvi also said that he doesn't have to worry about delay because his keyboard has like less than a 0.25 millisecond delay. And
Immediately somebody said like, what about like your eyeballs? Like human input delay is a thing.
You're killing me, Kuvi.
Oh. Yeah, these are all the things that I wanted to say but didn't feel bothered to type out.
Yeah, no, trust me, there was enough people in chat leaving
I'm
paragraphs.
fighting the good fight.
Yeah. Kuvi brain doesn't have delay.
Yeah, he operates on a higher level. than-
That
We
was
could all
also
have
just like
all
another
this
like
time.
super engineering moment where I'm just like, Kuvi, come on. I was like, my keyboard has less than a 2.5 second delay. Like,
no,
I can do that. I was like,
No.
okay. Some people don't.
Kuvi is a
Oh,
great dev.
Like, he's a good developer. It's just this particular opinion of his is
This
wrong.
opinion he has
let,
is wrong.
Let me be clear. He was extremely wrong in a very entertaining way. I don't actually hate the
we're not-
guy.
No, we're not.
But that was a really bad take.
We're not shitting on Kuvi, just his singular opinion that he had.
God damn.
No problem. Spread
well,
that
that
far and
should be-
wide.
No, I wouldn't,
we see-
Pomo. If you bring that up in his chat, you'll just get him revved up again.
Oh, because he was kind of getting cornered by
That
people.
that dude like vehemently decided that this was the hill he'll die on.
Yeah.
Oh, when, he's on, when you're in control,
Ah,
then you're good.
gotcha,
I see.
gotcha. Make him type out the arguments.
When he's in my town, then I'm gonna start talking shit.
And then just ban every argument that he says.
God. It's the same thing of like, I don't understand why people get upset by the mere existence, not even like the like insistence of, but just existence of an easy mode. You know, someone's just like,
Yeah.
oh, why
Oh,
does
the
Dark
fact that
Souls have
easy
an
mode-
easy mode now?
oh,
Doing it for the noobs, like you don't have to use it.
You don't
You
have
don't have to engage with that at all.
It's going against the philosophy of the game. Like, shut the fuck up.
No.
Yeah. Like,
Don't use it then. if it's an option, yeah. If they made Dark Souls just the default, easy
Yeah, yeah.
mode,
If they
then-
made it just like
then, yeah,
overall easier, then sure, that would kill like the
Kidding.
spirit of what it is. But
But if it's
if
just
it's
an
an
optional thing you can turn on and off,
are you
then just
upset that a lot of games have like a colorblind mode? Like, what the
Yeah.
well, colorblind people are inferior, so they do not deserve.
You should have to see a certain number of colors to be allowed to vote.
Abs- we just went right there.
No, I don't. Actually, I don't see color at all, so
Mm.
I'm very
You don't-
progressive that way.
You don't have to eat tart because you can. You just ignore it.
Jesus, yeah. But Bad Cop, you are a trooper for trying to stream those results. How'd that go, by the way? Did you actually stick around for when the results started, or were you just like, all right.
Yeah, what point
I'm
did you
outta
give up?
Speaking of bad takes, have you ever seen people complain about Tears of the Kingdom? This should be a DLC reuse.
Oh boy. Is that how people felt about Majora's Mask? I wonder if those people had the same opinion.
Yeah, like, but people not know how sequels work. Like, there's
Just because
thousands
it's on the
of
same
games
engine? Are you
that
kidding me?
use
What
the
were
same
they-
map.
What were
do stuff
they
with it.
expecting like Tears of the Kingdom to be? Did they think that it was just all gonna be floating islands? Because if it was, that honestly sounds like it would have been pretty shitty. Like if you had to fly from island to island, and that was the whole game.
Like, literally, the whole game was island to island.
Dude,
But no, yeah, I don't know. People just say things sometimes.
I ratioed
They're
Mike on
just-
Twitter. Dude, back up. I love how you. I think I was there when you first discovered the very minute that Mike posted that 3D
Oh, that Mike
printer
posted.
screen.
So, talk 3D printing. Where's LD?
That
The great
was-
3D printer debacle.
Atmospherium
Of
was
LD
right of
printing.
just like this dude's better at trolling on accident than I am on purpose. It's like that is like peak comedic timing there of just like posting something completely unrelated while a community
Yeah.
of hundreds or maybe even thousands of people are waiting
Waiting.
for some specific.
I just, like, it's happened so many times. Like, why does he have any sort of like alarm or just like double check the night before? Be like, all right,
Yeah.
is it set to the correct time? I don't know. Instead of just be like, oh, I'm a genius. I set it up at the right time zone. But
Yeah.
you didn't.
Oh, well, I'll figure it out like when it doesn't work. We'll figure it out. It's fine.
Well, I think
What?
was it Kugli or someone pointed out just from now on and the next
It's doing
jams,
it-
we just always give him a 2-hour heads up. Be like, hey, ratings this morning.
No, you can't give him a 2-hour heads up. You have to give him like a 48-hour heads up because he like
Okay.
he's unresponsive like results day until results happen.
The
Which is
exact
hilarious because
He
you'd think that
usually
would be
starts to
the
go
time when
radio
he's
silent like 24 hours before results. The working
Is
theory
that
is
Mike
I'm
doesn't
like,
use.
well, he did a lot of work with like the spam stuff, so maybe we'll see a lot less links to
Yeah,
go
we
see
haven't do,
Iron
like,
Man on the Ludum Dare page.
Yeah.
Jesus. But yep, I believe we have probably reached the point.
Plugged half the real community.
Yeah, what was that whole issue about? Because I heard about the trust thing, and whether or not people were spam.
Yeah, apparently you had to like make some kind of post to prove that you were human or something because he was manually checking every single
Manually
account.
whitelisting people.
Damn.
Which is just like, why do that?
Because I mean, I guess like if you try and automate it, you probably have an even bigger chance of banning actual people.
I
But-
guess so. But then you just have.
But
a
just
way
asking,
to,
he was like, "Hey,"
submit,
so like,
hey,
like there was
I'm a
literally
fan of
a
X.
yeah, there was literally a segment of time
Yeah,
during the
yeah,
Ludum Dare weekend where just people were just making posts with like, "Hi, I'm a human. Hey, I'm real," because I guess they had to like do that for a certain period of time.
Yeah. It's just odd.
Mhm.
Odd stuff.
He's an
There should
odd
definitely
man.
be a Ludum Dare Patreon or something. It needs. This is a thing that has enough people involved that there should be patrons.
Yeah.
Got sponsorships.
He's had sponsorships
there
before, but
sponsorships?
not recently. I think.
No, wasn't this one sponsored by the comedy or whatever?
Oh, I don't know.
What?
Not that I saw. Oh yeah, it is sponsors
Sponsored
Akami.
by-
Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Okay. Where's
Well, they did,
that
so
money?
he's
I don't know.
getting money.
I don't know.
I will create a bot to create human-looking accounts to spam. That's the way. Make him
There
work for
you
it,
go.
Roka. Good God. But yeah, I mean, to my knowledge, this whole Ludum Dare thing started out as like a team effort of like 3 or 4 people, and now he's like the last remaining bastion who's like keeping it going.
Wow.
I mean,
That
mad
being
respect,
said, though,
but
Yeah.
he should probably
doing
bring
his
another
best,
person
it
on.
just- I think he needs just a little help sometimes.
Let's team up and make our own game jam. That'll be the thing that we submit is a new Ludum Dare website.
We just design a new game jam.
Dudum
Just
Lair.
that- oh, got him.
Oh wait, hang on. This is interesting. What the later Ludum Dare? Was that normally the first weekend or the last weekend of October?
The last weekend of October, I think. Something
Yeah,
like
because the next one is September 29th.
that. Oh,
So it'll be a little earlier.
the Mike Memorial Game Jam.
What?
How about Ludum Dare?
Ludum
You have to
Dare.
by laws.
A
Oh,
Rudder.
You fail.
You have to make a RUD-based game. I like
Yeah.
that. You interpret what that means to you.
What does a Rud
Rud-based game.
Yeah, we all make RUD likes.
So, hang on. There's one
We're
thing
still
that
recovering. It's been like 3 weeks. Are you still recovering?
dog. It takes us like several months to recover from Ludum Dare. That's why we didn't do it in January.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do another one, but you
Yeah.
can talk about the next one without.
Sure.
Let's not be divas about this.
We actually missed out on a couple of pretty scary themes. There was, let's see, bam.
Oh, in the past.
41 combined 2 incompatible
No.
genres. Yeah.
That was that. We were really close
Yeah.
to being a part of that. That was only 2 jams before us.
Yep.
We started in Sacrifices Must Be Made.
43.
A Small World was
Yeah,
Orbitunes
congrats,
for me.
Bad Cop. Top 10 hype.
Hell yeah, man.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I think we're humor buddies or humor neighbors. Because I think
Humor
you got
Humor-
fourth
humor
and we got
neighbors?
third. Yeah, I think that's right.
Check us out.
We're sitting right next to each other. These 2 like synthesized voice games. Oh wait, no, I want this. Oh, not audio.
Audio.
Humor jam.
Or
There. Oh wait, where did you go? I swear. Hang on. Shit.
what was your top 10? Compo.
Oh, Compo. You're right.
Oh.
Where are you? There we are. Look at that.
Eagle Groove.
Groove. Yeah, because they I think got what 3rd or 4th and 5th. Nice.
I mean, you
Hell
killed
yeah. So it's always nice
And-
to see. It's always nice to
all
see like
those
single
top
digits in your
100
ratings.
scores.
This is really impressive
Good
actually.
innovation.
it. That's a pretty solid one there.
Sick. Another interesting thing. is
Combos
that
are always
there's
more impressive than jams, anyways. So
Oh my god, yeah. So here's something interesting. We got innovation all time, right? Let's see the top
Yeah.
2 here. We got the first place compo, first place jam. First place jam, 4.829.
4.829.
Damn, impressive.
4.733. We have the
So-
most
Whoa.
innovative game in all of Ludum Dare.
entire Dare.
Wowzers.
Damn, son.
And listen, we spent a lot of time kind of shitting on Shutter Chaos because we called it a fluke, and that any of those good scores were probably not really as good as they should be. But
Yeah.
we're gonna take everything that we get from Mouthfeel.
Well, see, the thing is like we only got like 40-ish ratings for Shutter Chaos because we didn't really want to promote it.
Right.
It's hard to.
And
So
so
it's
half
not
of
very
these were people we know.
And nice people that we know.
Nice people.
People we know are too nice sometimes.
Whereas
all are too
I would say like a majority of the people who voted on this one, at least from what I see in the comments, didn't really know us. Like there was maybe like
Yeah, this is much more likely not just our friends voting.
yeah, maybe about a dozen people max knew us who voted on it.
Yeah.
And then we got a lot of new faces, which was awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because there was a lot of people that I expected to see in our comments that I always see that I didn't see this time.
Trexack in the 11th hour, man.
Just
Very
coming
last-
in at the last
Yeah.
minute. I was gonna be sad if I didn't see Trexack.
Didn't get to play his game, but
Yeah, there's a
No.
lot of people's games
Oh,
I
we
didn't get a chance
missed
to play.
because we missed that one weekend. We missed out on quite a
Dude.
few, I think.
Life always hits me the hardest like the week after Ludum Dare every single time, man.
every freaking time. One of these days we could actually have.
Where do you
just
guys
a
personally put
normal-
Mouthfeel on the Keyboard Cowboys tier list?
I know where
Let's
Pomo. I know
see.
where Pomo puts it.
Yeah, let me see. So my personal biased favorite is Wayward. I say in terms
Yeah.
of like best games that we've made. I think Aloft wins out for me just because it had more time to be polished. But Pop Shove
Yeah,
It,
yeah,
Pop
which
Shove
I
It could
pushed some-
easily have taken second place as well if it
Pop
had.
Shove It's my favorite.
Yeah, those two are close for me. Honestly,
And then Hard Desire, obviously.
You know what? Like, in my opinion, is like a game. I wouldn't honestly put it that high up.
No.
Yeah, it
I
was a
would-
fun experiment.
So
But-
let me go through my list here. We got Wayward is my biased first with Aloft and Pop Shove
Why is
It.
it still
tied
showing?
for
Are you
fourth.
streaming right now, Bad Cop?
Oh yeah, it does look like that. No, I think it's just
There are no.
No.
ones.
Oh, okay.
So Wayward's a
Just a fluke.
bias first. Aloft and Pop Shove It are close seconds. I would say probably Knitworth is third for me.
Website.
Dude Ranch
Yeah.
would be fourth, and then Mouthfeel would be 5. So it would probably be
Seems
fifth.
fair.
I think that's solid.
Yeah, I think I like Mouthfeel more than Masusilu's, Shutter Chaos, and Serial Dater. Higher Desire is obviously dead last. I would
Wait,
probably
where's Orbitunes go?
Orbitunes I don't count because I made that solo. In the Keyboard Cowboys pantheon.
Okay, and the Keyboard Cowboys.
Keyboard
Yeah.
Cowboy universe. Cinematic universe.
Yeah, I would say like going from the bottom of the list, we got Higher Desire, Shutter Chaos. It feels dirty to put Serial Dater that close to those two, but it's so
Considering-
much higher
considering
above
how
those
important
two.
it is to us.
Well, it was also
There's
like
a
fairly
giant gulf
decent, but-
between them.
Yes, there's a huge gulf between them, but it is still third worst. And then Masusilu's, and then we get to like Knitworth and the actual ones that I like.
Yeah, just because Serial Dater is our most famous game doesn't mean it's our best one.
That's a good point.
Serial Dater is our most famous game. Dude Ranch apparently established our brand.
That was what-
it did. It did.
Welcome to Dude Ranch.
That's quite the shady link you got there, Roka. God damn it!
Why would you click it? Why would you click it? You had to know.
I actually that didn't even cross my mind.
What did you do to that link? How did you get what?
Got him.
Oh,
Oh, he's been hoping and praying he could get us one
Some-
Now it's
time.
Pop
Link-
Shove It Aloft
Link
Mouthfeel.
trigger thing.
Gameplay of the others doesn't quite beat the amazingness of Mouthfeel to beat it. Knitworth is close.
I mean,
Yeah,
I will say
Knitworth is
just in pure-
solid all around.
And pure joy that I got out of a game, Mouthfeel does something that the others didn't do. But
Yes.
it's hard. It's not necessarily because it was a game. It was just the thing that we made.
It's
you know?
it's just a hilarious toy, which is like what we generally focus on.
Yeah.
Or at least a toy of some sorts. That's pretty much where most of these started out as. Certainly Pop Shove It and Aloft, that was like
Those were
basically
toys.
our main design philosophy there, and we just had more time to make it into a game. Mouthfeel was just a very advanced toy that we made.
Yeah, it was a
Shutter Chaos
complex
was a good
toy that
attempt at a toy.
We tried our
Yeah.
best.
And then
Yeah,
Knitworth
actually,
also had
that's
that same
true.
philosophy.
Since Pop Shove It, we've been trying to make more just here's a toy, then make a game out of the toy.
Because in my opinion, like that's always like a good place to start, you know? Like even if you don't have the time to make a game out of it, if you spend the majority of your time developing a toy, it'll still be fun, even if there's not like a goal to it, or if
Right.
there's a very like half-baked goal to it. So I feel like that's been working out pretty well for us. Shutter Chaos walks with mouth who could run, honestly. Because the one thing that these two do have in common is the fact that the core conceit of the game itself took me a lot longer than I expected it to. Shutter Chaos more so for the why the fuck isn't this working sort of thing. and
Uh-huh.
mouthfeel more so for the. It
Did
was,
not
just, it was
expect-
just a lot of work.
Yeah.
Tedious little things.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of things we weren't like super experienced
But-
in, and we just underestimated how long it would take. sort of
Yeah.
deal.
But I would say for like the development of mouthfeel, let me think. I didn't really run into any like massive like technical hiccups in terms of just like fuck, how do I do this?
Yeah,
and I'm like
which is
banging my
hard
head
to
against the wall for like a dozen hours, like I was with Ragdolls in Shutter Chaos.
Oh my
and
goodness.
tilting the world and Pop Shove It. I didn't really run into anything particularly different. Like I would set up those like skeleton systems, and then once I would get like the audio or the visuals, I could literally just slot them in, and it
Yeah.
generally worked. And now I just have to do some like bug fixes when I can actually test. But
I mean, that was the best part about the development of mouthfeel, is just being able to just put it in and then it just kind of worked.
just a plug and play kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
You need to show me how you're recording inputs for the ending when you get some time. Yeah, absolutely. Like you're literally just I'm literally just recording the there's a whole system that's kind of like a development pattern called commands, where you can like cache all of those things and you don't have to like save the entire state of the game every single frame. Like what's the mouth shape, what's the sound coming out, are they holding space or whatever. Like you can cache all those inputs and then you just save the list of all those inputs and then play them all back. So that lets you really easily, like I said, I'm actually surprised that the Ruds were surprised. It was like, yeah, we have like access to the actual mouth itself in the recording. Like it's gonna play back
What?
that, not just the audio. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Sweet.
That sounds amazing.
Totally.
and,
worth it.
and I'm so glad that
all
we
those
had
things
that.
that Jared said, I'm going to put this in. It needs to be there. If you hadn't, it would be a 100% different game.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I remember
And
for,
nowhere
for
near
some
as
reason in your
successful.
guys' heads, the playback at the end seemed like a stretch goal. And I was like, no, this
Yeah.
is what we're
It's
doing.
like
This is going in there. This is the big payoff of the game.
We have to have this, otherwise it's basically unplayable. There's no reward to doing any of this.
And I also have like a little toggle switch that I can turn on and off of, just like when they finish saying their thing, there'll be like a 2-second pause, and then he would like say the sentence back before going to the next scene.
Uh-huh.
But it already took like 5+ minutes to get to the final cutscene there, so I just like
Oh yeah.
took it out there.
Yeah.
They don't need
That
to do
was
that.
the right call.
But then everybody
We had to
in
have
chat,
17 exchanges.
Hey.
everybody who was in chat whenever this game was being played on stream, they're just like, man, I would love to hear like a full playback of this whole
Yes.
scene.
Oh
see how
yeah,
it
that was
feels."
always the
I'm
best.
just
Like, just wait.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, that's genius. We should have done that. Oh wait, we did.
That's great. I'm very curious as to how many people who played and rated our game got to that point.
Yeah.
Good.
But I do
Good
like
question.
to think that there are some people who are just like, I just had to keep playing to find out what happens next in the story. Like,
yeah.
it would get so fucking convoluted and twisty that people are just like, I can't not know what's gonna happen next. So, yeah, we're pretty proud of that. For us was when people finally looked up and went, "Oh fuck, there's so much world." I loved.
That's probably the best part of your game is looking
yes.
around.
Dude, your guy. I think you guys. Hang on. Last I checked,
Almo, we
you
were nowhere
guys
near the
nailed it
safe
in
house.
mood.
Yeah, clearly no one saw us.
Surgical delivery.
Dirigible.
Yeah, you guys killed it in
Awesome.
mood, which
Dude,
I
look at
honestly
that.
agree. This
Damn.
was such a nice and pleasant. Wait a minute.
Oh, I think you deserve better
more
for audio.
You deserve more for audio. Honestly, you deserve more ratings. Period. Like,
How? Yeah.
what
How did you
happened?
not? Y'all usually get way more ratings than this, don't you?
Seriously. Yeah, you
It's
guys,
because
you
we
guys
weren't
killed it in
promoting
mood, I
them.
agreed. Top 100 overall. That's pretty killer.
That's
Dude, if you're top 100 in Ludum Dare, like you made a pretty damn good game. That's what we
People don't
believe.
think
Dude,
about
if we
audio
could be
as
top
much.
100 overall, we made something pretty damn good.
The only time people ever care about audio is if you make a rhythm game, I guess. I mean, well,
Ugh.
no, some people like that's the
when I
only way
looked-
that you'll ever like break the top 10.
Well, go look at the audio winners. That's where audio is either like a core part of the game. Like I think like the
Yes.
singing ones or
Uh-huh.
It's usually just like if it's just they just like the game in general, they'll rate audio high.
so,
Yeah,
so that's
you
like
have
that's
that-
a
you have
big
that sort
symptom
of,
of Ludum Dare.
Yeah, that halo effect goes wide. Yeah, this looks like a audio stuff is probably gonna.
Yeah, this one was literally just it's like it's got a song that plays, you know. So
I made the Rhythm Gamers my top 10. You got your top 10 in humor.
you had yours.
Audio is one of those things people kind of expected to be there. Yeah.
That's the
But,
interesting
like-
thing, right? Because your music fits so naturally in the world. I could see people just being like, "Yeah, this is exactly what it's supposed to be,"
But see,
instead of it standing out as this
No.
thing that like takes attention away from the
well,
game.
you guys' audio in
Part
Divine
about
Drifter
music
was
is
killer.
how it-
But
Oh,
like
yeah.
the thing for me was like, I'll generally rate high in audio paradoxically if I do notice it, because like
Yeah.
that's kind of
Oh, if
what
I notice it, I rate that high. Yeah.
that's kind of how I felt about your guys' game. I'm just like, God damn, I love the way it just like fades in here. And I think also people don't appreciate enough the power of just like silence as well. Like that's also an audio technique that you can utilize to cultivate a mood, which you guys did, I think, wonderfully in your game. And not just
Well, when
that,
the music sort of dissipates and you hear just
Yeah.
sort of the wind wisps.
but
and-
that's the other thing, as I was saying, is like it's more than just the music. I loved all of like the little like balloon
There was
sound
good sound
effects
design.
and like wood creaking things that you had for
Dance magic dance.
for your ship here. So like it was this was just really good. I'm upset about this audio score despite it being top 50. Like
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
like it's still a good good score,
Mhm,
a good
mhm.
ranking, obviously, but could have been better.
mhm.
I would say it's definitely one of your more memorable games.
Man, I also get the feeling, Ruds, that we could have very easily grabbed a pretty solid score in audio if we had time
Oh,
for mouth
had we
sound
had
soundtrack.
made-
Dude,
Actual music.
That'd tied it
if
all
we somehow
in,
just
man.
had like a few more hours, I don't know. I don't know how long it would take for us to get something we're really
Man.
proud of. But if
I
we
don't
had
know.
just recorded our own mouth music and it was like decent, not it didn't even have to be like really really good. It just
Yep.
needed to be
Good
not
enough.
ugly. It
It
just
had
needed
to
to be
be-
acceptable and not distracting.
Yeah.
If it was just something along the lines of
In your mouth,
Chocolate gun.
I wanna be in your mouth.
Chocolate gun.
God, if we had a whole soundtrack of that, we'd have killed
All we
it.
had to do was each of us record a layer of a track. That's all we had to do.
Yes. Ah.
Post Jam DLC when?
Yeah, I might be working on some stuff. I do want to try and make like a subtitling system for it, just so I can learn how to do
Yeah.
subtitles and maybe re-record the audio so it flows a little bit better.
Mhm.
And then maybe
There was DLC.
somehow try to make
I'd
it
want to
more
keep the story
clear.
going, Steven.
Oh,
We did
then
end
we
it
did
with to be continued.
So.
Yeah.
And for some reason,
knows?
everybody would always ask for more or be excited by the fact that it was to be continued,
Oh, there's more?
and didn't
Well, that's
take that
okay.
as
Wait,
a joke. It's like, oops, out of time. Haha. It's like, oh, I gotta
you
know what happens
always
next.
You always end on a cliffhanger. That's the number
This is
one
true.
rule
That's the rule.
of
How
drama.
have son if in coma?
The DLC is a prequel.
And the
I
DLC is from the perspective of your 5-year-old
The,
son.
the DLC is just 10 straight hours of looking at Flurp in a coma. That's the game.
Yeah, each hour is 1 year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, see, that's the thing for us is like, and feel free to
I tend
correct
to not-
feel free to correct me, Ruds, but like the idea of
I don't wanna do a
sequels
sequel.
for our games just doesn't
no,
I'm
excite
not really
us.
into sequels, no.
One thing I'm most proud of, and I think we always try to do this, is we try to do something completely different than we've ever done.
Yeah.
And granted, sometimes there's overlap because we can't get away from our style, but
Sure.
we try to always do something that at least plays or looks or feels different from something we've done before.
I think
None
we
of our
So it-
games play the same at all.
yeah.
No.
I think we've cultivated a pretty recognizable like visual style, especially with like the blend of like 2D and 3D stuff. But gameplay wise, what? We have a dating sim, like a high score action game with knitting needles, a shitty shoot 'em
a
up,
shitty art.
Oh, garbage.
a moody exploration game. Like,
way worse.
this was our first
the most
game that we
different.
had a player character.
Yeah,
Two
yeah. We
players.
actually had. You made a state machine.
Yeah. We got Masusius, which was basically like a WarioWare kind of like different inputs mini game. We have like a
Yeah.
monkey ball Tony Hawk thing. Still technically a player character, but actually not really.
Yeah.
This was our second player character that I made that had like controls that you use to manipulate the player.
Uh huh.
So really, it's
But
just been
like a
loft and
specifically
Doom Range.
a speed running performance based game, which was
Yep.
a loft.
This was the first time that we had like high score leaderboard stuff. An experiment,
Ragdoll physics.
ragdoll physics, and just like moving.
Dude,
around.
ragdoll physics, and then also like saving images that you took in here and then bringing them back. I mean, there was a lot of experimental new
Jeez.
stuff.
This was,
in
uh,
Shatter Chaos.
This was probably too big.
But
was.
you gotta like, I gotta
Imagine
give
how
Jared,
cool
I gotta give
been.
Jared credit for taking that on, though. You know.
Oof.
Yeah, just imagine if the ragdoll stuff was like super easy and we got it done on the first day. And
You
then
know
the
what
rest of it was
sucks?
just polished.
It's like a
Oh,
week
great.
later when I was making the bot to have this thing just like flinging around and stuff. I finally figured out how to do
Cracked it.
ragdoll physics.
Oh,
And I could literally hit a button and make it do a dab pose or like a cutesy pose where it's like leaning in. I'm like, no,
yeah.
damn it.
No.
And then we just made like a voice synthesis toy. Yeah, the moment we discovered just like clicking those buttons on that website to make that shitty
Was
voice,
already
I'm just like,
fun.
oh, that's fun. Let's make it more of a game now.
yeah.
Oh yeah, the ski guy in your games, Roka.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, with squeezing the ragdolls, absolutely. Every time you like hit that like obstacle and you just go flying. Excellent. Yeah, I feel
Your
like it
games
keeps
are always
us
quite
very
different, which I appreciate, Roka.
Goddamn.
And Bad Cop, I can see that from you as well. I was always happy to see any games this jam where people really stretched with the theme instead of like, okay,
Please, yeah.
I can probably squeeze delivery into any game I could come up with. You know, like how many
They
basically
deliver
just platformer
enemies.
games.
Yeah.
It was just a platformer, and they were like, but you're a box. So it's just I'm delivering myself from point A to point B, which is just the platform. Like
It's okay to make a delivery game where you're delivering stuff, but at least like try to do something interesting with it instead of just I'm just
there's
going
just so much of that. And granted, all the quality of the games like seemed to be good, but there was a lot of boring stuff. So I was always refreshed when I saw something that wasn't just I am a box going from here to there.
Yeah.
That was so everywhere.
one platformer.
Dude, Bad Cop, like, platformers are probably like my favorite genre, most favorite genre of all time.
Oh yeah.
And it really like scares me to try and make one for Ludum Dare. Because I have
The
such
pressure
I
to
have
do it
such
well.
yeah. There's pressure to do it well, and I also just have such personally high standards that
Yeah.
like if I were to fuck that up, I would hate the game like entirely. Even if it had like redeemable qualities about it, just be like, no, this is a shit game. It doesn't feel good. This is awful. Y'all didn't do a platform for your second jam and it sucked? No. What did you do, Homo?
Well, I think that's my strategy when we're brainstorming is the stuff that I latch onto and I get excited about are the things that you can't compare to another game.
Yep.
Because then we get the leniency of if we make a platform, people are like, well, I played Celeste and this is
Yeah.
not as good as Celeste, so I hate it.
Yeah, because you
know?
can't make Celeste in a weekend.
Yeah.
Tale of Loopism. Did we play that?
I don't. Oh,
Tale of Loopism? Was that-
We probably did. Hang on.
Was that from the Dude Ranch era?
Yeah, it
It's
should
stuck
be.
in the loop, yeah.
Let me see here. Oh yeah, we
Oh,
did.
played that.
We
played
did.
that, yeah. I do remember this game now.
I played
Wait,
this.
I don't
played
remember
this
this.
because you did
I
this
didn't play
post
this.
jam. I played you like your post jam stuff, Homo.
Okay. There was another game we played where you're on top of like a ring. That
I know the one you're
Yeah,
thinking of,
yeah.
Steven.
It's like-
I know the one you're thinking
looks
of.
like a different game that we definitely played, but I
Tale
did.
of
definitely remember that.
Rebirthism. How about that? Our
What happened to
first
the Tale
Homo
of
jam.
series? Come on, almost.
Seriously.
Tale of
Tale of this, tale of that.
a tale of package punk.
We usually
Come on,
lean towards
see.
making something similar to whatever we're all playing at the time. That is a dangerous game, friendo. What if you're all playing Elden Ring at the same time?
Yeah, damn.
Well, what was that game? It was like last jam or like 2 jams ago where someone did make like a Dark Souls type or an Elden Ring.
I remember that one that we played.
It was really shitty.
It wasn't
It was a
good.
very poor execution of a fraction of what they considered to be a Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
We're all playing a lot of Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves.
I was playing a game called The Mega Strikers right before I made Package Punk. Yeah, I think the thing for us is like the thing that kind of makes us excited is essentially just chasing that innovation score, honestly, and not
That's
for like
our
not for like a sort of
biggest one.
pandering way of just like, yo, we gotta like try and like maximize innovation score. It's more so just like those sorts of ideas are what get us excited enough to commit a weekend to it, you know?
Yeah.
So like if we were making some sort of like generic male like platformer, you're a box kind of game, it wouldn't be very good just because like we wouldn't have that motivation to try and go the extra mile for it to make it actually feel good. Just because the
Right.
idea at its core didn't really excite us.
Well, because that's at least my amateur view of game development is like the hardest thing is the idea. Like you can have bad ideas, but eventually execute them well enough to make them fun, to make
Yeah.
them all the qualities that you want.
Mhm.
But they'll always be sort of inherently flawed because they weren't just a good idea to begin with. So if we can have at least something that's a good idea, but maybe we struggled to execute it or we missed some things about it, I always at least see some promise in what we did. And
Yeah.
that applies to at least everything in my mind whenever we chase it from the brainstorming beyond,
Yeah.
except for Higher Desire.
Higher Desire seems like a pretty cool idea. It's like
Can we
a
delete
shoot
it
'em
off this site?
It's like a shoot 'em up where you have to be like meditative and keep a steady beat. And the idea was neat.
I'm just
and
gonna
that's
blame
it.
Yeah, it's Azim's fault.
Azim actually worked on this for like a couple months after we were done with it.
which is insane.
I don't
So
know
you do
why.
you, man.
I wanted nothing to do with
How
it.
did Higher Desire come to be? I think this was us maybe indulging ourselves a little too much on like the
We-
first
we
thing
were
that
high on
makes
the
us
hog.
laugh. The first thing that makes us laugh is what we make because that's how we know it's a
Yup.
good idea.
Yeah.
Um,
Not the case.
we still tried to pursue like a
Azim,
sort of
light.
Didn't give it a post jam. The other guy that we used to
Azim light.
Azim!
Um,
Rook is trying to segue us.
I think it at least had a unique premise of just like being a chaotic shoot 'em up while also trying to be like meditative and like you have to hit space to the beats to just, get ammo,
What
I
was-
guess.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
keeping
you-
your ammo up.
Yeah.
It was like being able to was breathing
Yeah.
on the right timing
But
and
the-
then shooting the incoming emojis. away.
the premise the core like thematic premise of it didn't really connect with people. You're like a monk on a mountain trying to meditate while the neighboring mountain has a cheerleader camp next to it. Woo!
Woo!
And then they're somehow sending like emojis of like kisses and cucumbers your
They're
way, and you have to
Yeah,
like.
they're trying to fuck this guy.
And mind you, the theme of this jam was start with nothing, which
What is that? Was the theme start with nothing?
yes.
Oh
Wait,
my
I think
God.
it was.
I know it was something to do with nothing.
Yeah.
Or
Start with nothing. It
oneness.
was start with nothing.
Start
Yeah.
with nothing. Wow.
I'm
Like,
honestly.
Oh, you're a monk. You have nothing. You've given up all.
never, Roka.
On stream
I,
playthrough.
I was already cringing enough when Pomo decided to go through our whole catalog and he got the Higher Desire.
And
Like,
then he
I've never
opens this
played
one.
this. I'm like, and you
No,
never
no.
should.
Oh,
Stop.
God, just looking at that graphics score being so like,
Dude, what the
I mean, it's not a-
fuck?
I don't understand.
4.3 was 57th? Dog.
I
mean,
know. So
dog.
that jam, if
That
we had
ain't-
done anything else,
Yeah,
although I mean,
Oh
it's still one of our higher scores.
still better looking in this game.
It is. But I think Aloft finally took the cake for that. Never mind.
Is that our highest?
4.4?
What's
Yeah,
our highest?
4.4 I think was our highest graphics.
Well, what should our cast get?
Oh, 4.43.
Oh,
Ooh.
but that was that less?
Wow.
I was not looking at the other decimal
I
points,
didn't
so-
look at those decimal points either.
Yeah, it was better than a lot.
Okay, so Shutter Chaos
But
is
again,
our current best.
Shutter
Right?
Chaos is the exception. This one just breaks my heart, though.
I know.
Fuck off. Why does everything look so like low res?
It looks like a PS1 game.
Meditative and chaotic.
Yeah.
What is this? Combine two different genres together? Oh boy. The more you have, the worse it is.
Oh God.
Growing
Yeah, we
slash
dodged
two
some
button
shit.
controls.
Sorry, what?
That's 2-button control. What the fuck?
You only get one. Hey, I did this one in 2013.
Hey,
That was
Is
like a
that
ninja.
Orbiting?
No, that was like a
Oh, that was
ninja.
ninja one.
Ew, boo!
Oh
there-
shit, they
it was
did.
there already.
Ay, ay, ay.
At least it wasn't every 10 seconds, because it's taking something that's a literal mechanic, a literal demand, a rule in the game, and then giving it a harsher criteria.
I have no questions about that bad cop. All I have are disagreements.
Every game should be made in Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah.
Yo, is this Unreal? Is this Unreal Engine 5? Oh, this looks AAA.
Oh, I think this is a good game now.
AAA games only. Where you at in chat? I miss you.
AAA games only. I still, to this day, have no idea who that is.
Yeah, the more space it takes up on my hard drive, the better the game is.
His favorite LD theme was every
No.
10 seconds. No.
Boo! No, that shit sucked.
That's not true. You're lying, Pomo.
Oh wait,
That's a-
so
that's
much
a
that he
promo
released the new top 15 winner every 10 seconds. Right, because we
Oh.
tried to stream that, and it was
I
like
do remember
that was when we were just going on a hey, does anyone have any funny YouTube videos?
that was.
Oh,
And then
That
he
was
just like
brutal.
dumped. I think he dumped all of the results before he started like posting the top 15.
That okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, last
they were
one was
like,
more.
oh,
That was a
dogma.
shit
It was.
show.
This one is slightly better than that.
This one was just delayed, and then a little rushed.
Oh man, that was chaos. Yeah, I remember us literally just watching that video of that goose diving off the cliff, and just hitting every rock on the way down. to an audience, to one of our biggest audiences of the year. There was like 40
Right.
people in
There's a bunch of people watching. We're just watching stupid YouTube videos and then getting other people to
God.
suggest things.
They hated that they had to tolerate it because no one else was streaming the results.
Yeah. Well, that was the situation that Bad Cop was in. I noticed that when they went live, they racked up like 100+ viewers of everyone just
Yep.
sitting around waiting for results to happen.
Yeah.
What were you doing, Bad Cop, to pass the time? Were you just playing their games or
Just hanging out.
hanging out, eating apps?
Constantly refreshing Mike's page. That like I said, that was when I got the literal to the moment update of Mike's latest tweet.
Yeah. Yeah, when he first started doing the reveal things on Twitter, they went pretty well.
I was
even
really paying
Dan-
attention back then.
Even Dan was streaming them.
Yeah.
Now, giving up. He doesn't have faith anymore.
Yeah, well, he tried, I think, during the every 10 seconds one, and that was like his final straw. He's
Yeah.
like, because especially for EU folks, they have to like stay up late or wake up super
Plan around
early.
it. Yeah.
Man.
Shit talked Mike. Fair enough.
Sorry for the LD rant there, Jerry.
No, I'm enjoying this.
God.
And
Jerry-
also, sorry, Roka.
Oh, well, no, Roka was prepared for this.
Of course.
This is
And
this
this
is
is
on par.
at the very least, we can say that we're talking about something that most people in chat are interested in outside of our usual like 1 hour tangents before we start movie reviews, where it's just whatever the fuck we're
Some
talking
specific thing that happened to Steven.
God knows what.
God. But yeah, that was quite the surprise to discover halfway through building a couch. It was literally like on its side, like
Yeah.
I had like a couple more pieces to put together, and all I just goes ba-dum, ba-dum,
Ba-dum.
ba-dum, I'm like, oh yeah, Ludum Dare results. Those are probably out now,
yeah,
right?
Look at those.
So before I even like popped open the Discord, I'm just like, I'll take a peek at these real quick and
Oh,
Dude,
But hey,
I was in
that's gotta feel good though, right? Like your
God damn it,
last Ludum Dare before you graduate and you finally like fly out of the Utah University nest.
I show these nerds how it's done.
bringing
Dude, I was in the middle of sleep and I just like a middle of sleep. I checked my cell phone and checked the Ludum Dare score and
Yeah.
so I said to myself like, there goes my sleep.
There goes my sleep.
Fucking
I'm
first
too
place and third place. I
Fucking
cannot
absurd.
sleep with this excitement.
That's hilarious to me that Jerry knew the Ludum Dare results before I did.
Before you
He
did.
did.
I
Yeah.
did. Yeah, I posted them in the
He was
line.
cheering us on before you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tisk.
God damn.
How many
I've
pieces
had
did your couch come in?
3 boxes. Let me think. 1, 2, 3.
He's just gonna count them.
Oh, couch.
Four.
Let me count the ways.
5 or 6. It's like 5 or 6.
Was it basically just the main body of the chairs, and then you would have the armrests, and then the little drawer thing for your pull-out bed?
Yes. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Because like
Okay.
the little storage thing was already constructed, so that was already set up on its
Couch
hinges.
box.
Two couch.
Yeah, I
box.
literally just ordered like 12 ottomans and then just taped them all together.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
And every Ottoman has a PS2.
Yeah.
That was the most expensive part of the couch. Was getting all the
Yeah,
PS2s.
All the PS2s. But they're load-bearing PS2s. They're necessary.
Oh, bad cop. Just heads up then. You're about to get major spoilers for the fifth.
Spoiler
Element.
alert for the Fifth Element. for the stream.
Eventually, we're gonna start talking about the fifth
eventually, we will be spoiling. The
Wait,
Fifth
yes.
Element. Oh wait, actually no. When I really
Right.
think
element.
about
Yeah. Wait. No. But yes.
But also wait, no.
but in a
maybe.
more real, accurate sense, no.
I've seen it in spirit. Does that count?
I'm still need to do that.
I
I didn't
mean-
have time to fix this 4x3 issue with the.
Oh, you didn't?
I didn't. I was too busy building a couch and then immediately watching Fifth Element after that.
Oh wow.
I literally
Did you-
budgeted my
how
time just
soon-
like, okay, so Fifth Element is like 2 hours and 10 minutes ish.
Uh-huh.
So I just got this couch. It's noon. I think I can put it together in 3 hours. And if that's the case, then I can set up like my little shitty TV thing, eat a quick dinner, and then I can watch Fifth Element and be done by like 6:10, 6:20. And that should be good. And that's what I did. So I'm like, as I'm building a couch, like, if at any point it hits 3 o'clock, I gotta call an audible on this thing.
Drop it and start watching.
Yep. So I watched this very recently.
It's
Nice.
fresh in
Nice
your
and
fresh in
fresh.
your mind.
Again,
Well,
I watched it.
Here's
last
a here's
watched
a
it
little
too.
spoiler for you, bad cop, for Sixth Sense. That guy in the toupee, that's Bruce Willis, like the whole time.
Oh, the whole
Oh my
time.
God. That's not the twist.
That is that not the twist? That blew my mind. So yeah,
And when I think back of all the movies that we've seen and how far away Sixth Sense is, how many movies in
Dude.
between there have been that we've
Oh
reviewed.
man.
God
I mean, I don't
damn,
remember the
yeah.
order of it anymore, but
I want to see it here. Does chat know which Memento is Sixth Sense?
I do.
I do.
We'll give you a second.
I seem to always forget why it's that one, but I know which one it is.
I know half of why that Memento is that.
Exactly. I know half. That's why do we just know half?
Sixth Sense is also the movie that Jerry made his comeback.
Wait, what?
oh, that's right.
Because
That
we
was
did a
episode-
bunch
Yep,
of movies
yep.
until Jerry came back.
Whoa.
Fifth Element is
Although I
Multipass. Multipass.
Multipass. Yeah, multipass.
That's the one, yeah.
yeah, that's my multipass.
Honestly, I at least remember about Sixth Sense. The less I remember about Sixth Sense, the better. I wasn't a fan of it either.
That's fair.
It's iconic, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the best movie.
In the same way that Terminator is iconic.
Okay,
Not a good
yeah,
movie.
Terminator is iconic, but it is a shit movie.
Terminator 1 sucks.
It's bad.
Mhm.
The first Terminator is a
Terminator
bad
2,
movie.
though, is legitimately a good movie.
So I've heard.
Very entertaining movie.
There's the first one. Just James Cameron is a moron.
No, just
He's
What a-
bad.
What a moron.
So
He's bad.
for all who failed the knowledge
Looks
check,
ugly.
the Sixth Sense memento
Point it
is
out.
the Sham Wow guy holding up a Sham Wow of Limp Bizkit.
I only remember that through process of elimination.
All
What
I know
else
is
the
like we
Limp
called him
Bizkit
like
for?
I don't know. I think we just went on a tangent to explain to Jerry what the game Limp Bizkit was.
But why?
My
I
goodness.
Why are
don't
we
know.
talking about-
In,
why are
in
we
the same
talking
way, in
about
the
this?
same way that I don't know why we were talking about a Korean mother who shaves her son's pubes for Skinamarink, but that's
Wait,
where we
why-
went.
Why did we start?
There was really
How
nothing
did
else
I
to
think
talk
about
about.
it?
Yeah, there was no content to discuss, so we had to come up. Well, and then Jerry just decided to share this golden story.
No,
with
no,
us.
no. There was a context, okay? You guys
There was
shared
context?
something that connected to the pubic hair or something. I don't know.
From
I
Skinamarink?
I don't want to.
Those were children,
like,
Jerry.
You're talking about some shit like God knows what, and like it was connected. So I said, I don't know.
I don't.
I don't
remember
know.
any-
Yeah, I was crazy.
I'll never listen. I don't care how we got there. I'm just grateful that Jerry shared that story.
Yes.
I think we're all good.
And
That's one
you
of my
guys have
favorite
had
things that
never
Jerry's
had
ever
for
told
life.
us.
What? Wait.
The best part was you didn't realize how interesting the story you were telling was.
Yeah, you just had like an offhand comment. It was like, yeah, I, was
Yeah, like,
like,
oh,
I
yeah,
went out
yeah.
to lunch and this girl I was talking to said that she like shaves her son's pubes, and we're just like, pause.
Well, hold
Hold on a
on.
second.
Oh, you need to
What?
tell us every detail.
Because even if you just leave it there, my mind is racing because my thought is
Oh,
like,
it's-
all right, how
it's
old is
writing
this
books.
kid? He's old enough to have pubes, so that's already a pretty big problem.
And is this a biological mother? When did this happen? What was the context? Was he injured?
And this was before you even gave us any more details other than that
Nothing.
little nugget. I'm just like, hang on, I need to
Oh,
sit here and process. Is the father
Homo,
not
Homo
around?
asks this question: is the father not around? As if that explains why the mom is shaving her son's pubes.
It's usually the dad's job.
I'm
to shave
just
the
gonna-
son's pubes.
I didn't like that, Roka.
Ew! What the fuck?
Holy shit. Oh, that's fucked up. Oh my god. Oh.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you
and then
can't
you-
prove.
Another level.
You can't prove what she used those for. What she did
Yeah,
with
you
them
can.
when she was done.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean,
Did
Oh,
you
I
ever
don't
explain
Throw
that?
it out?
You would
I can
hope.
imagine.
But if you're deranged enough to
Well,
shave your son's pubes, you can't rule it out that she
You're
would do
capable of
something.
anything at that point.
Okay, the thing is, I gave you the the situation is like when we were like old and shocked, and she says something like it is normal thing. So she
No.
thinks it is a normal thing to do.
It is
Did
not.
she get
Very
her
much
pubes
not.
shaved as a kid?
A good question.
That way,
Good
yikes.
question.
Absolutely not.
Is
Oh,
is the
no.
dad out of the picture and now the son is the only thing she has
Roka, you
left?
need to stop having thoughts for a few minutes,
Listen, you're
or
You're
at least
thinking too
stop
quickly.
just saying what comes into your brain.
no, stop thinking about things you can do with pubes.
Just stop it. Why do you have so many answers?
No. Oh God. Stop.
Ever wish you had facial hair?
Oh,
Your dad used to shave your pubs. I like calling them pubs. It makes it cute.
Little pubbies. Pubic hair.
Mom,
Oh,
can you-
probably,
Mom, I have a date tonight. Can you trim my pubs?
Trim these pubs.
You're just so much better at it than me.
Ah, mommy, it hurts.
And the best way that we ended that was Jerry gave us a 5-second glimpse at the picture of the
yeah.
that the story was about, and it was just a glimpse, and then he deleted it forever.
And
So-
I mean this in the nicest way possible. She
No.
looks like she shaves pubes. Not
Well,
hers,
she-
but
she looks like I wouldn't mind being her son.
I'd let her shave my pubes. Just saying.
He could shave me. I
Shave my body.
mother.
Mommy.
Oh, mommy.
You guys don't forget
Speaking
about
of people
I
that we would
know
let shave our
Carson.
pubes, Jerry, I think I remember you mentioning that you got the hots for
Yeah,
Mia
he would
for the
want
first
Bruce
time in this
Willis.
movie.
You would want Bruce Willis to shave his pubes. I get it.
The Monster Hunter lady herself.
Ah, yes.
Oh, that's the only thing I know her from, apparently.
Holy shit.
What is she more known for?
Probably the Resident Evil movies.
Probably the Resident Evil movies.
Yeah. Other than that, I have no idea what else she's been in. honestly.
All right, so that's what we need to talk about with Fifth Element. So ratings. So what do you guys think?
Oh yeah, let's just get that out of the way so we can just keep talking about
Let's
the
get
stuff we
that.
want to talk about.
If we could just quickly just get those ratings done.
Yeah, all we had to talk about was Mila Jovovich's body, and then we.
Jerry, can
She
you
hung
rate-
unfocused nip in this movie.
I start
did.
talking about
She
you
did.
there.
She did
It
that
was pretty.
multiple
It was
times.
pretty focused.
Yeah.
A couple times. But the times where
Still
she
a
was like
still a
changing
PG-13
background.
rating though.
In
Apparently.
the background, she was blurred, but I mean, she
They
was
were
just straight
they were
nude
a
in the
couple
first.
time.
Yeah, when they first like 3D print her, they're just like, oh,
Yeah.
nips out, baby.
Hell yeah.
I was
Actually-
entertained by the fact that she was meant to be a perfect specimen, and that's why she's this like hot lady.
Of course.
And all the guys are like, she's perfect. And
Perfect.
like,
Well,
this is like the
Yeah.
ideal girl that is in front of them.
My thought on that,
That's
and it's not a like a good reasoning. But my
No,
thought
never
on that
is.
was like people were surprised that the Fifth Element was a woman.
Uh,
And I think what it was the movie was trying to do was it was because the Fifth Element is actually love. That's why I did like the
Uh-huh.
heart
Oh, I mean, yeah,
sort of
that's
thing.
why you
Yeah.
had to say, I
So-
love you.
Right. So
Spoiler.
so she has to be like this sexy lady that will attract somebody.
Well,
You
she
know,
was
love.
ugly, then Bruce Willis would have never fallen.
I
in
know.
love.
Right,
that-
because he had nothing else to go on.
True.
Like,
That's 100% true.
Why did he love her?
He has
because
no
she was
reason to
cute.
love her.
That's it. That's
Yeah,
it.
Because after all of this, Bruce Willis is on the phone. He's like, I met this hot piece today in my
Yeah.
cab.
No, this hot
She
fair. A big
Oh man,
fair.
she was
yeah,
like
yeah.
half nude
And if
blue
you-
eyes.
Red hair, blue
If
eyes,
you think
perfect
about it,
skin. Mm.
Throughout the
I think I'm in love.
Yeah,
There are very little time they are actually together.
that's what I'm
No,
saying.
they don't
Like,
actually spend time
especially for this being like it. I think the movie was trying to say that like love
Yeah,
is the
core of
fifth
the movie
element.
Is love is the fifth element. That
Yes.
is the movie.
And
Power.
when like the meteor is about to crash into Earth and Bruce Willis is all emotional, is trying to just say I love you. I'm just like I don't believe you.
What?
I don't
No,
believe you.
no.
What are you
Me
you
neither.
talking about? You just
could
think
just be
she's a
making
good
it up.
piece of ass. Like
You just want to fuck this alien bitch who was
Well,
speaking
listen,
hello
he's-
to you earlier.
He's gonna say
Yeah,
anything
he's
it
not
takes to
wrong.
but
get
then
her
she like
face.
bursts into tears when she says
Oh,
I
give me a
love you. I'm just
break.
like is
No.
love just banging? Is that what this is?
Yeah,
Like,
according to Luke Besson,
God.
love is just finding a hot girl attractive, especially when you're an old divorced man.
that is yeah. That is extremely unfortunate, especially considering the fact that I honestly did enjoy a lot of like the world building in this movie and the characters and stuff. It
Oh,
sucks
yeah.
that like the core conceit of this film kind of flopped for me.
I mean, okay, I
Give it a
would
shot.
argue. Listen, I don't think this is a good movie. I think the core of this movie is not just flawed. I think it's
Uh-huh.
just written by someone who would probably be better off writing Power Rangers episodes. and this will be made more apparent, Steven, when you realize it's the guy who made Valerian.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So everything that he focused on was not story. It was a bunch of cliched things that he likes,
Mm,
sort of dressed in a bunch of like glamorous sci-fi
Yeah.
trappings, and that's why things feel, even in the world, feel super generic because it's just a fan of sci-fi
Yeah.
making a movie. That's really what this was.
Yeah. So here,
I actually appreciate you mentioned Power Ranger because when first time the guys,
Fucking aliens.
yeah, the alien showed up. Oh, this is a Power Ranger.
Dude, it's even directed.
their little rubber gloves like shaking in their little.
exactly.
Well, that
bracelets.
sort of that short lens camera that they use on these alien guys, and the way that like this guy directs, he shoots like a Power Ranger episode, like a TV episode. And it's just the lenses that he chooses and the color, like the let's call it lack of color grading. In certain things where you literally just see the color of the set, it just feels so fucking cheap. And like it's not that creative. Like if we're being honest, guys, like how much material is out there that this was taking from? All of the outfits and things that you're seeing, costumes, the colors and everything, it's all taken from Blade Runner, which came out not far before.
87.
Back to the Future Part 2, which came out not far before, and all of the other like even smaller kind of like sci-fi movies that came out before.
Sure.
And even Dune and shit, all this stuff that has that inspired this movie. There's basically nothing that feels genuine, and the stuff that he came up with is the ugliest part of the movie.
See, for me, like, I guess when I say like world building, let me think here. What I enjoyed about this movie was that it was theoretically a serious sci-fi movie, but it had a much goofier tone.
What?
It had a much goofier tone than I was expecting.
Oh, it was a cartoon. It was a straight cartoon.
But I kind of
It's
liked
like-
that. I liked that part of it, honestly.
It's sci-fi camp is what it is.
Yeah.
It's like just
Yeah.
campy.
And
So,
I
yeah,
kind of liked that. I enjoyed it.
Okay.
Wait,
Because my
so I liked
it when because it's cartoonish.
Yeah.
I thought that was the one thing that Luke Besson does know how to do, is just to make things goofy and cartoonish.
Yeah.
But he has no idea how to make anything serious.
Oh yeah, no, I think any sort of
Well, the
serious
goofy
moment
part-
in this movie absolutely fell flat for me, but the campiness of the entire situation, and especially in terms of like how the characters are sort of like behaving, that kind of gives me a sense in my mind of like what the world kind of is like. So that's kind of what I mean by like world building, is more of just like these ridiculous cartoony characters existing in this like I can't think of a better word other than like theoretically serious world.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that dichotomy of it.
I mean, one thing that I wasn't a fan of world building wise was just the way the movie
I
starts.
loved that first gag of like the robber like disguising as the hallway outside of Bruce Willis's door. I was like, oh, okay, it's gonna be like this. All right, I'm done.
Yeah. Or just like the way the president's just acting just any time. It's like he's just acting like so dumb.
Well, he's
he
not
is-
even acting. He's just
Well, that one time where he just goes like cross-eyed Ahegao face after they get out of the
Yeah.
hotel, I'm just like, damn, keep it together there, President.
Yeah, he acted like a WWF, one of the wrestler, like overreacting and shit.
And this
So
this
you
is
can
your
really-
this is your official invitation to make fun of me if I'm wrong, but the president was Morpheus, right? Am I wrong in that?
You are
Oh,
100% wrong.
No,
All right.
wrong.
There you
Very,
go.
very
So while you guys do that, I'm
Although I
gonna go
will
refill
say,
my drink.
Steven, did you not think that the aliens looked like Lawrence Fishburne?
Oh, the
Especially
like,
when they had the little
warrior
tiny
aliens or
the
whatever?
warrior aliens.
Oh yeah.
Like, especially the one that has the tiny little round glasses or goggles. I'm like, that's Lawrence Fishburne.
Was not getting that,
You
but
didn't get that? Oh, come on, really?
no.
They all look the
They
same.
all look the same to me, Slosky.
No, I genuinely hated that alien design. I hated it.
Yeah.
I thought it was so gross. Like, I get that everyone. Okay, I'm gonna get this sense already that people like this movie because it's like cartoonish, and
I think that's
I-
kind of the point of the movie. Now it's going to be one of those like you either like it or you don't sort of thing.
but I am not convinced. I am not convinced based on the entirety of the movie that it's meant to have the tone that everyone's taking from it. It strikes me more as it's got like a cult following because people found their reason for liking it, not because this thing was designed to entertain the way that it entertains.
I don't know. Like all the characters are pretty out there. Like Gary Oldman's character is just super weird. Like there's nothing
Well,
serious
I-
about his.
Well, it's not that it needed to be serious and that it messed that up. I just think that the cartoonishness isn't even that greatly, isn't that well done.
Yeah,
It's
it
not. There's
wasn't-
nothing.
yeah.
Everything. There's a difference between being kind of like goofy and almost like Leslie Nielsen style comedy, but there's like a maturity, I think, to that level to comedy. Things being goofy can still be juvenile, and I would say this movie's more juvenile than comedic.
It's the goofy
And
meter,
that's-
the
but
goofy
that's-
dial is turned all the way up, and it just
but
loses
see, to
out
me,
on
I'm not impressed by juvenile things. Like they can entertain me the same way like kids can be funny, but that doesn't make them like forms of art, you know? That doesn't mean that what they were produced was designed in some like clever way. I don't think there's anything clever about this. I just think that it's basically got a bunch of fart noises to me. And I think that can be entertaining, but to then write the movie as being, or to describe the movie as this clever juxtaposition of like goofiness in this like cyber sci-fi world, with a bunch of like high stakes things going on. I just don't think that that's an accurate portrayal of what's here. I think it's okay if that's what you saw and enjoyed in the movie, but I'm not about to praise this movie as being some like well done thing.
It is not well done thing. I mean, in throughout the whole movie, I didn't care much about the like a goofiness or like a juvenile stuff like anymore, as well as it's well put together. It wasn't well put together, and the most thing that bothers me was like there was no thrill or there was no suspense. This is like about like chasing and finding and saving the world, but there was no like how can I say this, there's no suspense oh, if you don't do this, the world is gonna burn and we are screwed or something like that. You gotta feel that. You gotta
Was it
feel
like,
that
like
throughout
the whole
movie.
last 20 minutes?
Yeah, but
Like- like-
he's
like
saying that the
whole
movie he's saying that the movie said that there was suspense, said there was crisis, said there was conflict, and then you never felt any of
I
that.
didn't feel
Yeah.
anything
Yeah.
about
I
it.
think I
because
agree with
they,
that.
they are just making a joke, and even the bad guy just let the one clue they have, like the priest, just let go.
Every
And the bad guy doesn't do anything, like it's just making a comical scene that isn't comical at all.
yeah.
It wasn't
throughout the
consistent.
whole movie, I was expecting like a last 10 or 20 seconds. Oh yeah, there's gonna be suspense or thrills, and it's gonna be like a danger sign or something. No, there is nothing like that. It's like even at the last scene, if you don't love me, or like the world is gonna burn, the meteor strike or something.
Yeah.
No, I didn't feel anything about that. It's just so slow and boring.
I think for me, like this movie just kind of seems like someone really liked like a Mel Brooks movie or something, but
Yes.
they tried to recreate it and took all the wrong things from it and just jammed it all into this movie, sort of thing. Like they didn't really understand what makes a Mel Brooks movie so like good and funny and quirky and goofy. They just all surface.
They just saw
level.
the goofiness. They saw the juvenile behavior. They didn't see how it was all actually stitched together.
It's like it's goofy, but it's not like cleverly goofy. I think.
Right.
It's the main issue where it's just always the goofy meter's always turned up all the way, and it's just it never stops.
And I
Which
think
I don't
I don't
know.
mind for most of the movie. It's not like a huge detriment to me, but that is definitely the case with this one.
But you notice it way more when you then run into things where the movie insists that it's got something to, not something to say. It's not being deep, but at the end you're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself if you say that the end was a goofy thing, like when Bruce
Oh,
Willis says he
absolutely
loves.
was.
It was not trying to be goofy.
That's Luke
But it
Besson
that
being
was the
like,
emotional climax.
That's the emotional. So again, it's okay to be goofy, but there's, like Steven said, the clever way to do it is to use it respectfully and proper ways,
Yeah.
so that it balances with the seriousness, so it doesn't overshadow or cloud or muddy the plot. But here, it's all goofy, and then you reach these points where the director expects you to feel something or to get the movie at this point, and you're like, wait, but that's not goofy, so this is just stupid. So goofy,
Man.
that's what keeps it juvenile instead of being something more mature.
Y'all
this
are
is
really
like-
putting me in an awkward situation here where like I feel like I'm gonna have to defend this movie even though I'm not like super high on it. Like I'm
curious what
mildly
parts you want
positive
to
about this
defend.
movie, whereas you guys are just like this
I'm
thing
not
is a fucking
super
piece
low
of
on
shit.
it,
You know,
if I'm being
like
Yeah,
honest.
I mean,
Not
it
gonna
was
disagree
that's the
with
vibes that I'm
pointing-
getting currently. Of just
it was
like
quite
I don't-
entertaining.
I don't hate the movie. I just
Mm.
don't
Oh,
disagree
sure.
with the things Andrew's saying. That's
Sure.
the only thing.
Okay, my critiques are gonna be that there are things about this that I hate. Not the entirety of the movie, because I do think that there are some, like I said, goofiness can be fun, and there are parts of that were entertaining to me, and I'll even go as far as to say is there were some set designs that I actually liked, and some situations that I thought were kind of like creative and put together well.
New alien chick, hot.
And then
Oh yeah.
where I currently stand right now is like I don't think there was anything in this movie that like upset me. There were just some moments where I'm just like, that didn't work, or that's kind of lame.
It felt,
but there was not. Yeah, but there wasn't any part of this movie where I'm just like, God, that doesn't make sense. That's fucking dumb.
It's not like, when I say parts, I don't mean like a part, like a scene in the movie. I mean an aspect, like the way I grade, right?
Yep.
Like I'm looking at the entirety of this movie and how it was put together.
Yep.
And there are certain aspects like of the anatomy of this movie that are missing.
Sure.
Or just wrong or bent. And like I can say that there were parts that were entertaining or creative or fun about this movie, but that can't overshadow the fact that this movie is really struggles with story. And just because your movie is goofy doesn't mean that story doesn't matter, and it doesn't mean that things shouldn't have any cohesion. Because even in a Leslie Nielsen movie, there is cohesion between things. In a Mel Brooks movie, there's cohesion, and that consistency is what allows you to be entertained and follow the path of the movie. What's being taught. So I'm not saying that this needed to be some dramatic sci-fi like hardcore movie to be a good movie. I'm saying that it needed to be cohesive. It needed to have some sort of direction and glue. It's missing the glue.
Yeah.
It's all sprinkles and no icing.
Sure. That's fine. Like and this is where things I think are going to get awkward, because I feel like I'm going to agree with most of the points that you make.
You just don't react to them as harshly.
I don't hold them in as high of a regard. So like, they do undoubtedly like impact my sort of overall experience. But at the end of the day, I am still like positive on this movie personally, in terms of like, I enjoyed it when I watched it, and I can kind of see like why this seems like a cult classic kind of movie, where like it maybe didn't like succeed too well when it first released, but then people kind of discovered it later.
I want you to go look at this director's track record and see that I didn't look a lot into the history of this movie because I don't know how well it did or like how it was received, but I have a feeling that this was not a popular thing. And it didn't become popular until within the last 20 years, or not even 20 years, like 10 years. Oh, it completely flopped. Yes, because it didn't look like Luc Besson had a lot of work after this, until fucking Valerian.
What a shitty movie.
And that's one of the worst movies I've ever seen.
Luc Besson.
Oh, he was a writer for Lucy.
See, and that's another shit movie.
Fifth Element, Professional. I don't recognize these movies. Taken.
I mean,
oh wait, the TV series.
Yeah.
There's a TV series.
Like a producer or something.
I mean, those days, it was the days that Bruce Willis was like peak time. So if
Bruce Willis was hot back then.
Yeah, if the movie wasn't succeed, there was a problem with this movie.
Well, and like I also want to point out that I'm not impressed by any of the acting in this movie except for Gary Oldman, and that's just a given. Gary Oldman's
always gonna kill it.
Bruce Willis just showed up and did Die Hard, and Mila Jovovich pretends to be an ape the whole movie, and everyone else is just reading their lines in a goofy way. Like
Mila was okay.
Especially the
okay.
priest.
Is it Mila or Mia?
Mila.
Mila, yeah, I thought she was okay.
She didn't do anything. She was just kind of behaving in a goofy way. I don't think there was anything. Like, you can be entertained by that, but I wouldn't go out and say like she did a good job. There was nothing to do with.
That was a role though, so I mean I was not impressed, but I didn't like it.
There was nothing like
she's gonna win an award.
I didn't feel anything wrong about her
moment or anything from anyone in this movie. I don't know if that's like if they're really given opportunity to give award-winning performances.
I wouldn't describe anybody's performance as like.
But again, like
we're like saying, like there's no.
Yeah,
there's no like
come
moment
on.
where
Chris
I'm
Tucker
like,
was great.
wow, that was really good. I mean, Chris Tucker is just
But
being
that's just
Chris Tucker.
that's
That's just
okay.
him acting
That's
like
If you
himself,
just
though.
say
This-
that's
and
who
that's
Chris
my
Tucker
issue.
is, then Chris Tucker is just an entertaining person. Like I liked
okay,
his
but that's not.
performance.
We're not. That's not what's in question. It's
Sure.
Not, it's not a question of whether or not the actors are good. It's whether or not there was the performance was good. And you can say that Chris Tucker was entertaining because he is just genuinely entertaining. The same way that Bruce Willis is good at being that character.
His character
So,
annoyed the shit
this
out
is-
of me.
This is more of my criticism of the director Luc Besson of not actually directing them to do anything but just be themselves.
Sure.
Which means that I didn't see Corbin Dallas. I didn't see Ruby Road. I saw Chris Tucker and Bruce Willis. That's fine. That's fine. But those aren't roles. Those aren't characters anymore. They're just people I like in the world in any movie.
Well, counterpoint. This director also made the movie Taxi, starring Queen Latifah and Jimmy Fallon.
Oh well, there you go.
No,
That's-
but he was also just a producer on that.
Early screenplay.
Andrew,
You're right.
He wrote the Transporter movies, so suck it.
The Transporter movies?
Yeah.
Really?
And
yeah,
and
bro,
the,
my
and all yeah, he wrote all of the Takens actually.
Damn.
Did he really?
Yeah.
And Arthur and the
Oh,
Invisibles.
my goodness. Arthur and the Invisibles.
Ay. But yeah, so like, yeah, my overall like thesis, thought, or whatever is that like, I enjoyed this movie. It was I was personally very entertained by like the characters and the little set design stuff that they have. The CGI was charmingly 90s. But any sort of like emotional beats that this movie was trying to hit, like genuinely emotional beats, never connected personally.
There was no way they were going
But-
to ever connect with.
Yeah, but fortunately, like
that.
for better or for worse, those emotional beats weren't really like that. They didn't end. They were probably intended to be the core of the movie, but they didn't really end up being that core to the movie, or at least my enjoyment of it. So like their presence was few and far between and brief enough for me to not be particularly bothered by it.
The only reason stuff like that bothers me is because it says something about the entirety of the movie. If the director can make that whole thing and then get to the end and then expect to actually say the fifth element was love and Bruce Willis loves the fifth element, which is what saved the world. No. And
If he thinks
the
he
fact-
succeeded in conveying that, he's wrong. Like
that shows a level of ineptitude that you then have to apply. Either he was lucky earlier and or was an idiot at the end. So like to me,
but if he was lucky, then I'm fine with that. Honestly,
Luck,
Like, people
but
can
luck
luck
is
into
fine,
entertainment.
but looking at the entirety of the movie, again, you can't, as a grade of the whole movie, it's clear that there was nothing holding everything together because he didn't actually do anything that wasn't designed to be anything. You just happened to be entertained by his mistakes in the earlier parts. So I can't say that that's a good movie. I can just say, oh, he had some fun with the goofiness, but
Yeah.
he clearly didn't make a movie.
Yeah, and this is where I think we just this is more just a matter of essentially how we rate movies. Like you rate it generally based on like the movie, and then I rate it based on kind of like my experience watching it, right?
Yeah.
So those can
will say-
sometimes those usually align, but they can sometimes go off in wildly
Yeah.
different directions.
It's those things, unfortunately, just they affect my ability to enjoy a movie. Like I'll
understand
explain in other times, right? When movies really suffer from theme, the reason that's so important to me is because I find it really hard to follow the action and the plot and what's happening and give a shit about what's happening because I'm not watching like scene by scene. I'm watching collectively and like adding up the things that are happening and then using those to anticipate what's coming.
Yeah.
So because I don't like separate scene to scene when I'm watching it, if I'm doing that and keeping track of what's being added up, and that what I'm seeing currently is not an equivalent of what's being added up, and that what I anticipate is the opposite of what the equation has been leading towards, suddenly like nothing makes any sense and I can't enjoy it anymore.
Out of curiosity and completely out of left field, unrelated to anything, what did you rate Transformers again?
Oh, I can't remember. I was probably like a 5.
Jesus.
Hell yeah, it was.
Jesus. Because what you were describing there, was like I can't feel connected to like the action or the story beats or whatever because there's just like it doesn't feel like there's anything holding it together. There's like no context or
But
whatever.
but
That's how
here's
I
the
felt
thing,
about
though.
Transformers.
But here's the thing though, like I can't remember what I gave the rating for Transformers, whatever. But I do know that Transformers, despite being not a good movie, is at least cohesive.
Yeah.
Like whether you like it or not, that movie actually does have a consistent like plot that you can
Yeah.
follow. Whether or not you like the places that it takes you, you never fall off the truck.
Sure.
Like in this movie, like you're looking for where the spaceship went most of the time.
Hmm.
But and then deciding whether or not you thought that the butt flying past that farted on you made you laugh or not.
Usually it does.
That usually gets me.
What do you feel was not cohesive? If I could speak for Andrew, at least what it was for me, especially like the whole sequence once they started to like get to paradise, it was fun and entertaining, and it made sense in sort of like the plot and stuff like that. Hang on, this is a very strong beer, and my brain's starting to catch up with my mouth.
Uh-oh.
The
You want me to take a crack at it?
no, because
No, he's
you
speaking
then
for
you will
you
put
right now.
words into my mouth that I don't agree with.
Well, take the words out first and then put them back.
Exactly. It's it seems like the end of this movie and the stakes of what's been going on in terms of like this millennium spanning sort of prophecy kind of thing of this like innate evil or whatever. You have this sort of like shootout action scene in this hotel where a bunch of shit's blowing up, and it's all fun to watch. But I completely forgot about the fact that they were going there for like the stones and shit. Like I'm just seeing like all these explosions
Yeah.
and
Doctor
these like
was
fighting
protecting
things
the whole
happen.
time.
Yeah. Open up
He was
the
doing
movie
his
thread.
job.
Plus. What? So you can post your movie and then peace out, Pomo?
No. You have to stay until the end of the stream if you want to submit a movie.
No, he just wanted to put that.
Oh. Look at that hot babe, man.
I love
Thank you,
how
on the
I love
stream.
how low res that thing is.
It's tiny.
I think not.
All right.
I think not.
So
there's a
so
refresh.
like you start with like this and I always bring this up whenever there's some like being escaping from a laboratory scenario. I'm just like I got Elfen Lied vibes of them.
Yeah.
You have like this sci-fi like not necessarily like creature feature, but like sort of thing of just like this otherworldly being existing and coming to terms with that, and then gigantic like hour-long action sequence Bruce Willis stuff, and then the last 30 minutes is like emotional climax of just like, oh, we need to figure out Indiana Jones style how to make these things work, and then like there's a love story like thrown in there. I did not like. So one of the core motivations of Bruce Willis throughout this entire movie is just his infatuation with
Sex in a tube.
with
They should've-
with the fifth element, Mila or whatever. With
Yeah.
just he thinks she's hot.
Lilu.
He
Lilu.
thinks she's hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
So-
should have been the message. Naked women are the fifth element, not
So that's why he's going to all these fucking lengths and putting his life in danger to get some of that fifth element puss.
They should have had to have sex to save the world. That would have made this a great movie.
Dude,
and
imagine
then-
trying to
watch.
get it up when the world is about to evaporate in 40 seconds.
Well, they're literally like 2 seconds away from being obliterated. I don't know. Hopefully, Bruce Willis.
That fifth element does it.
Like,
He's come.
but you know what I mean though? Like,
So that's what
if
kind
the
of felt
first
incorrect.
time- If the first time Mila, sorry Jared, I just
No, you're
thought
good.
about
You're
this.
good.
Like
Go for
the
it.
first time Mila drops into the taxi, and it's this like, man, Bruce Willis has to decide: is it worth getting in trouble over this girl? It's so fucking serious, right? And then later he's like, she had nice tots.
Perfect skin.
It's so tonally jarring every time it switches from it trying to do something plot relevant versus trying to entertain you.
They literally did
So-
show that was post saving the world.
Yeah, they
No,
already
yeah,
saved the world.
but I think because this movie was as a majority, and the things that were entertaining about it were the goofiness, were the not taking it seriously, was the slapsticky, tongue-in-cheek stuff.
Hmm.
So if been consistent about that, right, then it would have been cohesive. So if when Mila first shows up, it's kind of like a Leslie Nielsen movie where if a girl shows up, his instant reaction is to be like, his motivations are about the sex instead of love. That's funny. I can get behind that. I can still follow the plot. I get it now. And then at the end, instead of trying to make it about love, or like make it a joke that they're clearly not in love, but like that's actually it's making a comment about how people think they're in love, but whatever. You know what I mean? Instead of trying to make those things so tonally different from the rest of the movie, because it makes it feel like the director is an idiot, that he really believed that this was going to mean something, instead of, no. Like Mel Brooks is not an idiot. He actually knows to write a good story and tell us a convincing story with plot that uses jokes to basically get you from point to point. And same with like Leslie Nielsen and these other guys. But this is different. And when I say cohesion, I definitely mean tone. And I mean the narrative, the way that the story is being told. Okay, do you really think they weren't meant to be taken seriously? There's people crying. Like it's not. You don't see that anywhere else in the movie. It's clearly a tonal shift.
I mean, so I think what I sort of struggle with is like, in my opinion, they definitely weren't meant to be taken like ironically or comedically, and that only really leaves me with only like one other option of just like they was meant to be taken seriously, or maybe like they just didn't give a shit to be like, oh, we got to throw this in anyway because audiences like that kind of stuff. Regardless, I don't think I definitely didn't get the sense that I was meant to like chuckle
something
during these scenes.
No, those were not they were not breaks from that. Because this movie, the plot itself was serious. The stakes were serious, and it never made it's that the characters were making jokes about that, and the characters were jokes, not the plot. Now, if the plot itself was also a joke, then when we got to those things, I wouldn't have taken them seriously. But because the plot was kept serious, that it was about love, and that Bruce Willis is alone, and this girl falls in, and they don't make a single joke about the connection between Bruce and Mila. I don't know how to watch that movie and think that it was like Bruce Willis saying that he loved Mila was a joke. That was
here's the thing. In a weird kind of, not directly, in a weird kind of way, I think I agree with Rocha. In the fact that, hang on, let me double check what he said here. I don't think the plot was serious. I think.
What do you think the plot is? Describe the plot.
No. Hang on. I don't think the reason that people enjoy this movie is not because of the plot. And so like I feel like for me, as I'm watching this movie, something happened in my brain where I kind of just like compartmentalized that part of the plot. So like, okay, this isn't important for me to think about. I like these things that are happening, and it keeps doing that thing. Because I'm taken back to the fact that this was a cult classic. It bombed in the box office and then eventually found an audience like decades later. That usually I feel like happens because there's something about the movie that resonates with like a large group of people once they like all discover it collectively. And I feel like the thing that resonated with people was like the cartoony characters and the goofy tone, and then they could kind of just like dismiss the plot of it and the serious stuff because like, oh, it's just tropey garbage, it doesn't matter. And that's kind of like the mindset that I'm weirdly in right now. Like as an entire cohesive movie, yeah, it's not great. But in terms of like the parts that I enjoyed about it, there was something that like switched in my brain where I could kind of just like not care about that, which is weird because I can't really like cohesively explain why that is the case, because sometimes that is super important to me when I'm watching a movie, but for some reason for this one, not as much. And again, this is like, I'm like middlingly positive about this movie, so I sound like I'm like kind of singing its praises and making a big deal about like these things and just like dismissing these other important things, just damn them to hell or whatever. But what the way God damn it, the way that Rocha put it, I'm just like, I don't agree with that verbatim, but I feel like I agree with the spirit of it. Like, I think I understand why this movie is cult classic-y in the fact that like it has some serious flaws. But that doesn't matter as much to me when I watch it. I don't know. That was a bunch of word vomit. Feel free to rant.
I just don't know how to say that the movie, like, if you think that what makes the movie great is that it's tropey and it's like self-aware and it's actually making fun of things like good versus evil, love will win in the end. Like I can get that that's why you would like a movie like this if it were consistent. Just the fact that a movie makes fun of itself on the surface shouldn't be in itself just an overall praise of the movie. If when you get to the part when it's making fun of itself, it actually takes itself seriously, because I don't know how to watch those scenes with Bruce Willis and Mila and not think that Luc Besson thought this is legitimate.
Love.
You know, because when I think
he legitimately thinks that is love, oh god.
I find it hard to believe that he thinks that was supposed to be some like thought-provoking.
But why? Okay, then why isn't it on the same level of like? Why isn't it using the same tone as the rest of the movie? Why does it switch? But it is different from Galaxy Quest, because Galaxy Quest has a serious plot, an actual serious plot, and it's that the way people respond to things is sometimes a joke. Whereas, like, here, even the plot, like Roke is pointing out, actually is not that serious. Like, the plot itself, like, the underlying plot is a joke, but then instead of them just reacting to things as jokes, they react in genuine ways. It's not a joke anymore. Like, Bruce Willis does love Mila, and Mila loves Bruce Willis, and that saved the planet, you know. And it didn't make a joke about it. It was absolutely serious, and it felt like tonally different to the rest of the way the story was being told.
I think it's almost like it's trying to make that seriousness be the joke, like it's sort of thing. They're trying to use that to
See,
be
if like
I don't know,
said, if that's the
irony
case,
of how this like ridiculous, like, oh yeah, love conquers the universe, like they're taking it really seriously, but that's kind of like,
you know what probably helped me like decompartmentalize like the plot of this movie and the tropey cheesiness of it was the fact that this was made in what, like 1997. I'm just like, oh, that's such a 90s trope or whatever, so I just like disregard it.
There are a lot of
I disregard it in the sense of like my enjoyment of the movie, not the quality of the movie. Those are, especially for this review, those are two very different things. So I personally, if it was meant to be like like as Roka's saying here, it's like this big planet-sized evil that's going to destroy the universe, and love is the answer to it. If that was meant to be like comedically ironic, that was lost on me. I didn't get that sense personally. Yeah. I thought that this was a genuine attempt at like plot development.
I feel like that was the goal. It's just whether or not, like, obviously it didn't land in either regard. But I feel like there's no way that they were shooting that scene like, yeah, this is gonna be a dramatic moment where people are crying during this scene.
But I think I can see why a bunch of people can see that scene and just be like, fucking cheesy 90s tropes. This movie's great. Like it's part of the entertainment for them, which is how it sort of goes into like cult classic kind of status.
I agree. I talked about this earlier at Atmospherium. I don't think that Chris Tucker just being Chris Tucker is something that is praiseworthy. The same way as like Paul Walker being Paul Walker in Fast and Furious, just because you like Fast and Furious doesn't make Paul Walker like a great actor.
You could argue that Robert Downey Jr. in Iron Man is just him being Robert Downey Jr. like a lot of people tend to point out, and I still like his performances in those. Like watching charismatic people on screen is just entertaining for me.
And that's fine, but like if we want to actually get into the like, is that like good acting?
Sure.
That's different than just like you being a charismatic person.
Sure.
Funny person.
There's plenty of like charismatic people that are funny to watch. That doesn't make them good actors. And I think that's why, unfortunately, Hollywood is actually more about the like, let's just find like really energetic, high charisma people.
Why do you think The Rock is constantly playing The Rock in every single movie he's in?
Yeah, he's not a good actor.
He's not.
Yeah, Chris Tucker
There
does
are
like-
actually very few good actors, like people who become other people. It's
Mhm.
mostly just people that they find on the
You
street
have
that are
like
beautiful
beloved
inside and
character
out.
actress
Happens to
Margot
be good at
Martindale, who just like
seeming like
disappears
characters.
into any role that she's a part of.
Yeah, like I at least to me, this whole movie feels satirical.
Mm.
Like even the serious parts were meant to be just like, haha, look how serious we're making this out to be, even though it's really dumb. Sort of.
I didn't get that sense personally, but
Watching the whole,
I'm saying that's what the goal of it is.
Yeah.
But whether or not.
I can believe that that's why people have sort of like adopted a love for this movie, is they've sort of kind of crafted that perception around it. But I do feel like in making this movie, there was some like attempt at genuineness throughout it.
So there were a couple of moments that I couldn't enjoy the movie, that it didn't just get me. But the one point is like at the end of the movie, Miller, the Lilu, and the Bruce Willis was like, I don't know, love, I love you. It didn't get me at all. I didn't feel any thrills or suspense or something like that. Oh yeah, no, because throughout the whole movie, do you know how many times they were together? How long they were together?
One of
at
the
first-
scenes, he just like Sleeping
in
Beauty
the
kissed her awake. That was weird.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that.
Without my permission.
Yeah.
So let me just list
Okay,
like
can
how
you-
they
The journey from there to the actual "I love you" scene is very little developed.
Can I
Yeah,
quickly
so
point
there
out
are-
that he?
there are-
Oh, go ahead.
sorry. Oh yeah, so okay, it's gonna be quick. So there are like probably less than 5 or 10 minutes they will get together throughout the whole
Mhm.
movie until they said, "I love you." I don't know what is love. I love you and save the world. Probably
nothing
less
happened.
than 10 minutes. So when I said like when I leave the movie, when I watch the movie, when like in the climax scenes, like when the reason why I enjoy the movie is like when it's connected and like reward the ending scene. But I couldn't just feel anything about the ending because it wasn't. They didn't show anything in the movie that they love each other. Love was meant to be like a soul or anything or something like that. Fifth Elementary or something like that. No, they didn't show anything throughout the whole movie, and they won us, and at least me. They want me to feel anything about the ending. I say no.
Yeah.
No, I'm not getting that. Yeah, that's one part of the one part of the movie that just I couldn't
Yeah.
just enjoy the movie.
So this is so fucking weird for me because like I'm gonna say these things that I feel like in any other movie would be just like an instant deal breaker sort of thing, but it didn't really bother me for this one. Essentially, like in my opinion, the entertainment value of this movie like was about wrapped up before like the last 20 minutes, which is when they go back to Egypt and try and set up all those stones and save the world.
Just like really quickly.
that whole
Oh, 10
part
minutes
there.
ago.
Yeah, that whole part just seems like, oh fuck, we gotta like wrap up this narrative and then just like get it all out of the way so like shit makes sense. But like after the whole fucking hotel explodes, I'm just like, all right, cool. That was a great like
Yeah, the end of the movie.
climax finale thing, and then end of movie. They got the stones, cool.
Yeah.
And then like that whole like last 20 minutes just felt like kind of obligatory. And I think this is a product of viewing it through the lens of like cult classic sort of stuff of just like this was a genuine attempt at a plot and wrapping this up and character development and stuff. But the reasons that people enjoy this movie today kind of feel like they end after the hotel blows up.
I was checked out after the hotel blew up, if I'm being honest.
Yeah,
Dude,
absolutely. So like it's so weird because like
Copycat.
and I'm gonna just like I'm probably gonna say this a lot more throughout this review. It's like from a movie quality perspective, I can understand why this thing bombed at the box office. It's not a good movie. But today, for some reason kind of enjoyed watching it, and I feel that's why it doesn't surprise me that this movie has garnered like a cult classic sort of status. I'm starting to form in my mind what that necessarily means in terms of like people like a specific aspect of this movie, and that aspect of it is throughout the majority of the movie's runtime. And because they enjoyed that part of it so much, and you don't really see that all that much in like current movies, like they kind of glom onto it and then just sort of disregard the actual like legitimate problems with the movie. That's currently where I'm at right now, but I'm not at the same level of like massive hype of just like, you haven't seen The Fifth Element? Dude, you gotta watch The Fifth Element. So I enjoyed this movie specifically by ignoring some very, like, not intentionally, but there are some very big problems with this movie that didn't bother me, even though they would bother me massively in other movies. But for some reason that I can't articulate right now, that's just not the case for me. Which is why I think I'm going to agree with a lot of what Andrew's going to say, but then also just be like, yeah, but I still had fun.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those movies where if you go into it expecting it to be a good movie, you're not going to have a good time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I've definitely seen parts of this. I don't think I'd ever just sat and watched this movie. And if it had happened, it was when we were younger.
No, we watched it together like a couple years ago.
Definitely not a couple years ago. No way. While we were living together, we've never watched this while we lived together.
We watched it like when we were at home for Michigan, like Christmas or something.
That probably happened, and I probably didn't pay much of attention because I remember a lot.
Fall asleep through it during like,
that's probably, like during Thanksgiving or Christmas.
We definitely watched it, but I will say that that entire beginning part with all like the ancient like the Egypt stuff.
I
do not remember a single part of that, and I still one of my least favorite parts of the movie.
I don't know if I was alone on this. I was getting extreme Eternal Darkness vibes from that.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, same. I was like,
and
not in a good
like
way.
Eternal Darkness.
in the worst way possible. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good.
Although I just knew immediately that Aziz Lights was probably something that people who love this movie quote constantly. It's like, I get that. For sure. I can respect that.
Well, I was thinking Azim Crones the whole time.
Azim Crones!
Okay, so here, three things now. But the first one being, did y'all in that first, in the prelude, right?
Yeah.
The prologue movie, did you get an accurate sense of the tone of the movie? Or did it take longer than that for you to realize what the movie was going to be?
It took me longer because that entire prelude was serious. There wasn't really anything comedic going on.
Exactly.
Except for maybe like the Three Stooges moment, like, oh, we can't toast in the ruins. But
yeah, but all of that like that could happen in Indiana Jones. You know what I mean? Like none of that felt like satire.
To me, the design of the aliens was
it was funny.
Oh, I thought it was.
Oh, that didn't seem intentional though.
Like, it's low budget. It's low budget, which seems like it's gonna be.
You know what?
Like it was giving me like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy sort of vibes. It's like gonna be just kind of.
You thought it was gonna be campy from that.
Yeah, like that. Okay. That screamed camp to me. So I'm like, all right, the rest of the movie.
I think I've pinpointed something. I think I've come to an understanding of why I enjoy this movie or how like cult classics kind of happen. I personally genuinely don't think that those like sort of alien designs were meant to look goofy. I thought that was an attempt to be serious.
I did.
And that kind of tickles me. Like I find that entertaining.
This is relevant to one of the things I was going to ask then.
Mm-hmm.
So my other thing was going to be, I think that maybe the reason this movie is difficult for us to agree on is because of how fine of a line it is between seriousness and satire.
Yeah. Oh, I don't think if there's anything satirical in this movie, I think it was completely by accident, personally.
Yeah. I think that there are we could probably say about the same scene two different things, like where I thought no, like that thing was trying to take itself seriously, like no, it was self-aware, it knew it was was making fun of itself.
See, I think my opinion is like,
are you sure?
I think my opinion is like, see, this thing was trying to take itself seriously, and then my opinion is like, I know, isn't that kind of funny? Like,
Yeah. So so then my final point was going to be: do you think you would like this as much if it came out in 2023?
Absolutely not. No.
Like, I think this is wine.
Which
this
is
thing needed
weird.
to age
Like,
to get
how-
the credit that it's getting.
But how does that happen? I think that's what I'm trying to grapple with now, right? Because like I'm listing all,
'Cause now
I'm saying all these things that would normally just like wreck a movie for me.
right.
Why is that not the case for this one? I don't know yet, but I know
What makes-
I feel
what
in my
makes the-
heart that I'm just like, I legitimately enjoyed this movie, despite the fact that it has very glaring flaws.
Is
but
it
I don't
that
know
like
yet.
basic rule of comedy where like what is it tragedy plus time or whatever?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
is that what applies here? This is only actually funny, entertainingly funny to us now because the time has passed to age it, and now
Yeah.
it's charming.
Yeah,
Whereas
'cause,
if
like,
we had
the-
watched this in 1997, we would be sitting here saying just the things where it's like, what was that? That kind of made
Yeah.
no sense.
The really shitty like 90s CG stuff looks like entertainingly charming in this day and age.
Well, it feels at home next to the sort of tone of the rest of the
Yeah.
movie, because like the whole tone of the movie is just
I'm
kind of
just-
like weird and campy, and then when you see the CG just not really like hitting their mark, you're like, oh, all right, that makes sense.
I'm just
Where
curious as to
Back
like
then, probably
how that happens, because now where my brain is going right now is like, what is a movie in like our time that's going to be a cult classic
Cult
like 10
classic.
to 20 years from now?
Morbius.
Oh god. I'm
I
just
don't
like
think that'll ever be a cult classic.
Well, it was a
all
meme.
I can
It was
hope
a
in my
meme.
heart,
Things
all I
are
can hope
memes
in my
now. I
heart
don't
is that
memes,
I'm just
yeah.
like, it better not be After Earth.
No.
No.
I
That
think
doesn't
enough time
have-
has
I feel like
passed.
it's almost impossible to anticipate.
That
you know?
doesn't have enough iconic like stuff.
You,
like,
you gotta
say
think
what you
like,
will about Fifth Element, it is like a fairly iconic movie for better or worse.
see, John
it-
Wick is
is it
already
really,
beloved
though?
though.
It's a unique movie. There's no like this is exactly like Fifth Element movie.
So
out
you also have to think like, what kind of movie is going to appeal to like
Future
whatever you call 'em.
generations.
post Zoomers or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like you already
Understand
have
'em.
an idea of like what sort of Zoomer humor is, or like what they find entertaining. But then you just think like 1 degree past that almost seems impossible to anticipate.
Well, you need to think then about what things does our generation love, but future generations would make fun of, and then eventually find charming for how dumb we are for liking it.
Would you consider Terminator to be a cult classic then?
Terminator. Yeah, I mean, I think Terminator would fall into that category.
there. So if only Terminator 1 existed and people liked
Man.
it, that would be a cult.
I don't
classic.
think any of the Marvel movies are gonna be that.
Well, no, because they can't be a cult classic because they're already hits right now. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Like, it has to
It's gotta
something-
be a
cult classic has to be something that is not widely
I am-
received, but
Got it.
I am
has
praying.
a following behind it.
I am praying, and maybe this is already like it's already kind of happening, but the goddamn like Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies, for the
Oh,
love of God,
I mean-
those need to be like respected more. Not necessarily,
at
but,
least
like,
they
I
stand
feel like
out
they're
a little bit.
severely
No,
underrated.
the
It has a
thing
great
is-
style, super cheesy, not the greatest plot, but they're
They
fun.
didn't flop hard enough to be cult classics. Is
I
what I'm
know.
saying. Like to be a cult classic, it has to
I
be
guess.
something that like most people don't know about, and the people who like it like
Right.
it.
I think
That's
I was just genuinely surprised when I first saw those movies, and they got like extremely middling reviews. Like 6
They
was
were
like
fine,
the highest.
you
I
know,
would
they were
see.
fine.
Oh,
Right.
they're-
Dude, if a
like,
third
I
one's
feel like
coming,
they
I am.
did- I feel like they
there.
did okay, sort of thing. Like I don't think
Okay,
they bombed quite
right,
as much
like-
as you thought.
Well, go look it up. Let's see. Like, did the Sherlock? But I agree with Steven that I don't think that these movies qualify for cult classic. They don't have.
They gotta like go under the
That's-
radar, right?
You have to,
They have to
yeah,
disappear.
disappear, and then people have to
Aw,
find
Now
it
you see me.
back.
Oh shit! Hang
Yeah,
on.
see, they're getting like 7s and stuff, so that
They're
like,
pretty well received. Okay, I have a theory, and it sucks, but I don't
wait,
think that
Dexter
we'll have
Fletcher, no.
cult classics ever again.
might not honestly. Like
For the
we,
same
we, mi-
reason
we
we're
might
not-
not
we're not
have
gonna
like the
have-
culture to do that. Yeah.
Well, the reason we had cult classics was because the pool of entertainment was much smaller, and it was easy for something to disappear but simultaneously
Oh,
be famous.
What a tragedy. Filming almost took place at the end of 2016 for Sherlock Holmes 3,
Oh.
but then he hit up Iron Man.
I mean,
It's like the
Marvel. Well, he was
franchise.
already doing.
Right, he was
they were
already
doing
doing
Iron
that,
Man.
yeah.
In 2008 is
What
when
a
they started doing that. But
Tragedy.
yeah, that's a bummer.
Sorry to bother you. Wait, I feel like I've heard this.
What list?
Oh,
what
sorry
list
to.
is
Yeah,
this?
I feel like I've heard of this movie before.
Sorry to bother you.
Yeah, I've actually
I
heard
don't-
it
I
was
don't know
actually pretty
this.
good.
I never heard of it.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch that one.
What list was that? The list that Roka?
This
shared?
is 14 recent
That was
movies
a whole
destined to
other-
become future cult
like,
classics.
time
All right, let's take a look. Alita Battle Angel? Ah, you know what? Maybe.
I could see that.
Because I've heard
Yeah.
some extremely polarizing things about that movie.
Yeah, I feel like it has to be like a people either really like it or really hate it sort of movie to be a cult classic too.
Yeah.
Like, it can't
It's-
just be like a mediocre, like yeah, it was fine.
No. There
That's
has
like-
to be like a large majority of people hate this movie.
Yeah, but
Gunpowder
then the
milkshake.
people who like it have to like kind of bring it back and keep it
Which
going.
which
sort
you
of.
know what? I'm calling it. I'm calling it right now. Whoa, hello.
Oh.
I'm calling it right now. Once Barry season 4 wraps up, it's gonna get the Breaking Bad treatment of people are going to discover it and just be like,
Discover
holy
it.
shit, this show is amazing.
A resurgence. Yeah.
Yeah, because
I
I think
definitely
I
see
remember
that.
Breaking Bad didn't really like pop off until it like hit Netflix after it was done.
No,
Well,
it was popping
dude,
off.
it
All
was-
airing like season 3, I think is when it started popping.
It was
off.
Okay.
big. But
Barry
I
is
will
so
agree
fucking
that-
good, Atmospherium. God
Yeah.
damn it.
Thank you. Atmospherium must
No
just have the
spoilers.
same-
I haven't seen the most recent episode, but
Ah, damn
and Roka is still
There's
on
no-
what
I don't
season
know where
3?
Roka's at.
I haven't seen that.
But goddamn, Barry is so fucking good. So
Oh,
good.
Arrested Development. Yeah, I didn't watch
And-
Arrested Development until Steven showed it to me a couple years ago.
I only watched Arrested Development once it was on Netflix.
Yeah.
Before they made the new seasons, and then the new seasons came out.
But I feel
I
like
mean,
just
We're
sorry.
overlooking that The Office went through that. I mean,
That's
The
true,
Office
that's
was
true.
it was definitely big when it came out, but The Office was huge after it ended.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Do you like all these like kids who are watching The Office these days? And like
Malignant. Okay.
Malignant. Now that is a cool
That's
one.
gonna be.
Yeah.
I can
You know what?
get
You know
behind
what?
that.
So definitely like this type, like horror type movies
Yeah.
are much likely to be cult classics.
Yeah, because they're unintentionally just like
They're
goofy.
already divisive too.
Yes.
Just in the nature of the genre.
Yeah. Like when something can be good for the wrong reasons, that's
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
See, Malignant is one of those where I actually think that everything about it was planned and it was clever, and I give it so much credit for doing what it did.
Well, I mean, this
Oh, I
is
mean,
the
they
same.
knew what they were doing with the character design in that movie.
I feel like
everything they did was on purpose.
I would have to agree because the guy who directed this was the dude who did like Saw and The Conjuring. Like he
Yeah,
knows how
yeah.
to make solid horror movies. And then he does this because he gets like a modern Hollywood budget. He's like,
Which
I'm gonna
arguably,
do-
I would say this is the more entertaining movie. Of
This
of-
is the
I
better
bet.
movie of
I
those
bet.
of the Saw, Conjuring, and Malignant. Malignant's the best movie.
yeah, like Saw. Yeah, it's like it created a whole genre of
Yep.
movies, and it's really important movie.
And
But
Saw
I
will
would
be
this,
a
watch-
this, this dude
I
literally
would watch
created
Malignant
back-to-back
or-
like
I would.
franchises. Saw and The Conjuring. Like he knows what he's doing. You're not. I don't think you're gonna have a Malignant
Where's my Malignant
franchise,
universe?
but that's
Where's my
fucking
franchise?
Great. Good
I
boys.
just want to be Hank from Barry.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these things I'm not going to have heard of.
Which I think is a good. Oh, I've actually heard Suspiria is great. It's a remake of an older, I want to say French movie, but this is I think it's a horror movie around like ballet dancing. I've seen
like
a couple
Black
of
Swan.
scenes. Oh yeah, exactly like Black Swan.
Which is a terrible movie.
Oh, Annihilation. I've been meaning
Annihilation.
to watch this.
Cool.
I've heard it's
I mean,
pretty good.
I like
it's
Garland
it's
makes cool
it's
movies.
all right, but
Mhm.
dude, Ex Machina is so much better.
Oh yeah,
Sure.
100%.
And I
Um,
think Ex Machina is more of a cult classic, I think, than Annihilation. I think if anything, that Alex Garden will be more talked about for Ex Machina than Annihilation.
Mildly related because I haven't seen Annihilation, but I did see a sci-fi movie. Fuck, I'm not gonna transition this.
Yeah.
How was Arrival perceived?
Everyone that has seen it loves it. I've never heard
Have a lot of
anyone-
people seen it? Because it was very good.
I'm pretty sure it was big. I
Yeah,
mean, people were still
okay.
going to the movie theater back then.
Okay,
Yeah,
if,
like,
if
I'm
it
pretty
was
sure it
big,
was
then
good.
fine. Okay, cool. Pig, I've actually heard is fantastic. It's one of Nicolas Cage's like best movies.
I don't know nothing about it.
Pig,
what
and
is
I
one
think
play?
I want to see Mandy as well. I've heard is great.
Is that another Nicolas Cage one?
It's another Nicolas Cage one, but it's exclusively on Shudder, the horror streaming service.
Oh.
Human Centipede. No, Human
I mean,
Centipede
yeah.
got some ridiculous notoriety. What
It's-
up, Rook? Oh, I've heard Pearl was actually
Hello?
pretty good. Bad Times at El Royale.
Never even heard of it.
No.
Yeah, no clue.
The
That's
Death
what I
of
figured was gonna
Stalin.
happen. I'm not gonna have heard of any of these.
But that's why they're
Dr.
cult
Sleep.
classic.
No.
I don't know
no,
about that one.
No.
Thank you, Rook. They've
Oh,
gifted
Rook.
75 gift subs in the channel.
Holy
Are you
My
kidding
guy.
me?
Yeah.
My guy.
Congrats
Holy
on
shit.
Look, save your money. It's not worth it.
Oh my god.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah,
you, Rook.
Doctor Sleep was like,
A
not
sequel
even
to The
good.
Shining that was not going to not succeed. You know,
Exactly.
but it was
like,
also
see.
not very good.
that doesn't matter.
It was,
you know,
pretty forgettable.
It was like, what? Huh?
But in
especially
terms
if
of
you
like
compare it to
financial success, this was always going to succeed.
Yeah, I don't see this one being a cult classic because it's a sequel. People are gonna.
This, I think,
want The
is
Shining
honestly
for
one of
it.
the
Alita
biggest
Battle
contenders.
Angels.
Yeah,
I can imagine that.
Yeah.
I buy this one the most out of
I still
everything on the
haven't-
list
Still
before.
haven't seen it, but like
Mhm.
it. Honestly, Robert Rodriguez makes cult classic movies.
He's good at making iconic shit.
Spy Kids, cult classic.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
It's probably like, you know what it is, and you could probably say this for the Fifth Element as well. Is just like you have a super passionate person who just wants to make the thing that they make, or wants to make the thing that they want to make, regardless of how people sort of perceive it, or even if like the quality of it, even essentially, if they're just trying to like emulate something that they already like. There's like an inherent passion behind it that they really, really believe in. And maybe that is kind of what shines through like decades later when people see it. It's like, oh yeah, a lot of this stuff is garbage, but you know what? I kind of find it charming, you know? Like maybe
Yeah.
that's what it is.
But it's definitely the time has to pass.
Oh, look at that. It's the movie that I
Jared's
put on that.
suggestion.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Look at that.
Where did you hear about this movie?
YMS really liked it, and I've just heard a lot of people say that this is one of their favorite horror movies to come out in like a decade. Plus the fact that
Okay.
it's literally like I think the majority of it is just Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe, and that's it.
Okay,
And I'm just like, well, count me in. That sounds awesome.
it does
Both
sound
good
good.
actors.
Yeah.
The Lobster. Oh, you know what?
Oh, I've
The
heard One Cut of the
The
Dead.
Lobster. The Lobster could be cult classic. It fits the bill.
The One Cut of the Dead is another thing that I've been meaning to watch. I think, and this may be a spoiler. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie, but like the first chunk of this movie is just a one shot of like some sort of like zombie apocalypse scenario, and then the rest of the movie is them. Is the movie depicting them trying to get that one shot. So it's like I want to say that like the first like one cut shot is like a 30-minute sequence. It's like a long ass
What?
sequence,
Oh, damn.
and then the rest of the movie is them like it is basically a movie that's showing these people try to film this scene, and I think it's still all fictional. It's not like a documentary style sort of thing.
No, it says things quickly get out of hand as real zombies attack the set.
Oh well, there you go.
It
Never
says
mind.
it says it right there.
All right.
So
Well, there's the spoiler then. That sounds entertaining to me.
And Japanese.
But yeah, I think this movie
better.
starts off as like a typical like cinematic, just like movie shot thing, and then it goes into like a mockumentary style kind of.
Okay.
Yeah,
It does.
sounds-
It sounds creative.
Yeah, it
iconic.
sounds neat. I've heard a lot of positive praise about that, but in terms of cult classic, I don't know.
Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
I feel like that's a movie that at this point should have reached like cult classic status.
I
Right?
think it-
because
I
I've
think
heard
it
of that.
is.
I've heard of that movie.
Yeah.
I think it's what some people. It's there like, oh, it's Halloween. Got to watch Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
cult.
I think for some people that exists already.
Cult classic movies. Let's see here.
But definitely cult classics are always horror movies.
Streets of
Streets
Fire.
of Fire.
Yeah.
Heard of it.
Because isn't Donnie Darko a cult classic?
I don't know if that's technically a cult classic.
It's
Oh,
just a
Blade
classic.
Runner. That one definitely
That's
bombed
just
in
that's
theaters,
just a
didn't
classic.
At this point, it's a classic, but I feel like it definitely bombed in the box office. I believe.
There's no way.
It didn't.
It's
It
Donnie
didn't.
Darko.
It
No.
was failed horribly.
The original Blade Runner failed.
Yeah, it
think
failed
so.
horribly.
Yeah, because the studio that had this movie made meddled in the editing a shit ton, and it wasn't until they got like a director's cut where the plot actually made sense and took out a bunch of like ridiculous plot elements that people actually started to appreciate it. There's Donnie Darko right there. Not initially a big hit upon release.
That's a great movie.
Oh really? Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Okay.
The original one.
Its box office disappeared like tears in rain. Here's a really sad fact that'll upset a lot of people. I have seen Blade Runner 2049, but I haven't seen the original Blade Runner.
Yeah, that's pretty upsetting.
Yeah.
Upsetting.
And I watched 2049 on an airplane.
Oh,
my
dear
God.
Lord. Oh.
Next thing you watch Dune on an airplane.
Are you
I
kidding?
haven't
Are you
seen
kidding me? Wow.
A visually
Ah.
stunning movie without the visuals. Great.
or the audio. Like the music is some
audio,
of the
yeah.
best, you know. Oh, Pomo too? What the hell, guys?
Why?
God. You're killing me.
I mean, why?
There are
Why?
some people that can like the new Blade Runner and hate the old Blade Runner, though. That's
What? Really? But it's a
Yes.
worse movie.
Oh,
I mean,
Pomo, no.
That is
The new
wrong
Blade
take.
Runner, even though I watched it on like a 6-inch screen, I thought the new Blade Runner was a goddamn masterpiece. That shit was gorgeous.
I mean, you don't have to like.
Pomo, I think the pace is probably something Pomo wouldn't be
The
about.
the pace, I think, is what really turned a lot of audiences off to the new Blade Runner.
That's what I like. most
That's
about
my
it.
Because
favorite part.
it was a
Blade Runner.
3-hour movie with very little action, and I think a lot of people went into that movie expecting it was like, oh, I've heard of Blade Runner. I thought it was pretty good. We got Ryan Gosling and Harrison Ford. Oh, this thing is gonna be sick.
Yeah.
Why is everyone just talking so long?
Or sometimes not talking, just like standing there. Dude, it is a cinematography masterpiece. But
So good. But not a great movie.
Oh
Okay.
no! This is not in the same
I would
realm
not
as
compare it to
Avatar.
Avatar. I would not compare it to
careful, Atmospherium.
Oh,
I assume you're not talking about the Last Airbender, right?
No, he's talking about Avatar.
But I also wouldn't compare anything James Cameron does to Ridley Scott.
goddamn! They live Repo Man. A Clockwork Orange? Ah, you know what? Probably. Yeah, I have no idea how this was perceived early on. Fight Club? Really?
That's not it. Oh,
I guess it wasn't
Yes.
popular when it first came out. So. But it's like the biggest cult classic.
This is yeah.
Pee-wee's Big
that's-
Adventure.
That's a
yeah.
great.
I
That
can see. I
is a
can see
cult
that being a
classic.
cult classic.
Oh my god.
Oh, large Marge sent ya.
Oh, that is still burned into my brain.
Oh my god.
The live action Last Airbender was masterpiece.
I'm glad you put the /s there. Otherwise, we would have had to ban you.
I was close to doing it.
We're doing Large Marge, baby.
Oh
yeah.
shit.
It has
This was
been
terrifying.
years since I've seen this, but it scared the fuck
It's
out
gonna
of me.
unlock some fucking memories, dude.
Core memories incoming.
There's a baby in there. Look at her face.
So hot.
Thanks for stopping.
This was my first introduction to Pee-wee. Like, I never saw any of his shows or was familiar with his character, but my dad's like, oh, you gotta watch Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
On this very
I was like,
night,
okay, Dad, cool.
10 years ago, along this same stretch of road, in a dense fog, just like this, I saw the worst accident I ever seen.
She's not even fucking
It was
blinking.
this sound, like a garbage truck dropped off the Empire State Building.
Oh my god.
And when they finally pulled the driver's body from the twisted, burning wreck, it looked like this.
Oh, that is horrifying.
That is very horrifying.
Yes, sir. That was the worst.
That scares me even now.
accident
That was
was
fucking
actually
I
scary.
ever seen.
Especially because like there's no like build up to it. Like
Nope,
Yeah.
it's just here you go.
Have a nice day.
Be sure and tell them Large Marge sent ya.
fucking Large Marge. God damn.
Woof.
Like, did they think that that was funny, or were they intentionally trying to scare
Hey,
an
are they
entire
trying to
population of
scar-
children? Holy
Scar
shit.
people for life. Mystery men. that's
I don't know what Mystery Men is.
It's that like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen like kind of spoof.
Oh,
Yeah,
that?
Evil Dead,
Yeah, we're-
definitely.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on. The Evil Dead movies, basically all Sam
Definitely
Raimi.
cult classic.
Everything
Yeah.
Sam Raimi is a cult classic.
I've actually heard that the latest Evil Dead Rise is a similar situation of like people are just like, man, I really love these specific aspects of it, but holy shit, does it dumpster it in certain other parts?
Yeah. I watched it in theaters. I had fun with it, but it was definitely not a great
Yeah.
movie.
I can totally see this one, 1,000,000%.
Yeah. Yeah, I get it.
Original Clerks.
I get it.
I mean,
For
that is like
sure.
the epitome of cult classic right there.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Where only people who think they know things about movies say they like it.
Well, I like Clerks, and I am under no illusions that I like movies or that I know things about movies. The Warriors, I haven't seen. I just know that one quote.
I don't know what that is.
Doctor Strange 2 confirmed future cult classic. False.
Wrong.
That is the one Sam
Nothing-
Raimi exception.
Yeah, no. Sorry, I forgot Sam Raimi did that.
Mm-hmm.
Princess Bride.
This is another movie that I don't like.
It's
don't like the
well,
movie.
so I
don't-
and that makes sense to me because I did enjoy this movie and it has significant faults with it.
But even like me not being analytical, I don't think I ever really enjoyed watching this movie.
Really?
I don't know. Like I
already
never
loved.
understood why everyone loved it so much.
It's already loved, but it came out in '87, right? Like
You are wrong to not like it. I know this is loved. I can't explain because I
It
haven't
is-
seen it in a while.
it
I
is
thought for sure you liked it.
Well, I don't have
aggressively
like problems
quotable.
with it, but this is not a movie that I'm like, ooh, let's put on Princess Bride, and I'm like, woohoo! I've never been excited that people wanted to watch this movie.
Movies where I'm like, need
This
to see
movie,
it.
this movie took me so long to see because I knew that I could not watch it with somebody who had already seen it. Because
Oh,
this
yeah,
is this
it's,
is this is one of those movies that like
I'm gonna
every
quote
other
the whole
line is a quote that they'll say. So they'll just be like
It
saying it like 2 seconds ahead of time.
Inconceivable. Listen. I get how
I enjoyed it.
the
Something where you-
quotability and stuff, and like it's goofy. It's got Andre the fucking Giant. It's
His
great.
last
I get it.
role
It's
before
just-
he died.
But like, if we're talking about like that scoring sheet, everything is great except for the entertainment. I'm not entertained by this movie.
I personally am.
It just doesn't do anything for me. I don't know.
Here's one that I thought I would like more. Office Space.
I love this
I-
movie.
I
I love.
enjoyed
I
love
I
it.
thought
I've
I would
only
love
seen
it
it
more. I do think that a lot of the ideas that it tackles are honestly timeless.
I think it's great. Well, because this is Mike Judge, man. This is like the other things that we like.
Yeah, Mike Judge.
From
Mike
them,
Judge
I mean-
makes good shit. But this and on a whole different tier, Idiocracy. I thought I would enjoy Idiocracy a lot more, but it was a very solid like 5 out of 10 movie.
I've only seen it like maybe once on
Yeah.
TV, so I don't know much about it. But this one, Office Space, I like.
Office Space. I wouldn't be upset if somebody like turned it on and I would watch it. But it's definitely
Yeah, I
not in, like,
voluntarily
it's definitely not
watched
in like
this.
my pantheon of.
Not long ago.
Sorry, Brooke. It was decent. It was okay in my opinion. Idiocracy.
It was fun. It was very entertaining.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
I need to
That's-
rewatch
that's
this
a
one.
cult classic.
I haven't seen this
Yeah,
since I want to
that's a
say
cult
like
classic.
6th grade.
It's so good,
Yeah,
What?
one of the
but it isn't at the same
It
time.
it seems it.
definition of cult
I'll have
classic.
to rewatch it again, but it seems to me like this movie was essentially just a feature length Monty Python sketch or a bunch of Monty Python sketches stitched together.
That's all their movies. Yeah,
Right, and this is the only Monty Python movie I've ever seen.
it's definitely my favorite.
Doesn't
Monty
have
Python,
what? Yeah,
but
the Idiocracy didn't have enough electrolytes
Very-
atmospherium.
very distinct sort of movies where
The
I
end is
do not
literal.
call
Do
that
not tell me that number one
Is
is
that
cop
really
out.
what the joke is? Because
Oh, the end
that's
is the
kind of
literal cop
incredible.
out. Yeah, no, I think that was what it was. A lot of people do bring it
To
up.
me that's intelligent comedy. That's creative, clever comedy. Funny. Life of Brian.
I need to.
I disagree. I disagree.
I need to familiarize myself with like literally the
I don't
only
like
thing I know about Monty
I
Python
didn't like it either.
is the Spanish Inquisition and Holy Grail. That's pretty much it. I haven't
think
seen
Biggest
much else
Dickus
Monty
is
Python.
a stupid joke.
Biggest Dickus is the least funny thing.
I've never laughed less than at Biggest Dickus.
We got Big Lebowski.
because they think it's so funny. That's the problem.
This is on my
I
list.
think that
This
is the
is Spinal
problem.
Tap. I feel like I would enjoy this movie.
You should watch Big Lebowski before this.
Sure.
I don't even know what Spinal Tap is. So.
This is Spinal Tap is like a mockumentary about like a metal bands. So it's basically like The Office, but for a metal band kind of thing.
I'm almost expecting to see Will Ferrell's face behind one of those guys.
Oh man. So yeah, I've heard that was good. Rocky Horror Picture Show I've heard is extremely divisive.
This is a cult classic
I
for
mean,
sure.
they still do like Rocky Horror Picture Show like screenings in theaters.
This
Uh-huh.
seems
People
to
love
be,
that one.
from what I've heard about this movie,
do like they throw specific things and like do all these
Yep.
like
Oh my goodness.
from
Yeah.
my perspective, this is like the kind of movie where like you watch it and either you get it or you don't. Like it was made for you or it was not. See, The Room
yeah,
for me, the Room is in a different pantheon of like, there's a whole different like section of
Oh, The
movies of just
Room.
like the so bad it's good kind of.
Yeah, that's
Experience.
it's not even
But-
it doesn't even apply to cult classic.
No,
though.
well, but I do think there actually is a connecting line of the fact that like The Room, Neil Breen's movies, and most of like the so bad it's good movies, the thing that I think makes them so appealing to a lot of audiences is that it was made with an earnest and genuine passion. And
Okay, that
that's
I
what
see.
people connect to. And I think that's what
You're
will
right.
probably make a cult classic like decades down the line.
But yeah, you're connected to the artist less so than the art. The art is just sort
Yes.
of a medium for you to connect with the artist. That I
Yeah.
can get.
hmm So I feel like that has to be like the burning hot core of what does and does not become a cult classic. There'll
that's fair.
there'll be somebody who just makes this thing that they really want to make regardless of what audiences think of it, and then maybe eventually decades down the line an audience like comes out of nowhere and discovers it, you know?
Well, because I think when something's a cult classic and people have like built their the way they talk around it, it's because they find something personal with the movie, and it's not because you find something personal with the movie. It's because you actually are relating to the creator of the movie.
And you know what?
I think that's what makes it so the connection so strong.
And I think that is why I might agree with you in the fact that like cult classics might not really be a thing these days anymore, because a lot of these
No.
cult classics were discovered once the audience found each other on the internet, right? Like
Yeah,
originally
yeah.
these were just like movie theater things, and then people would go
Uh-huh.
to watch them and it would mostly be critically panned. And it wasn't until the
Right.
internet where a bunch of people were just like, Fifth Element is actually entertaining or something. And
And
they were-
oh, you thought so too? I thought that a little bit.
Exactly.
Now I more because you said it.
but I
No,
wonder
if
if
we're being
that's
honest.
I wonder if that's ever going to be the case now that like the
don't
internet's just
know.
a widely accessible thing and those audiences can find each other. I don't know.
Well, there's just
It's-
so
it's
many
too
movies
easy.
and shit coming out these
Yeah.
days that if something bombs, it's just completely forgotten. Like no one really.
Yeah, like
I do
been
think
through,
that's-
it's been sifted through. There's nothing else to dissect. Everyone knows everything they need to know about it. There's YouTube shorts of it on the internet. You don't need to watch the movie anymore.
I feel like the only way that a movie can become a cult classic in this day and age is if it literally just does not blip on the radar of the internet and then just gets discovered decades later.
down the line.
For the love of God, please, Barry, let that happen to Barry. Motherfucker, I need more people to talk about the show with.
I would rather people bring up Barry than the other garbage they talk about at work all day.
It wildly upsets me to this day that I can bring up Barry and get like a 60% success rate in terms of like who
Of
hasn't
having heard of it.
heard of it. Even heard of it.
Just heard of it.
Oh God. It's the best
Fully
fucking TV to
conversed.
come out in a fucking decade. Fuck you.
I know, but people are too busy watching the things on the front page.
I'm waiting for evil alien conquerors to get recognition.
I don't even know what that is. So
Is that what you submitted to the? Oh no, you did Lost Skeleton of Cadavra, which
I also
which
not
has
heard of.
that element, the elusive element atmospherium.
that's the one.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
Every
That one.
performance in Barry is great. Every
That's-
goddamn actor fucking kills it.
See, I just want to point out that Bill Hader, that is an example of good acting. Not just Bill Hader showed up and was like, I'm going to talk for a while and then you can record it. He's actually playing a character.
But Bill Hader, Henry Winkler, Anthony Kerrigan, shit,
Oh.
what's Sally's name?
What Sally's name?
Sarah Goldberg.
Who knows?
Fucking, they all
They all
kill it. And even
They
the
all kill
side
it.
characters, fucking Henry Winkler's son, every single character in that show.
What's a Fugues? What's that actor's name?
Oh, fuck. If I were
Stephen Root. Stephen Root.
Stephen Root, yeah. If I was less intoxicated, I would have.
I'm not drunk.
I'm not drunk. I swear. I'm just slurring a little bit.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm not drunk. I'm just saying if I was less intoxicated, I'd have that one like right out the gate.
Guys, I
Gang for
knew
Hank
that
Gang
one.
for
I knew
life.
that one.
God damn. But why aren't more people watching Barry? all roads lead back to Barry. God
All
damn it.
roads do lead to Barry.
I don't know, Legion restriction.
Oh, Jerry.
I really want to.
I'm gonna
So
fucking
I was-
torrent that whole show and send it to you, Jerry. In Minecraft. That's not something I'm legally gonna be
I
doing.
was short on. I was short on list of like what I want to watch this after the Mandalorian. So I was like looking for the Barry, and it was
Aw.
Legion restricted. I
This
couldn't-
this is your
I
call
couldn't
out.
even
Anybody in
watch-
chat, if you have not watched Barry, get on that shit. God
Yeah,
damn
there's
it.
somebody that want to watch it but can't watch it. So
We will
Don't take
find a
it
way
as a
for you,
great
Jerry. We'll
thing.
find a way for you. Fuck. What is Barry on? HBO Max.
I
Or
bet we can find a way to watch this, Barry.
alternatively, if you don't have HBO Max, it is available on the internet.
Yeah, just in general. And I
You'll
just called
find
you
it.
Barry, but Jerry. It's on the internet.
I couldn't find it.
Do it.
Yeah, I
do
was trying to
do
find
it.
it.
Rook.
I was finding like a 10 pages of Google. I couldn't find it.
I bet you didn't look hard enough because I found it right now.
Oh, really?
I don't know. 10 pages of Google is a pretty deep spot to go.
Page 2 of Google is. the deep one.
Yeah,
it was
if
like
you-
the second link that I'm looking at right now, and I'm watching it right now. So I don't know what you were doing.
Okay,
Maybe-
give me
I
the
mean,
link.
pay for it.
Send me the link. Right
no, it's
now.
playing right now.
I'm busy watching it. So
I'm
shut up.
in. I've been watching. I'm on episode 2 right now.
I will believe it if you send me the link.
You want me to send you a link? I'll send you a link.
Do it.
I mean,
I'll put it in I'm gonna put it in Discord right now, and you
Throw
go
it
check
in
it out. Tell me if the Korean government has a problem with this.
Or get a goddamn VPN.
Yeah, which you already have. I know you do.
You're in the good Korea, Jerry. You should be able to find it.
Jerry, click that link. I want to see if this works for you because I can't imagine why it wouldn't.
Jay just starts hearing police sirens.
What?
FBI.
Look, 10 pages of Google, Jerry.
Just literally Google Barry streaming free.
It's
I don't know.
what were you searching?
To
How
be fair,
legitimately
Jerry,
watch
maybe
Barry?
Jerry's not used to breaking the law.
It's also
Oh.
not the highest quality stream.
Okay, the one
Sure.
that I found is not great, but that tells me it at least
It
exists.
It does work at least.
Mhm.
So
It does work, yeah. So I don't care.
I am praying for the inevitable day when Barry fucking pops off in like the public conscious.
Uh-huh.
But I do
It-
feel like it's just gonna be until after the series ends at the end of the season.
But also, people don't need it anymore. Something new will come. There's no reason to have.
I
Ugh.
unfortunately I don't think it'll happen. Like if it hasn't
You are
happened yet, it's not
upsettingly
gonna
correct. Ah,
happen. Again, there's just too much stuff out there.
There's too
these
much
days.
stuff. Too much stuff.
God.
It's the same reason we were talking about like people who are legends. You're not gonna have them anymore
Yeah.
because there's too many people, too many things, too many like. Who cares that you were in 10 Avengers movies? I'll never remember like Chris Evans. He's gonna disappear. No one's gonna give a shit who Chris Evans is anymore. He's not like a legend, even though he was in like multiple movies that billions of people saw.
Oh, he's been in a
Um,
lot of big movies, but I don't consider
He's
him
not. He's not a
legendary.
legend.
He's just like some hot guy they put in the movie.
Just some good-looking guy.
Good-looking guy.
Although he was in Scott Pilgrim.
He was.
He was the
Even more so, he's been in more things, and no one will ever remember him.
from not. Wait, he
Oh,
was in not
from Not
another
Another
teen movie. I just remember him as the skateboarding ex from Scott Pilgrim. It's like, is that fucking Captain America right there?
America? Cap?
Yeah, let me see here, Chris.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Rook, just Google search. Just
Well,
don't
well,
do what
yeah.
Jerry
If,
did.
if you even think of like, what did Robert Downey Jr. do after the Avengers? The next movie he'd appeared in was Doctor Doolittle.
That
Oh
movie
my
was
fucking
horrible.
goodness.
The not
He
not
whispered the
just
whole time.
Not just the movie. The audio design of that movie was horrendous. You couldn't hear a goddamn thing he said.
I can't believe we watched that.
I can't believe it was awful. I hate
That was
it.
an actual like most of the time I'll watch a
Chris
movie and be
Evans
like,
was Buzz Lightyear?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
See? See, these guys are famous enough to keep getting roles, but I still don't think about them.
He was in Knives Out.
He
No.
was.
Spoiler, he was. Spoiler.
Spoiler,
Oh,
spoiler,
no.
big spoiler because it's just, you know.
I swear to God, I've
spoiler.
seen the spoiler of that movie like 3 or 4 different times on separate
And you
flights.
still don't remember what it is.
No, from separate flights. I've seen so many people.
Oh, you've seen the ending of
watch
Knives
that-
Out on
yes.
multiple flights? That's
Yes.
hilarious.
Yeah, there he is.
It's
Scott
an,
Pilgrim.
it's an easy enough thing to see. Like, if you just see one shot from the
Yep.
movie, you're like, oh, all
Yeah.
right. Well, I don't need to watch it
I
anymore.
forgot he was the Human Torch. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Johnny Storm, baby.
Flame on!
Oh man, I've actually heard this movie Sunshine was good. Wait,
I've
is
heard,
this?
I've heard
I
about
don't
it.
know
I've
what
never
that
seen it.
is.
It's a sci-fi movie by
Yeah.
Danny Boyle.
I've
Danny
and
Boyle.
Train Spotting has been on my list as well.
I've never seen Trainspotting, but I have seen 28 Days Later. So
28
Were
Days
you,
Later
were you
is
waiting
good.
for Sandra Bullock to show up?
I was actually
Sunshine's
surprised that 28
fantastic.
Days
You
Later
know what? Let
was
me add
good.
this to my to watch list.
Yeah, it's
I
one of those like
expected it-
surprisingly good movies.
I expected it to be like kind of just cheesy and shitty and just like, oh, it's another zombie movie. But I actually really loved the atmosphere and the way the story's told. It's really simple.
He
You get
was
to
in
see,
not another teen movie.
What you can see what's his name's dick in the beginning.
Yes.
Yo, someone hangs dong.
Oh, major dong for like many minutes.
Yeah, and also let's see, Chris. Oops. Wow.
Gray man.
Chris.
Hemsworth.
Oh,
I think the last thing that he
Like,
worked on after the Avengers was Ghostbusters 2016. Let's double check that.
Ghostbusters 2016.
Shit.
well, that was like in the middle of Avengers and stuff.
Endgame.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
you're
he
right.
just
you're
showed
right.
up for a day and did
He was
some.
He's
mad
been, he's
right,
been in a bunch of
right.
stuff.
He's been around for a little while, I guess.
I think it wasn't until Ragnarok where people are just like, oh, this guy's actually like funny. Like he has comic chops. The
Yeah.
premise of Sunshine's a bit far-fetched, but other than that is amazing. I've heard good things about it, so I'll have to take a look. I've heard The Huntsman
The Huntsman
is good.
is good.
Wait,
We don't
Doctor
mean The
Strange,
Huntsman is good, we're just
Thor,
making a joke.
uncredited. Okay. He's
Uncredited,
uncredited.
what?
in Thor.
What?
Shows
Maybe
up.
he's like an end cutscene.
Shows up as just like a random like.
He was in the
God
Men in
thing.
Black 2019 movie. And the
I've
Jay
never
and
seen
Silent
that.
Bob reboot. Oh god.
Wow.
Kevin Smith, just stop.
James and
please.
the Giant Peach with Tyke and friends.
What? Oh, it's
What
probably
was
just like
that?
yeah, it's a
Tim
TV
Reed.
miniseries. So it's like the equivalent of like a YouTube video.
Interesting.
Neat.
Hemsworth was Kirk's dad in 2009 Star Trek. Really?
That is
What?
true because
What?
that Star Trek movie is one of my favorite movies.
He's in that movie for like.
He's George
5
Kirk. No shit.
Yeah,
Look at that.
He dies at the beginning.
Oh my god.
Spoiler alert.
Well, what else are dads
No one's-
supposed
no
to
one's
do
gonna
in
go watch
movies?
it. That's what dads are for, dying.
Honestly, that was his big break though.
I guess it was.
Seriously, that was
I mean, after that, he kind of ends up in a lot of big things.
that was
A
his
Perfect Getaway?
movie debut. Everything else was a
What?
TV
Perfect
series.
Getaway.
Holy shit.
Wait, is Perfect Getaway that movie with Steve Zahn?
No. No, it is.
Oh hell yeah!
Forgot he was in that.
Yeah, dude. Well, anything with Steve Zahn is
We need
great.
to watch more Steve Zahn movies.
We need to find a good Steve Zahn movie, like Rescue Zahn,
Rescue Zahn.
which we should just call Rescue Zahn.
Rescue Zahn.
Steve Zahn. Who the fuck is Steve Zahn?
You don't know who Steve Zahn
Dude,
is?
Steve Zahn. You don't know who Steve Zahn is?
So
He's
here's the thing.
Pig in Chicken Little, Jared.
Does that mean nothing to you?
Here's the thing. I am just terrible with actors in particular, which is why I thought Morpheus was in the Fifth
Trying-
Element.
Oh, I
I'm
know
trying
this
to
guy.
think of a movie that you would know him from. And it's really hard.
It's really hard. You haven't seen Sahara, have you?
He hasn't
I have
seen
not
Saving
seen
Silverman.
Sahara.
Saving Silverman.
He's in Tall Girl 2.
Ooh.
Night at the Museum. Kamurana?
Oh, there's a new Night at the Museum
Kamura
movie?
rises again.
I did
God
not.
Wait,
damn.
he must have been in the other Night at the Museum movies.
Oh my
this is
god, there's
the
an animated series of Night at the
Whoa,
Museum.
what
Hang
the
on, I need
Yeah.
to screen
That's
share
new.
this.
Since when?
What the fuck?
Don't forget the.
Don't forget the
I thought it
Zohan.
was Don't Mess with the Zohan.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
mess with
is
the
that a
Zohan.
sequel?
Well, Don't Mess with the Zohan, I thought was just like a straight up Adam Sandler movie. What the fuck
it is.
is this? What am I looking at right now?
An actual animated version of the classic Night at the Museum with Ben Stiller and Robin Williams. When he
No
was
way
still
Ben
alive. One of
Stiller
the
is
last-
actually, yeah. Ben
actually
Stiller's not
looks
even associated with this.
Oh no, of course
This was
not.
one of the last things that Robin Williams did before he died. Was the last Night at the Museum movie.
Oh my god, I forgot he was part of the Night Museum.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
Teddy
he was,
Roosevelt,
Yeah, he was the president.
Mr.
Let's
President.
see. War of the Planet of the Apes, he was Bad Ape, Steve Zahn.
Oh, Steve Zahn was one of the apes.
Oh damn.
He was Thunderclap in The Good Dinosaur.
I do remember that. Yeah.
I do
He's
not
got a
know.
very-
I do not know
got a-
who
he's
this
got a good
man
voice.
is.
Keep scrolling.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Has
What's a
Jared
thing
seen
you
him
would-
before?
I mean, Sahara would be like the one, but Jared hasn't seen that.
I've seen so many like posters for Sahara, but all I've seen is like the
Aw,
two
Andrew-
like attractive leads, not
Andrew, I'm gonna need you to suggest Sahara for your movie this week. Because I just want to watch it now.
You know what? You know what? But that's one where I know I'll put it on, and I would give that movie probably a 3 or a 4. But it's like
Oh.
it's really entertaining.
I
though.
have a lot. Okay, I view Sahara like I view Deja Vu.
It's a lot
bad
of fun.
movie, but I have a lot of fun watching it, and I don't care what
Yeah.
anyone says about it.
That's hard to disagree with.
that thing you do. Hang on,
What is that thing you do?
let's see.
Lost my hat again.
It's got Tom
Tom
Hanks,
Hanks?
directed and written by Tom Hanks, and
What?
starring Tom Hanks. A
Damn,
local
that's a lot of
Pennsylvania
Tom
band
Hanks.
scores a one-hit wonder in 1964 and rides the star-making machinery as long as they can with lots of help. That actually sounds hilarious.
And it has Steve Zahn.
So it's even better.
And directed, written, and starring Tom Hanks.
Oh, it's got
But
Liv
it-
Tyler in it too,
it-
and Andrew's favorite, Charlize Theron.
It has that the
Gimme
ugliest hot
faces
old
for
lady
these
ever,
people.
Charlize Theron. Stop passing this mummy off as an attractive 30-year-old woman.
Liv Tyler was just in Lord of the Rings.
Oh, okay. What was she in Lord of the Rings?
No,
Not that I would even know. What am I saying?
It was Arwen, dude, the
Okay.
hot elf.
Yeah, she is the sexy elf.
And Charlize Theron is
Y'all gotta see the
Holy-
new Fast and Furious. Fast X.
she's been in
Fast
like the
X.
past like few Fast and Furious movies.
Yeah, she's part of it now.
I have not seen a single Fast and Furious movie.
God
she's-
damn it.
She's not even a gilf, even though she qualifies.
Oh, she's old.
Is she?
Oh, I really want to see the new Fast and Furious.
1975.
Well, dude, absolutely. If anything, I would fly somewhere to watch this with you guys. This is one I don't want to just watch by myself in my apartment, you know?
Yeah.
Do I need to watch the first 9?
Probably
no,
not.
well, no. Wait, Jason Momoa is gonna be in. Oh,
Yeah.
I haven't seen the new trailer.
Wait.
Here's my here's what's gonna happen. I haven't seen it yet, but I guarantee
Here's your
you,
prediction.
Jason Momoa is the bad guy in this movie.
No.
By the end of it, he's family.
Oh, damn you! And his name is Dante.
Oh, sick.
That's just lazy.
How long
Brie
has John
Larson's in
Cena
this?
been a part of this?
He was in the last one.
Okay.
He's Tom's brother. He's Vin Diesel's brother.
Okay.
That-
Look at all these actors that are just show the Alan Richardson guy who's like more popular now because of Reach or whatever.
Which I haven't seen either. But
But Brie Larson's in this now. Was
We
she
got a
in the
kid.
last one?
they got a kid actually playing Brian, little Brian.
They have little Brian. Well, no, it's like their kid, right?
Yeah.
Little
But they-
Brian. Little
but they-
Brian. I don't like that he's called Little Brian.
What's
Instead
Brie
of him
Larson
being
been in
baby or-
outside of?
She's Captain Marvel.
I know. What has she been out in since Captain Marvel?
Dude, she's in
Also Scott
Scott
Pilgrim.
Pilgrim.
she is.
You motherfucker.
How do you not know that?
Oh, she was actually great in that though.
Yeah. She actually, I think she actually sings in it too.
She does. They're like literally.
Which is
I
kind of
discovered.
incredible.
I discovered. So that the band that she plays in is called. Hang on, I have it on Spotify.
She was in Community for like what, an episode or two. She was Abed's like love interest.
I just saw what Atmospherium said, but yeah, Charlize Theron is the mentally challenged girl.
yes, yes, Atmospherium.
What's it called? Like metric or something?
Mr.
Which actually stands for mentally retarded female. So
Scott
good.
Pilgrim oh
God,
yeah, I forgot about that. There's gonna be a Scott Pilgrim anime that's coming out that has all of the original cast.
Oh
That's
yeah,
wild.
yeah.
That's gonna
That's
be
wild.
fucking insane. So you got fucking like Aubrey Plaza, Brie Larson, Michael Cera. What's Home Alone kid's brother's name again?
Home Alone kid's
something-
brother.
Uh,
I don't know his brother's
sister's
name.
name.
Oh, because he's in Succession.
Kieran Culkin.
Kieran Culkin. Yeah. They're all gonna be it, which is just absurd to me. But yeah, Brie Larson actually has a on Spotify. I think the band itself is called Metric, which I had gotten into recently. I'm just like, oh shit, they did yeah, it's called Metric. They did the fucking Scott Pilgrim song, Black Sheep. And then the rest of their songs are
it's a
pretty
good
good.
song.
Yeah, but they have like their top two most played songs on Spotify are Black Sheep, Brie Larson vocal version, and then Black
Uh-huh.
Sheep, which is the song that they played in the Battle of the Bands thing.
Yeah,
But a lot of their other songs are pretty great too. But
I'm sure they're
she was,
fine.
She was great in that.
not great in Captain Marvel, but whatever. It was a bad.
So
movie.
I've heard. So I've heard.
It was just Marvel stopped doing good things after a while.
The new Guardians was decent.
I've heard that the new Guardians was like, God damn it, why can't Marvel go back to this shit? Like the latest
it
Guardians.
was
Format,
like
that
it
kind of
felt
writing.
more like good Marvel. Like it's
Oh,
still
she-
not like the greatest movie, but
She
it
got
was definitely better.
some. Well, so here's the thing, Roka. I think she got massive hate for Captain Marvel, honestly, because of the way that movie was like marketed. Like that whole.
Oh, it's not her fault.
The whole like girl boss trend that's been going on these days in terms of like we can write strong independent women characters by
Uh-huh.
making them completely flawless, you know?
A lot of incel hate. Yeah,
Well, yeah,
that's usually how it goes.
I'm
Lead-
sure.
a lead
I'm sure it got a
character being
lot of that.
woman, boom, instant hate.
I'm
Yeah.
sure it got a lot of that hate, but the idea that that movie wasn't just like it's a Mary Sue can do no wrong, bad writing. Like, it was a bad-
Unfortunately,
it
I
was
think
a bad
that's
movie.
the phase that we're in right now. Just like, oh, we need more like female representation in terms of like male characters and stuff like that. I'm like, cool, yeah, I agree. That sounds
like-
great. So let's
them
make
with
them
some depth.
absolutely with zero flaws and are just
I
like,
know. Or their one
like,
flaw is that there is
make
that they're
them
actually
interesting,
their flaws
please.
better.
Like,
Or that
come
they're
on.
just a little loud. Like their flaws are like these superficial things that don't actually cause any problems.
Yeah.
They're just and they don't learn from it or change either. It's just their flaw is just kind of there.
Yeah.
It's not there's no character arc to it. So it's more on the writing. So it's not like her
It
fault,
is
it's just how
absolutely
it
on the
was-
writing
the
side.
movie
It's
was
like,
just
it,
written-
it,
the
it
movie was
doesn't
just
seem
written really
it doesn't
bad.
seem like people.
Plus, I work too hard.
And I care too much.
Sometimes I sing in the
shower.
shower. Occasionally, I hit someone with my car.
So sue me.
No,
Well,
don't.
no.
that's
That's
the
the opposite,
opposite.
of what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think we're just in a phase right now where just like a bunch of like a writer's room of a bunch of dudes just like, fuck, how do we write like women characters or some shit? I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like people really know how to write like
Good.
female characters.
I don't know why it's so hard.
It
Why is it so
should
damn
be.
hard?
It
Why is it
really
so
should
fucking
be.
hard?
Like,
Aren't
just
there
write a
enough
good
examples?
Just write a good character that is a woman.
There you go.
Yeah, well,
Done.
It doesn't even have to matter that she's a woman. I feel like
The
there's
fact,
enough
that she's
examples.
the fact that she's a woman and you're drawing all the attention to it, that's what makes it bad.
Yeah.
100%, 100%.
Just write a good character and then
Hollywood
have it be a
writing
woman.
about to get a lot better, especially with that writer's strike, baby.
Wait,
Hell yeah.
what's going on right now?
There's another writer's
I'm gonna go
strike.
scab
Writer's
and-
strike 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Oh my goodness.
I'm
Yup.
gonna go scab and see if I can get a job at like as a screenwriter or something. Just
How do
sneak
people
in there.
even talk if they don't have a penis? Well, quick, what would a woman say here?
press. I am on my period.
I hate when people tell me to smile. Like, unironically, that is like unfortunately, like, that is an annoying thing that a lot of women on a daily basis have to deal with. But that's
I'd
almost always
leave it
often
out of the
framed.
movie.
It's almost always often framed as like one of their biggest struggles. And it's like,
I am not a fan of that.
come on.
I mean, this
Please.
is a superhero movie. It isn't about like a everyday struggle or something. Like there are a lot of good example, like other superhero movie. The reason why we like them because they are struggling and win the situation, overcome the
And
situation.
this is coming from somebody who doesn't watch a lot of superhero movies, but fucking Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor,
Uh-huh.
all of these people have gone through massive struggles and have gigantic flaws that
big
grow
demons.
over the course of these like movies and these series. And
That's what
to
makes
my
them
knowledge, Captain Marvel was fucking perfect the moment she discovered
She
she had
didn't.
superpowers.
She didn't have any flaws. She had 0 flaws.
She didn't
She,
even
did,
have.
she didn't have. She didn't have some like core trait of herself that had to change, and then through learning that, she learned what it was like, what it meant to be a hero or anything
Yeah.
like that.
And that's all you
It was
need to
just
do
that
to
she
have a
was
fucking character
misunderstood.
arc. Like, you
She's not even
don't
a
you don't need
hero.
these characters to have like their girl boss moment. They just need to like
Ugh.
have a moment where they like overcome some sort of extreme adversity or like come to terms with their weaknesses and grow as a person. Like, be characters, you know?
Well, but my beef is also that that people aren't receptive to like a badass female character, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of examples of badass female.
There's plenty of them.
out there.
It's just
I don't-
when you
this is not
when you
new,
force
you
them
know?
in these weird, awkward situations where, like the fucking scene in Endgame where they're like, gather
Yeah,
up
all the
girl
ladies
power.
get up, and I'm just be like,
No.
oh,
And
this
when
is
it
the
feels
Hollywood
forced,
moment.
It's
But it feels
cringe.
forced, it's super cringy, and it's just like just don't do that. Just write a good character.
So
and
so
don't
you
have-
you guys might be able to weigh in this a lot better than I can, but like your guys' opinion of Natasha
women.
Romanoff pre Black Widow movie and post Black Widow movie. Like,
Oh.
was she a good character pre Black Widow, and then
Oh, Scarlett
after the movie-
Johansson's
Yeah,
character?
yes.
Yeah.
Black Widow movie, I thought she was a good character.
She was.
Okay, so
fantastic.
what went wrong with like the Black Widow movie then? What did they do
well, that
wrong
was
there?
just a bad
It was just
movie.
written poorly. Like that one was purely they have a perfectly good character. They just did that movie is just an example of bad writing.
There you go. It's really just like the fucking
Yeah,
write
there's
better
examples
characters.
of that's why I'm upset is that Marvel made a really good female character.
Yeah.
So I don't know why they had such a like problem with Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
Had great VFX though.
I've seen a couple of clips of the Black Widow movie, and the things that I've seen is just like fucking Scarlett Johansson getting ragdolled in a bunch of
Oh,
places.
yeah.
I'm like, how is
Well,
she not? She's human, right? Like, how is she not
When the
dead?
explosion happens, my god, it's
That tower explosion is
it's
fantastic.
something else.
Dude, I hated the way they wrote her sister. She was
Oh,
super obnoxious.
well, you better get used to
other-
her because I'm sure she was written to be the replacement.
This is
Hey,
this is
thank you,
another-
Book Snail.
Oh, Book Snail, thank you. That's another common trait of modern writing with these female characters is they make them crazy annoying,
Mhm.
and to the point that I don't even think that like girls find this appealing.
No.
Because normally when you have like male characters that are obnoxious, they get like put in their place. They start off. That's how Robert Downey Jr.'s character was.
Like that.
He was
That's one of their
extremely
flaws,
obnoxious.
is they think they're
It was
the
a
best
flaw
at
that needed to
everything.
be corrected, not something that they were misunderstood.
Yeah.
And that always annoys me. So
Yeah.
when Black Widow comes around with the new character who's supposed to be the face of like the strongest female Avenger or whatever, I don't know if that's how she's categorized. But to make her just super obnoxious, like, oh, she's gonna be on screen a bunch. Boo, boo.
I do feel like a lot of writers, and I would anticipate exclusively like male writers, are just like really scared about being like canceled over writing a female character with flaws, or somebody
And
who like
actually
goes through
go around
adversity,
Yeah,
like,
Like, well,
physical, emotional, or whatever. Like
that's upsetting. We're
That's
missing
like
out on
more-
good
that's
stories
almost-
here.
just
Or
treat them
sexist
like
to
your
do
male
that.
characters, and they'll be
Yeah.
equally as engaging. Like
That's
just
all you have to do.
I can give you an example. Star Wars Leia, the most obnoxious character ever.
Star Wars.
Like
Leia?
Star Wars Leia, yeah. The not the Leia. The what is that? I don't
Ray?
even
Ray,
Ray
Hey, yeah.
Skywalker.
They try to put the fucking character that
Ray
doesn't have any
Skywalker.
color and that is perfect from scratch.
Mm,
yeah, she was a Mary
First,
Sue.
legendary Luke
Oh.
Skywalker who struggles and had a training and like had the emotional breaking and
Yep.
overcome the situation and build the Jedi like order again.
mm.
She replaced it. Fucking hate it.
It just makes for boring movies, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I've not seen the most recent.
Yeah, I
Black
didn't see the
Panther,
new one either.
but-
I think Steven saw it.
I think the new Black Panther was fine.
Okay.
I think just like her being Black Panther, I don't have a problem with or
Uh-huh.
anything like that. Like she does a good job as playing that role. I think just the rest of like the movie just kind of didn't really
It was
hit.
kind of boring.
I think the bottom
Yeah.
line for me is like the characters that you present, regardless of their gender, they just gotta have like some meat of some
they
sort.
need, they need
right?
to be
Like,
real.
Yeah, like goddamn, just have the balls to give your characters some fucking flaws. You know, like
100%.
give them something like internally
can
to
develop
struggle with,
to get
rather than
better.
just like the big bad who's just evil and he hates women kind of thing. I don't know. Like what
Well, I liked
wasn't like
Gamora.
the
Yeah, the Guardians of the Galaxy, like that's what I'm saying. The Guardians of the Galaxy is still like solid. They
I
don't
have heard that
like
is,
their
like,
female
the
characters
biggest
is just
exception.
like
Mhm.
what we've been talking
They're
about.
just other characters
Solid.
instead of being female. Like I don't like that they would even have to be categorized. They're just good characters in the movie, you know.
We really don't need to be categorizing as like female and male characters. Like
Well, that's
a
no, I
good
don't-
character
I
is
don't
just a
need
good
that.
character. But
Just
for
good
some
characters.
reason,
They
for
are
some
the ones
reason,
who
in a lot
start
of like modern
categorizing.
Hollywood writers'
Yeah.
brains, just like, all right, we need to have like a strong female lead because that's what's popular these days. So how do we write a strong female lead? Well, let's just make her strong in fucking everything. Let's have the She-Hulk just beat out the Hulk in every single thing that he's ever done, and has been spent like decades trying to cultivate and learn from. We don't need that shit. She's just great. Isn't that awesome? Like, look how powerful she is. That's what you guys like, right? Like just how powerful people are. No,
Can't do anything.
we like how people have gotten super strong and powerful and experienced in the thing that they do by struggling to get there.
Earning it.
Like,
Earning
yeah.
it.
You can't just immediately have it.
No,
like, all right, well,
that's not what makes the
struggles
character
required.
interesting.
That's the best part of like the like,
Mulan.
watching. Well, I mean, Milan's pretty great. I mean,
Yeah.
she doesn't struggle too much, but I think Milan's a great example of a good female character.
Yes.
for sure.
No. I mean like the new Mulan.
Oh, the
new
live
Mulan.
action.
Mulan, I
Well, throw
love
everything
Mulan.
out the window if you're talking about a live action version of a
talking
Yeah,
Disney
about
product.
live action Mulan.
Well.
Fucking the perfect female. Has
She's just got good chi, man.
Mulan.
Nudra. Anyways.
Yeah,
Don't-
Mulan.
Don't talk to me about Disney unless it's live action.
We used to love Mulan because she was struggling.
Well, I'll have you know, Roka, that the live action Aladdin was a movie that I have seen. So
At this point, I say, dude, let's go. Give me as much of these as you can, because we've crossed the threshold of it being a temporary thing. So now I just want to see the end of it. I want to see how far they're willing to go.
it's just the latest trend. People just have to get sick of it because I can tell you right now, we're currently in the phase where like we watched that live action Aladdin. I'm just like, God, like,
Oh.
why the fuck did they
Oh.
give Jasmine this like pointless song about not being speechless and blah blah blah? And then I have a phone call with my sister saying it's like, yeah, I really love how they like gave Jasmine her own song and like she kind of felt like a stronger character. I'm just like,
What?
all right, we're still a couple of
Yeah,
like a
we're still
decade
there.
or so away. Like people are still, this still appeals to people. Damn
Still
it.
need this for some reason.
Yeah.
But do you think it's a good part of the movie?
No,
my
it
favorite
was
part where
not.
That was
It
my favorite
absolutely
part where
was
she
not.
had a song
Yeah,
about
yeah,
not
you
staying
should-
silent, and then right
Hakeem!
after she was silent after.
She was
And
silenced.
then proceeded to be led around by men for the rest of the movie.
Went back to just being normal Jasmine.
Wait, they're doing Moana?
What?
No, that can't be.
Wait, no. What?
Why don't they do a
That
live
can't
action
be true.
Zootopia?
Oh.
Actually, dude, they would fucking do that. That is massive furry
If
bait,
Lion
and-
King wouldn't stop them.
Yeah, no, they will do this. There's no way Moana's like 5 years old.
Well,
That's crazy.
the thing,
Were
the
they
thing
gonna make a
about
live-action
about
Frozen?
furry bait though is the
I
only
wouldn't
reason
see it,
that the original
but-
Zootopia was furry bait was because it was so stylized and the characters looked appealing. If they make a live action Zootopia and it looks like the characters from like the most recent Lion King, furries aren't gonna give a shit
No,
about
they
that.
won't.
I know. It's gonna be like Cats.
Live
That's what
action
they're.
Toy
Oh, dude,
Story.
imagine
They do
the
Cats.
style of
If
cat.
it looks like
It's
cats, I will see
Zootopia.
it day one.
I
I
will
will
watch
watch
it,
that.
baby.
No,
No, this is
Oh,
official. This is official. It can't
No, Roka,
You know-
what have you done?
Can we just take a break from the internet for like a few years?
I did a lot of my growing up. As
Do
you
not
know,
tell me that The
Hawaii means
Rock is
so
going to be a
much
part of
to
this
our
movie, because of
family
course he
and
is.
I hope he
traditions
pl- I hope he
of our
plugs
Ohana,
Zoa
or
somewhere in
Aina,
this.
as we say in Samoa, were shaped by these.
I'm so glad that you
incredible
remembered the name of
islands.
that energy drink.
The Pacific
I was
Islands
picturing
and
it in his
their cultures
hand.
inspired a very special story, one that you all know.
Dude, look at
very
that
well.
dislike
And
bar.
that story is.
God.
drum roll,
Whoa.
please.
But see, the problem is like
That's
the
right.
internet
We
is
are
not an
so
accurate
excited.
representation
Happy
of the
to
movie
not.
being made by
that a
these.
live
We are
action
like
reimagining
as
of
hard as it
Moana
is to
is in
conceive,
the
we are a
works.
very
Moana,
like small
Grandma Tama,
bubble.
Minority.
The music, the dance, Tafiti,
I'm a
Pula,
minority.
the pig, the village,
God.
the beautiful, powerful ocean, and one more. What's that guy's?
Oh yeah, me.
Yours truly.
Maui.
Hey Hey the chicken. Kidding. Hey Hey's gonna be in it, but of course Maui will be in
No.
it too.
No.
You guys
Many
like
of you
me?
may not know the brilliant team at Disney Animation, my partners. We found so much inspiration.
Decided we don't
from
wanna
Maui
animate movies
in
anymore.
The mana and the presence of my late grandfather.
Can this
the
even be
legendary
cashed
High
in
Chief
for
Peter
nostalgia
Maivia.
already?
He would walk
No,
in, light up
no,
the
it
room,
doesn't
the
apply.
energy,
There's
the
nostalgia
tattoos,
about this.
The hair, the bod.
Man,
When
we've
you
gone
stare
too
at a
far.
demigod, thank you. Sorry, I
Because
get
the
caught up in
original
moment.
argument for things like Lion King
So,
was
as you guys
kids
can
being
see,
born in
perfect
this
new
new
timing as the sun
generation.
comes out,
But
just how deep this
this
story
is
for me.
the current
Because in a
generation.
way,
This is
Yeah.
when I
what
bring
with
Maui
already.
to life. I'm
It was
doing
7
in the
years ago.
spirit of my
The
grandfather.
fuck.
So,
This
it's
is
still very
upsetting.
early in the
Everyone
process.
mad.
There's so
People
much
upsetting.
more work to be
People
done.
should be
but
walking out
until
of Disney
then,
refusing
there's
to work on
one
this
more
bullshit.
thing that I need to kick this journey off right. Hey girls, you want to get that special thing that Daddy needs?
Oh no.
Wow, you guys are Daddy's daughters. You are
No.
so strong. Thank you guys.
There
so
it
much.
is.
We're going to the
That's
ocean.
nostalgic
Yes.
for me
Oh,
because
look
I
at the
remember that
love I
because it was
have.
yesterday.
Is Daddy Maui?
No!
You guys want ice cream?
Yes!
See, so Daddy's Maui.
Oh, he's gonna say it.
Oh fuck.
What can
Oh,
I
we
say?
did
except
it.
you're welcome?
Except
We are.
And that's
fucked.
the upsetting thing is like Moana was a decent Disney movie. Like it,
I liked
I
it.
enjoyed
It,
it.
it was
I
one.
liked
It was one of those stepping stones of like, yeah,
I
Disney, keep doing more of this. You'll get back to where you were.
I think it was a great evolution on the like sort of like princess
Yeah.
formula that they had.
Oh, Disney.
What are some of the comments? I want those to make me feel better.
Every year that passes by, Hollywood's reputation sinks further. Moana is an amazing movie that holds a special place in my heart. I don't think there should be a remake this early or a remake at all.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
convinced Dwayne Johnson wanted this more than Disney and everyone who loved the animated Moana combined.
That wouldn't surprise me if that was true.
In the future, Disney's going to announce a new
Okay.
animated movie and its live action remake at the same time.
That's what we're working towards.
Seriously? It's like you get to pick which one you'd prefer.
So
Proof, if it were ever needed, that it's never about what an audience wants. but about what the studio wants the audiences to want.
I mean,
Oh. Don't get me wrong, I love Moana, one of the best animated movies of the 2010s, but it's way too early for a remake. Probably wait 20 more years, or don't do it at all, motherfuckers.
or just make new stuff.
Make new
Why do
shit.
we need to remake stuff? Just God, everything is.
You're already putting in a bunch of money and work. Put that towards just anything new. There's tons of writers and creatives out there that would
Animated remakes of live action remakes of the animated movies. I can't wait.
if they do that in any capacity, that would
If they
actually prove that we're in the
reanimate
Matrix.
the Lion King, Disney is officially blacklisted from me in terms of movies that I would go see.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, like come
I'm
on.
already tenuous on anything that I'll watch from Disney now because I'm just
Yep.
like, it's gonna suck. Why would I even sit and watch it? I'll just do anything but watch your movie.
God, this is unfortunately true.
Why-
At
why
this
are they
point,
doing this? I-
DreamWorks is winning the battle again in terms of audience appraisal. Seriously, I'm not even surprised that they'll do a live action remake of Tangled in the next year or so.
Holy
Oh my
shit! I mean,
God.
Tangled came out before Moana, didn't it?
Yes.
It
It came out before Frozen.
Oh,
Like
holy-
quite a
well,
few years before.
Oh, Frozen live
Like-
action is on the horizon. You better believe
Oh,
Oh.
no.
it. You
Yeah,
better
see-
believe it.
It's one of those things where like if it was just them doing like live action like theater or like on ice sort of performances,
Okay,
I don't give a
fine.
shit. That's
Yeah.
fine. But making a live action movie,
what a
what the fuck
waste
are you
of
thinking?
time.
Oh my god, if they ever do a live action remake of
Mm-mm,
any
mm-mm,
Pixar movie that I
mm-mm.
like,
No.
I'm done watching movies
No.
forever.
I still have a vivid memory of like a good memory of the Moana. Don't ruin it.
Yeah,
They are trying to ruin my memory.
it's not even part of my childhood.
Can't
but,
wait
like,
for the
when I
live
remember
action
when-
movie of the novelization of the movie Precious based on the book Push by Sapphire. I haven't read it, so
I'm glad we can count on Atmospherium for basically all Office references.
but fuck, man, that
Wow.
sucks.
Yeah, I'm mad about that.
That's
That's-
depressing.
That's
I
fair.
had heard that they're also doing Lilo and Stitch. Is that in my imagination?
No,
Is
what?
that- No.
Is that in my
Uh-oh,
imagination?
that's the first
it's
thing that
literally
pops
the first
up.
thing that comes up. There's no way it's real.
2 years ago? No fucking way.
Okay,
No,
I
no,
might
no,
be
no,
this
no.
one I might be wrong about.
This looks fake, so.
Hang on. Comments are turned off. I can't trust this.
Abadi Ashewance.
Oh no, we have a teaser trailer.
I'm getting close.
No, it's gotta be a fake trailer.
This is fake. It's from Cinematic Pro Studio.
Yeah, this is a fake trailer.
This could
But how-
work
how long
really
ago
well
was
as an
Monkey?
animated movie.
Nice. Well, this 92,000 dislikes, and you know they're disliking it because they don't like what it's attached to.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So sorry, Cinematic Pro Studio.
Did the well, hang on now.
No, these are all
No,
fake.
these are fake. There's
Okay, you're right. 595. Yeah.
definitely
that's
the only
fake.
things that are going to exist are going to be featuring Dwayne Johnson.
Let's take a look at that Little Mermaid trailer again. Huh?
Oh,
2.1 million dislikes.
Oh, that's
Holy shit.
booming. It's just kind of shocking how ugly this movie is. You know,
Dude.
it's
dark.
really shocking. Like how
They didn't bother lighting it.
no.
Oh no, they very
it's,
intentionally didn't light it, so they didn't have to do too much with the CGI.
Oh.
it's really shocking to me though. I
Way
mean,
that- I hate the way like Flounder and Sebastian look.
Dude.
oh, the design is awful.
Legitimately just unappealing character design.
Why are they stealing all of the magic out of these movies?
Because it makes bank.
Broke the rules.
You
Like,
have
they're
people
actually-
who are taking their kids to see this, and then you also have people who are angry at this, and they're just like, I'm just gonna go watch the original. It's the same money going down to the same funnel.
Look at Flounder right there.
Oh god, yeah,
Look at
fucking
my boy.
look at him.
Well, just look at
him.
this. Just look at this environment that she's in. This is
awful.
it's an under the sea paradise where an entire kingdom exists.
Goddamn color down there.
Are you
Jesus.
fucking kidding? Quit. This is the So I
My
remember
Australia had to say
watching the
thank
This
YMS
obsession with
critique of
humans has
Lion
to
King.
stop.
Yeah.
I just
He
wanna
talked a lot
know
about
more
how
about it.
Jon Favreau wanted Lion King to feel like a documentary, like
Right.
lit as if you were there,
No.
color graded as if you were there, and that's what this is. It's trying to be as if you dropped a
The
camera. straight
bottom
on-
of the ocean doesn't have any lights except for the bioluminescent
Is that
stuff.
impossible?
I just don't understand the appeal of stealing the magic of
It's
that
it's
world.
it's completely it's like Coyote Time. It's completely unrealistic. So why would you want it in there?
Oh shit. But the
It's-
original
it's for
animated
news.
was bright and
Well-
colorful. That's what magic happened.
That's
Maybe
a shot from
they'll-
Baywatch.
Maybe they'll fix it in this one and make the "Kiss the Girl" song a little less rapey.
I don't know about that. You idiots! I'm Sebastian. Don't you know?
Or I always thought Sebastian was a lobster for the longest time.
Look at how
Ah.
empty. Look at how
I-
empty everything looks. Oh my goodness. These look like demos, like tech demos of, or like you know.
Well, Andrew, the majority of the bottom of the ocean is pretty empty. So
Oh my freaking good. There's no design.
you don't
in
have
this movie.
coral at the bottom of the ocean.
He's a human. You're a mermaid.
It's an underwater
doesn't make
kingdom. That's like an
sense.
artist's dream is to design an underwater kingdom. And they didn't do anything with it.
You know what? This is realistic. I like it.
Fuck off, Jerry.
Yeah, my biggest problem with movies is how fake they all looked. So the
Yeah.
getting things looking like they're supposed to be the way
just
God
couldn't-
made them
just
is
couldn't
more
find
accurate.
I love the part where Vin Diesel says, "Fish and chips? Nah, this is family." Chilling moment.
They should have cast Vin Diesel as Poseidon.
I love the part where Ariel says, "I need guns, lots of guns." So breathtaking.
Is that the trend all the way down?
Seems like it. Nobody's
Live
actually
action
interested
Sandro,
in this
but
movie.
34.
The part where Eric told Ariel, "I don't like sand," gave me chills.
You're my brother. Yeah, I love you.
Wow.
Yeah, when are
Nobody's
they gonna
actually like excited about this. They're all just memeing on it with
Finally.
2.1 million
Finally.
dislikes. Oops, I haven't
That's
done my
a
part. There we go.
lot of dislikes. It's a
I gotta
lot of
add that.
Live action Encanto, but only R34.
No, live action,
action.
but it's just that picture that we. that were
There we
looking at a
go.
while
Give me a live action version of that gay
ago.
Disney
Yeah,
orgy.
baby.
Anyways, let's transition back to the Fifth Element.
Ah,
While I go.
The Fifth
I'm gonna go take a
Element.
piss, and then we will continue to talk about this
I
movie.
forgot we were reviewing another movie.
Oh, cult classics is what we were talking about.
Yeah, we went cult classics. I mean, the train was it actually made sense where we kind of went. We were still talking about movies.
I got an idea. I got an idea.
Oh,
Live action Wrecking Ralph.
Wreck It Ralph.
Look at Ralph.
No.
Yep,
Well,
that would-
because-
it would
Yeah,
make no
Because
sense
in
in
Remember,
live
they
action.
were like a lot of like a princess in Wrecking Ralph 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but Jerry, that movie takes place inside a video game, and that's impossible. So I don't know how we,
It's
how would we
unrealistic.
even shoot that. Like I don't know what you want. Like how do we shoot that?
I don't know. CGI in green screen.
But no, but
That's
like
what makes
it
it
needs to, but it needs to be real. So I don't know how we do that.
It's Lear. It's Lear.
Make it real already.
It's gonna be Lear. It's gonna look like a Lear, just like a little mermaid.
But we also don't want to glorify video games because video games are bad for you.
Oh, how about what was the movie named?
Well, I never saw Free Guy. Well, I have no intention of watching Free Guy.
Yeah, either.
It's just.
Did you see it, Jerry?
Yeah, I've seen it because it was in the way back to Korea airport.
Oh, on a flight?
On a flight, it was in the list.
Gotcha.
So, might as well. And,
Yeah.
I mean, don't get. That's what will get me to watch a new movie is on a plane because
Like, I got nothing better to do.
are fairly limited. So you're like, okay, I mean, it's just to pass the time anyway. So what's the newest movie? I'll tend to watch it.
Yeah.
And if not, I look for The Fugitive or Con Air.
Or if you're feeling spicy, Parent Trap.
Oh, dude. Actually, watching Parent Trap on that flight was one of the better movie watching experiences on a plane that I've
It
ever
made
had.
me like that movie.
It made me think that this is like good.
But I think it's just because we were watching it together and trying not to laugh at things that were
Well,
really funny.
we were keying in on the same joke pretty much all the time, and
Yeah.
then trying not to be really loud, but that made us laugh louder. And so
made us laugh louder, and then-
anyone looking over and seeing that we were watching
We were
Parent
watching
Trap,
the Parent Trap,
on.
and then we were trying to like hold it in.
I don't even remember what exactly was making us laugh so hard, but that movie was consistently hilarious from start to finish.
Oh my god! And then once that movie started being funny, then the rest of the people on the flight started being even funnier. Like,
Well, they did. Everyone became pure
that
comedy
dude-
after that.
That
Ooh, are
guy
we talking
was,
about
like,
Free
touching
Guy?
everyone's headrest. Like, oh my god!
Did you like the movie?
Free Guy is another one of those movies that I've basically seen in its entirety by proximity on an airplane.
Oh wow.
Oh,
So many
okay,
people
same
would
as me.
so many people would bring it up like next to me on an airplane where I
Yeah,
think I've
yeah.
pretty much seen all of the major beats of that movie.
I'm really bad on a plane where I'll get distracted by another movie.
Oh yeah, I'll be
I'll
watching
watch-
my movie and I'll look through the seats, be like, oh, what are they doing?
I do that. I'll watch 4 or 5 different things. at
One of the
same
movies
time.
that I had to consciously, actively try to avoid seeing things of because it was a movie that I wanted to watch. So many people were watching Nope on the airplane.
Yeah.
Oh,
on
man, yeah.
several flights. I'm just like, oh shit, that's not-
Stop!
Fuck. Oh god.
Nope. Nope.
That's what I did. I watched Nope on the airplane. I actually wish I had watched it in my
Yeah,
apartment.
Watch it on a normal TV, man.
Well, I didn't know what to expect, but now I know. Oh man, that would have been incredible to watch in my apartment with the sound and everything as well.
Oh yeah, the sound in that movie is phenomenal.
I highly recommend Nope. I don't care what anyone says.
Well, I feel like most people outside of like Steven's coworkers would say that it's a very good movie.
Oh really? Okay, then great.
Is
Well, I
it
don't
Free
know.
Guy?
I've seen a lot of not Free Guy. Nope.
Ah,
But
no,
a lot of
Free Guy.
people are just saying like, oh, like it's the worst Jordan Peele movie. Like that's
Wrong.
That's just incorrect.
I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, like
Even if that's the case, like they're
his movies
still
still
good.
seem like,
Yeah.
from my perspective, have gotten a lot of critical praise. So
Yeah.
I think he actually does unique things.
Yeah.
Unlike just he doesn't use formulas, which I really appreciate.
Nope was quirky, but I liked it. The worst Peele movie. That's what I'm saying is like, even if somebody would say that this is the worst Peele movie, like the only movie I haven't seen any of his movies, but I know that Get Out was very popular.
And Get Out
Us,
is
Us
that's
had a
gonna be
lot of
his-
great acclaim, and Nope
Us is
people
cool.
liked. So if people say like Nope's probably his worst, I'm like, okay, fine.
Even
but I
so,
hear like all of his
yeah.
movies are pretty great. So
I would say out of all of them, Get Out is like a must-watch.
sure,
Yeah.
And if you like that, then you'll definitely like the other two.
yeah.
Keanu. I forgot that they made that movie with the
Freaking
cat.
Keanu.
That was Key and Peele, so
Ah,
Yeah, different. Different.
so an actual like straight up comedy. I'm assuming.
yeah.
Mm.
It was literally like there's like kitten named Keanu that's like owned by a gang or something. I forget what the plot was.
It was
but
entangled in some crime dispute.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and it's them like doing shenanigans. I
Doing
don't
Key
know.
and Peele stuff.
You
It's
kn- you
it's
know
like
what
a
I've
long
heard?
Key and Peele sketch.
What I have heard is that people who are or actors who are super well versed in comedy tend to make the best horror content. Vis-a-vis some scenes / shots throughout the entirety of Barry.
Oh, that's true.
This isn't a Barry review.
Like think of some of the fucking shots from like Ronnie Lily, like that season 2 episode. There was
Yeah,
some straight up like ooh, that's kind of chilling.
Yeah.
The way she fucking like crawls from the top of the car into the car and shit.
There's some nasty stuff going on there,
good.
and also there's some atmosphere that Bill Hader's really good at creating, which shocked me.
And no spoilers, but there are some shots in season 4. I'm just like, oh my god, ooh, I'm kind of
There's some
tense
chilling.
right now.
There's
Yeah.
some chilling stuff. So
And then just on a flip of a dime, just fucking, you're laughing your ass off, and there's just some hilarious shot or line. You're just like, god damn, why does this all work? It's just good. It's just good.
yep.
Just good. Anyways, we're talking about Fifth Element.
Yeah.
We are.
Stop bringing up Barry, Jared.
Fifth Element.
Okay, let Jared. What was your favorite part of the movie? What was where like your peak entertainment of Fifth Element?
Let me think here. Peak entertainment. It was probably that opera scene where the singer is singing. Mila Djokovic, whatever how you pronounce her last name, is doing some really cheesy kung fu shit, and then
I looked it up earlier on the computer.
and then shit starts hitting the fan, and I almost called him Barry Manilow. Bruce Willis. Bruce
Barry
Willis
Manilow
starts
walks
doing
in.
his Die Hard shit.
Yeah.
That whole sequence from like the start of the opera sequence to hotel blowing up was like, in my opinion, like the climax of the movie. Peak entertainment kind of shit. Because you got Chris Tucker doing his goofy Chris Tucker shit. Bruce Willis doing what he does best with his action shit. And then you got some like cheesy kung fu stuff with Mila combined with the backtrack of like the opera sequence where it's kind of like it started as just like this serious opera sort of dramatic sequence, and then it kind of turns into like
weird,
a more
like,
techno-y like opera
techno
mixed
shit.
thing. It was weird,
Very strange.
and it was in some parts very dumb.
That was
But it was
wild
fun.
by the
It was
hot
fun.
blue alien and her clearly like
Dude, you could see
like,
some of the folds in those like foam
fabric
tentacles.
folded, like filled with like fluff sort of
Come on.
tentacle thing.
Yeah.
So funny.
So that was probably where I'm just like, and when I say like peak entertainment, I'm not like last 30 minutes of Whiplash where I'm just like on the edge of my seat, like can't do it. But
you're the most engaged you were with the movie.
sure, if like that's like the first memory that pops into my mind in terms of like most entertaining part of the movie, that pops into my head where I
I mean, it is
enjoyed
like
that
the
sequence.
climactic part,
Yeah.
regardless
Yeah.
of whether or not the like Egypt scene at the end is supposed to be the climax. I don't know. But it ain't. It's not the most interesting. part.
It was like some like fucking aftershocks of a climax. It
Yeah,
was
it's like some epilogue sort of shit, but
like,
then there's
what?
even more.
But it's
things
where the
happening,
stakes are like the highest they've ever been.
Yeah, like, I don't.
It's
I
like that.
just
This
don't
is
care anymore.
weird. Like how do you not think of like how do we open these rocks, and like she's literally telling you how to do it. I'm just like, maybe it's because I play too many video games. I'm just like, literally fucking blow on the windstone, dipshit. Like that's what you have to do. So yeah, that would say where I would probably just be like, that was most entertaining for me. I would say like as basic as it might sound, like anytime like Chris Tucker was on screen doing his goofy like TV persona shit, it's fun to watch.
Chris Tucker's amazing.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the airport scene where they're just
Yeah,
like,
everyone's trying to be Dallas. Yeah.
I'm Corbin Dallas.
I'm Corbin Dallas. That's where for me that's where their comedy lies. Was what they're trying to aim for.
Yeah.
Whether or not they keep that consistent throughout the whole movie is a different story. But
I will also agree tangentially to what Jerry was alluding to before we actually started the stream up, that this movie is for some reason horny as fuck.
oh, it's very horny.
Not a single female character is not allowed to be showing like cleavage at all times.
Of course.
That's just how the future works.
Even like the fucking like airport stewardesses were like either super low cut or they just
They're
had
all
like a
boobed
tiny
out.
little boob window
Yeah.
if they're manning the
100%.
desk.
That scene where Chris Tucker is just like eating that girl out.
Oh
on the
my
airplane or something, like,
goodness!
what the
And she
fuck?
starts
Devouring.
lifting her legs up.
Yeah, as the plane's taking off. Yeah, speaking of the planes for a second, I do like how Gary Oldman's character is trying to get one of his guys on the flight because there's no other way to get to paradise without being on this flight. But then he just takes his own plane anyways, and then it's fine.
Yeah.
And he just gets there on his own. I'm like, why did you send your man on this thing?
And he pulls like a straight up Al Qaeda in that airport as well.
Yeah, and then
Blows
like
that place up.
And then, like, when he flies to paradise, they just let him on the ship.
Yeah, there was no issue whatsoever.
Yeah, you have an hour's like more time than I need.
Yeah. I'm like,
All
what
right.
the fuck?
But then proceeds to take an hour to get to the room.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Oh god.
It's like ridiculous.
I also love, and this is before that, like, it's revealed that he has some way to stop the bomb that he planted, but he just strolls back onto the hotel with like 2 minutes on the clock. I'm like, what's your plan here,
dude, what are you doing?
motherfucker?
What?
Like, you're
Set a
strolling pretty
bomb.
casually. God damn.
Yeah, like as a villain, he was fairly useless. If
Every,
we're being honest.
I would say every single antagonist in this movie, except I guess for like the omniscient, like Death Ball,
Yeah, but it never
was
really did anything.
wildly incompetent. Every single one didn't ever pose like a very like serious threat to any
Right.
of them.
No.
I also like immediately my brain when Mila was having her kung fu scene was just like, why aren't these fuckers shooting her? Like, why are they engaging her in hand-to-hand combat? They literally
she's
shot
just-
everybody else in this room. Where'd their guns go?
They ran out of ammo.
Yeah. I just
Okay, I have an opinion about this scene. So this Mila Jovovich, the fifth elemental, the supreme being, the perfect being.
Mhm.
So she learned like how to fight throughout the computer scene or something. So she knows how to fight. She beat like 10 or 12 this scary pig monster carrying the guns and
Yeah.
weapons and shit. So she was bravely like fought them and like beat them. And one of this small human guy showed up with a gun, and she like immediately like took away and like ran away. Because it didn't make any sense. Why did she run away?
You know
She
what?
like beat like 10.
He was actually gonna-
Jerry, you just brought up something that I can actually say does make me legitimately upset about this movie. This movie sets up like when Gary Oldman introduces that fucking gun and all of its functionalities.
Yeah.
They never use them. The only thing that gun is used for is to just shoot like a regular ass gun. It's so cool that this gun has like a marker thing that then you can just point anywhere and start like those bullets will just go to them. It has a flamethrower, fucking like a nitroglycerin kind of, not nitroglycerin, liquid nitrogen kind of thing where it like auto freezes them. He doesn't use any of them. He just like fucking shoots it like a gun. Boo! That would have been cool to see that thing used in like neat contexts.
I'm not convinced that that's the point. I understand.
I
wanting to
don't think
defend-
that's the point.
I would like to think. I would
I
like.
understand defending it, but I think that some of this is just incompetence. I don't think that we can put up everything as self-aware comedy.
I think that incompetence in a way has like a charm for modern audiences, but I disagree
Sure,
that was probably the intent. I don't think it was the
And
intent.
why was that red button on there at all?
For the big explosion scene.
Well, that was oh, yeah, that was
Aside from
there
that-
because
Aside from that exact situation,
and
why
it
have
was
that?
not a very small red button. It was a very
No, it's
prominent
very
glowing red
easy
button.
To just press it at any point.
that one I get. But, like that joke, I do
It's
get.
that is intentional.
Yes, that I do get. But the fact that this gun existed with all those capabilities and then those guys still carried it later and didn't use it, that just strikes me as we made these guns and they're props and we're going to use them now for this scene.
Man, disappointing because that would have been so. Like I thought for certain, like when that blue alien opera chick got shot that first time, it's like, oh shit, that's the marker. Now she's gonna get fucking needled up, man. Nope, that was just the one shot that did her in. I'm like, oh.
I mean, like,
Okay.
why shoot her more if he already got her once?
Why did the shot in the gut kill her when she already had a bunch of stones shoved in her gut to begin with?
Yeah, what was her plan to get the stones out if she wasn't shot and had a hole blasted in her and then like
Okay, none of this makes sense because the alien, there's no reason for those aliens to exist. That caused the problem. The only reason that slew of aliens exists is for a Die Hard style shootout. Because otherwise,
Yeah, they were essentially just
warriors.
mercenaries. They were just doing it for a paycheck.
They have basically no impact on this except for I guess they are the reason that like Lilu's character gets blown up the first time.
yeah.
But that could have happened like a multitude of ways without introducing like a cast of like 20, 30 aliens that is there the whole movie, and all they ever do are just be there with guns.
Yeah.
And talking about no point list, like the main antagonist, the Commissioner Gordon, he like
chemistry
at one scene he talked he was like getting called by the, like this mysterious dark lord who has like a extreme
The
power.
Shadow Man.
That was the only time that he showed up. He never shown up in the movie after.
Well, he
it's
was there the
orb.
whole
It's-
time, Jerry.
What?
The guy he's talking to is the giant
the
big
Yeah.
meteor planet.
Yep.
That was one thing that I thought was kind of funny was that they were like it's like it's making a call or something.
Yeah,
that,
it's like maybe he's trying to make a
orb.
call.
And it literally was having a cell phone call with Gary Oldman.
Yep.
And when it was done with the call, it hung up and then went back into like black mode. And they're like, oh, we lost the connection.
It's sending out radio signals.
Why?
Why would it need to send out radio signals?
So the part where I got like shaken by this movie, like, what is this like? Is this just like a Leslie Nielsen style like tongue-in-cheek comedy? Was when those guys get frozen in the refrigerator.
I thought they were dead. I thought
Same.
straight up they looked
No, that
so
is a
fucking
very much
dead.
just- that is
And it
very much
wasn't-
like
I
a
didn't know
goof.
how to take that scene. I didn't know
I was
if that
very
was
confused.
because
by
like this
that.
is
I'm just like,
funny what happened, but I don't know if it's supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And
like
then
he
when they
said,
were
like I'll
alive
take the
later-
job. I'm like, okay, cool, but I'm pretty sure those guys are like dead. Like, is that what you're
Yeah.
trying to tell me?
But then he closes them back in, but then they're like they
Alive and
Dude,
fine later.
I got some like low key anxiety when he closed them in the fridge and then just ducked it
Oh,
under the
that
floor. I'm
I
like,
got-
oh,
yeah.
no.
I did not like that.
God. But yeah, they look straight. I feel like I
They
knew
looked
in my
fucking
heart that they probably weren't
I
dead.
was-
But I'm just
Oh, I
like,
thought they were dead
oh,
immediately. No, I
'cause-
didn't even question it.
because the way that they treated
I mean, I knew
that,
it
the
was
way that they treated that seems like he definitely didn't like perceive them as bad guys, and the rest of the people coming out of these things came out in like comedic ways. So like, I think the movie just wants to treat me as a joke, but like that makeup made them look really fucking dead.
Yeah, that wasn't funny at all. Even if it
No,
was
yeah, that was a
was-
joke that did not land with me. I'm just like, oh God, okay. I think I assume
That- well,
everything
see,
is.
and
Hey,
I-
I first it was like
I have no issue with that because
Yeah.
honestly, yeah, the way you watch a movie will change it for everyone, and everyone watches movies differently.
Yeah.
Because when I watch a movie, I just take information as I get it, like I said, and I add it together. So I'm not watching it with what I want to see. I'm
you're
just
just over
saying,
there doing math while watching a movie.
no, I'm using exactly what the movie gives me, and I take those things at their value.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to then insist upon whatever the movie showed me with like I bet it meant this, and then use that to then like coat over everything that the movie does after.
I feel
I just can't.
in
do that.
in my opinion, the stuff that you see in this movie on a surface level is what the director intended. And then any sort of enjoyment that people get from this movie, like decades on, is essentially like sort of on them. I don't think that this movie was like made to be a cult classic, but I can understand why people enjoy this movie for the reasons that they enjoy it. But I don't think I'll ever agree with the fact of just like, oh no, that was the point, or that's kind of what was intended, or whatever. It's like, I don't think so. I think it was mostly just like incompetence, or like, oh, they kind of missed the mark
Was it?
there.
Was the director with a child?
Oh, I have
I
no
mean,
idea. I have no idea.
I don't know if that's true or if it's a joke, but it
I-
definitely felt like
Yeah.
juvenile writing.
So I don't even though like I think like what you see is what you get with this movie, and there's no like deeper or like smart meaning behind it. It personally doesn't like detract from the enjoyment that I got from it in terms of just like hey, these are some like entertaining characters. That was an entertaining sequence, or like this is super cheesy and it's absolutely not landing, but for some reason I find it charming, kind of thing. But I'll never argue that like some of the stuff in this movie was intentionally done poorly or cheesily as like a tongue-in-cheek thing. No, I think that like the majority of this movie was done with 100% sincerity.
I don't know. I think it was intended to be.
I think it was intended to be goofy.
Sure, well, yeah, of course there's
But
some humorous parts that were
those are
intended to be
the-
goofy,
but
but
those are
I'm
still
not
surface level.
I'm not going to be in the camp of like, oh, the last 20 minutes with like that whole climax I love you thing was cheesy on purpose because the director was making a joke. I'm like, no,
That's
I
fair.
feel like he was, making a valiant effort of trying to be sincere, and stuff like that. So like that's kind of
Like-
where I draw the line. It's like, I think he fucked up there, but my opinion is that it just doesn't bother me. But I refuse to believe that it was like intentionally bad or cheesy or tropey or whatever.
Like either this movie was clever or it was superficial. It can't like switch and like oscillate between the two throughout the movie.
That is interesting, Book Snail. Right, the story developed the Fifth Element when he was 16 years old.
Yeah, probably when he saw probably when he saw I don't know
Yeah.
Star Wars and thought this is really cool and was like a big sci-fi fan and just wanted he's a good example of people who really love a genre or a thing and don't get why they like it, and then they try to recreate it and then they miss it because they only use the superficial.
But see, in any other universe, that would upset me. Like, fucking take Tormented Souls, for example. I
Right.
fucking do not like that game at all. maybe it's because I don't have a particular attachment to like old school sci-fi, but I don't mind those aspects in this movie. Like, for some reason, I find it like either
And I still think
quaint
that's
or
because
entertaining.
and I think it's the age of it, like we
Maybe,
said before. I
maybe.
think that this thing has earned some charm
Which
because
is a weird, just a weird concept, you know?
yeah, I don't fully understand it either, but I 100% believe that if this movie came out today, that no one would be saying the positive things that they're saying about it.
No, but what? But why though, right? Like, why does time make such a difference?
I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is just what I feel when I watched it. It's like, yeah, that's cute, and I liked it for what it is. But yeah, no, if this were to come out today, I'd probably like, no, I'd have like no interest in. Who would have been 16 in 1975? Good call about, yeah. Oh,
okay,
absolutely.
so you know, graduates high school, Star Wars comes out, holy shit, that's amazing. And then of course there's lots of good comedies and things that are coming out around that time too in the 80s. That's like, this is 80s comedy written all over it. So clearly this guy has a lot of influence from the stuff he loves, and you can see it in this movie.
Yeah, it's really weird for me because like my feelings about this movie just make me feel like a goddamn hypocrite for how I've judged other movies that I've reviewed. So I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to figure out why I feel this way. But and also again, like I'm going to bat for this movie, but not like aggressively. You know, I enjoyed this movie.
You were just saying you were entertained by the movie.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I feel like with the right group of people, I can see this one being like a regular like yearly staple that we watch and we like quote certain aspects of it.
A quotable movie.
I regard this movie not on the same like echelon, but in a similar vein to like National Treasure, where like there are some very evident flaws in this movie, but goddamn, it's just fun to watch. And there's parts of this movie that I quote in my daily vernacular. Like, I can see that being this movie for some people. It's not there for me, but like, yeah. So that's kind of how I'm sort of viewing it.
I know what you mean, Atmosphere. It's definitely not like trying to honor like core sci-fi or anything, but I definitely think that a lot of the inspiration of space and sci-fi and like popular sci-fi is definitely there. But I would, that's why I'm kind of including the 80s comedy, the Leslie Nielsen shit, and Mel Brooks. That's 100% there in this movie.
Dude, if that fridge scene was in a Mel Brooks movie, it would be unequivocal. It'd be like, that's fucking funny. Yeah, like, they could probably be dead, they could probably be alive, but it doesn't matter really. It's kind of funny. If they never show up again, that's funny. Movies. But if they're back, it wouldn't like take me out of it and just be like, oh yeah, of course they're back. They were just like, that was just like a Looney Tunes moment. So, but in this movie where they do like, this was happening under like a serious context, you know, where like Dallas was about to be like arrested or some shit, and he was whatever. Like there was some serious undertones surrounding that whole scene. So then when you get to like the last part of it in that fridge where he opens it up, he's like, I'll take the job, and they look fucking dead as a doornail. I'm just like,
I was scared at the scene.
It was kind of horrific.
And he was like, oh, I get the job.
Yeah, that was the only. That was the only sign. I was like, okay, they're probably alive because he's not freaking out here, but that looks awful.
Also, what are y'all's opinions on like when Lilu's looking through the internet by herself in that little scene where she's learning about war and stuff? Is that a joke?
Was so no, that was not.
Is that a self-aware joke?
That was. I feel
hope
like,
not.
in my opinion, that was like a really cheap way for them to try to like add some sort of like inner conflict at the end, where she's just like,
Yeah. she's
"Oh,
like,
is
"Why?
humanity
My
even
father's
worth
baby
saving?"
human.
Oh,
They don't deserve
yeah.
to live anymore."
yeah. That was like
I
I
don't
said.
believe
The last 15 to
that's a
20 minutes of this movie was an absolute flatline for me. It wasn't even like funny. Ironically, it wasn't emotionally
No.
sincere. I'm just like, I don't give a shit about what's going on.
I like the
right
part
now.
where they're having sex in the tube.
Oh my god! I thought they were gonna open the tube.
Oh,
Yeah.
me too. Instead of just like, oh, we get to look in, but not not have the punchline of them opening it up without looking and then just seeing them having sex in there.
Yeah.
Like, that would have been really funny.
What a James Bond ending to that movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that was 100%. It reminded me of that
That's-
James Bond one where they're in the raft.
In the raft, and then
they're
like
gonna get rescued.
doctor comes over to try and
Any-
save them. They're like, oh no, they're banging.
And anything like tangentially related to romance in this movie was just a fucking misfire, man. Unless you just interpret the
Because-
director's interpretation
because
of love as just she got nice tits.
That
That's
post
love.
nut clarity is gonna hit Bruce Willis real hard.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, like you barely speak English.
I'm realizing how messed
huh,
up this is. That I'm
maybe I
taking advantage
don't
of you.
love you
You
as
have,
much as
like-
I thought. Like, what the fuck, man?
Nope, it was a miss.
Yeah.
Huge
Swing and a miss.
Just make a fucking like Rush Hour-esque buddy cop movie with God, I almost
Corbin.
Yeah, Corbin.
Corbin.
And,
Corbin.
Corbin and the black
We're
guy.
gonna bada big boom.
Bada big boom.
Bada boom. Bada
Yeah,
bing.
That's like
I'm
the
still
only.
doing my New York thing. 'cause
That's
it's
like
on
the only
Die
like
Hard.
banter they really had.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. 5 seconds.
Other
you have
than,
when he tries to kiss-
Yeah, other than when Mila fucking puts a gun to his face when he just like kisses her unconscious.
Kisses her.
That was romantic.
Was
Oh,
that was
I-
that a joke? Because that came across as an earnest thing.
The kiss was definitely meant to be like an earnest thing, but obviously like the
Aw,
gun and stuff's like,
her.
yep, you're right. I shouldn't have done that. Like that was
Should
definitely
not have done
jokey.
that.
But I'm just like, immediately when he did that, I'm just like,
There
what,
was that
what
was not
the fuck are you
That was
doing?
not a self-aware joke. That wasn't like
No.
this is a 90s trope. No, that was they really believe this is like a Prince kind of a saving a damsel moment.
I do think the whole follow up when she actually wakes up was definitely meant to be a joke, but I think like the actual kiss itself was almost meant to be like a bait of just like I would imagine most audiences at times like, yeah, okay, like that's just what happened in movies, you know?
It's just what we do.
Yeah, this is how men wake women up that they don't know.
Yeah, like maybe
Yeah.
the joke is the fact that she was angry and like trying
That's
to like
yeah, that I
oh,
get.
isn't that
to me that is
unexpected?
that is the joke, but it was serious in his mind that he thought it would work.
I
And
agree.
That
Yep.
wasn't. It was a joke after the response to it, and we're a part of that joke. But
Yes.
he wasn't. It wasn't a joke the first part.
Yeah, that's why I was kind of just like weird. I'm just like, this
It's
smells like some
uncomfortable.
'90s shit. Like, mhm.
Uh,
Which I'm honestly, you know what? For a '90s movie, I am shocked that they made Chris Tucker's character so
as
effeminate,
flamboyant.
but still banging chicks. Like, I'm like,
Oh yeah.
damn, you
Yeah.
didn't make him just like the generic butt of a gay joke. Like,
No?
he
No,
likes
he was
dudes,
a-
and that's funny, isn't it? It's like, no, weird.
Yeah.
Weird for a '90s movie. Like, good job. I legitimately didn't expect that. So I don't know. That was kind of funny.
That's certainly a rare thing to come across in the 90s.
Yeah. But yeah. So I mean, I guess we do have 5 minutes left of stream,
Perfect.
oh my god.
so we can get into final thoughts. I hope this discussion about like 60% Fifth Element was everything
Yeah.
you dreamed of, Luca.
That's generous.
It is very
That's
generous. but it's also par for the course for what we've been doing.
That's true. I
Um,
wouldn't be surprised if that happens all the time now.
So
It is.
my opinions of this movie are going to be all over the
As
place
follows.
and very hypocritical. I
I'm gonna throw it back in your face later.
sure. I enjoyed this movie, and I feel like with the right group of friends, I would happily watch it again. I feel like this could easily be a movie that's, like I said, a group of friends watch on a regular basis, and it just becomes part of their culture or their vernacular. I've become a little bit more enlightened as to why and how certain films become a cult classic, although I still don't understand the inherent, like, the
the
special
age of the
sauce
thing.
that makes it,
Yeah.
Um,
The X Factor.
yeah. But for some reason, this movie had it for me. So the characters, while shallow, were fun to watch and had a lot of memorable like moments and lines and whatnot. The story was coherent enough, I guess. Like the basic plot of it was
Things happened.
it was there essentially. It's like it needed to be there, and it was. So
There was a
great.
plot.
Yep. Last 20 minutes did absolutely nothing for me.
Yeah.
There were some serious flaws with the movie that's, I guess, just given the time that it was made, I didn't mind as much and just could like ironically chuckle at, even though in my opinion, the majority of this film was outside of the obviously comedic bits. The majority of this film was enacted sincerely. Like there wasn't a lot of irony going on here, in my opinion. But that sincerity was cutely charming to me in certain situations, and in the worst case scenario, just did absolutely nothing for me. So this film has some massive flaws, but I enjoyed my time watching it. I think I would give this movie a fairly decent 6 out of 10. I would probably watch it again in the right contexts. Enjoyed my time with it. There was nothing that really upset me about it, and I wasn't ever really like bored despite it being a 2-hour movie. So 6 out of 10. I feel like I feel like if this was an actual cult movie that I really enjoyed, I can see somebody regarding this in a similar way that I personally regard like National Treasure. I wouldn't be upset to hear that somebody does something like that. In which case, that would absolutely like inflate their scores. But for me personally, this was just my first experience with it, just watching it by myself. I had fun. 6 out of 10. Good job.
All right.
Good.
All right. I like that uncertainty.
I am very confused about my feelings
has-
right now because
He
I
has
know what I
level 6
feel.
enthusiasm right now.
Which again is why I felt so awkward, like going to bat for certain situations. Like I don't feel that strong about this movie, but I liked
I
it.
just don't think
I'm
it's
just
a
more
4 or
positive.
5.
Yeah.
It's not 5, boy. It's not 7. It's 6.
All right, you're up, Jerry.
All right. So there are like a couple of things that the movie didn't get me. I couldn't just enjoy it.
Mhm.
When I watched the movie, as I told you before, like I like to watch the movie that the way the director want the audience to watch. But while I was watching this movie, I couldn't find what the director or the movie maker wanted me to watch. It was so inconsistent. It was so there
Inconsistent.
was no consistency. Yeah. So and first of all, uh there were so unnecessary scenes or unnecessary characters or unnecessary development that doesn't involve the construction of the scene or something. I can give you some example like why Priest had to like board the ship, or
He
why
served no purpose.
yeah
Something I felt so.
why there has to be a dark route exist when certainly there is like this prime evil, the Commissioner Gordon exists and he can shine on his role or why there has to like this kind of like a characters. Who is that? The officer has to come to the Bruce Willis apartment to offer this job or something, while they could just do the mail or call or something. I mean, this is just a small example. There were a lot of unnecessary scenes that I think they could just remove it, and instead they could develop the story, especially the relationship between Liru and Bruce Willis, or the story development, like tension.
Hmm.
They could spend more time on the tension and and the relationship and the story, but they just who fucking care? Let's just do some funny thing that I think that is unnecessary but might be funny, which was not, at least for me. And it is related, but I didn't like that they didn't develop the enough relationship between the Liru and the Bruce Willis,
Hmm.
so I could feel something in the climax. But they didn't. As I told you before, there were like a couple of moments they were together, but they didn't like actually like have had a conversation, like deep conversation, or they didn't have any moment of disaster or something like that. They weren't struggling together. They were like separated. They were while they were struggling, and I didn't like the consistent inconsistent of the characters of Bruce Willis, Liru, and every other like villains or something. Bruce Willis, at first he was like a serious character. He was not joking around. He was like he was struggling in his life, and he was like a very struggling when Lear was try asking for help, because he had his life going and it was hard enough.
Mm.
But after that, like he decided, okay, let's help this girl. But after as soon as after this, he was degenerated. He didn't even when he watched the girl. It didn't. The movie didn't show he was like first crush or something. Oh, this movie is this girl is a beautiful girl. I would love this. No, he didn't. The movie didn't show it at first. But after, as soon as the meet the priest scenes, he dropped the girl. He suddenly became love this girl without
man.
it signing or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, throughout the whole movie, he was something like that. And Liru,
Yeah.
she's like a prime like example of the humanity or something she's like a super being, maybe like a Captain Marvel or Superman.
She's
Superwoman.
perfect.
Hmm.
She's like the movie shows that she's like a perfect being, and it actually seems like it until suddenly out of nowhere she was scared of this little villain man, the Commissioner Gordon, and she ran away. She he shoot some gun while she ran away, and she was frightened and she was like scared and something like that out of nowhere after she beat like a 12 monsters, like pig monster something. I couldn't get that. And after that, like Egypt scene, she was like frightened. Like as Andrew told, I didn't get that because suddenly out of nowhere she was like humanity is not worth saving. War, what is love? What is love? I don't know why I
Baby,
have to
don't
do this
hurt me.
without any development. Throughout
She's
the
looking
whole
up war.
movie. They could spend more time on that instead of wasting their time on bunch of bullshit. So yeah, that is the thing that I didn't like the movie, but there was some part that I did like the movie, portraying the future city with like a lot of flying car in the heavy traffic or something like that,
Hmm.
and like their how government work or something like they were. I can really say something, but like Gerald said, there were kind of a lot of entertainment value. I wasn't like a terribly bored I actually didn't skip the whole movie. When I'm bored with some movie, I actually skip the part that I did.
Ooh.
You've
I
been
think I
skipping in movies?
What?
No.
There are a couple of movies in our session that I actually skipped.
Did you skip
Whoa,
the
more than
entirety
one?
of Skinamarink?
I
I should have.
that's one. movie that
Skinamarink's the only one that I skipped any, and it was just because it was strobing my face and it was giving me stress, so I skipped through it.
Fair enough.
But I actually didn't skip this movie, so I was quite entertained, and I actually liked the like I didn't like this character in this movie, but I actually liked this every single characters as itself because they could be hilarious and they could be like charming. So I will give this movie, I don't know, 5 out of 10 or 4, 5 out of 10.
You can't make
I
it.
wasn't bored. I wasn't bored at all. I think there were quite a lot of entertaining value.
An anonymous.
Who is
gifter.
Jared underscore?
Who is that?
What the fuck?
Wait, who is that?
I'm
Thank you.
confused by this.
But
An anonymous
also,
gifter gave
what?
Jared a sub?
Interesting.
Not even like Jared,
Jared
underscore. That's not me, obviously. Who the fuck is that?
And who anonymously gave one?
Thank you,
specifically
We'll
to
never
anonymous-
know, but thank you.
Thank you, anonymous benefactor.
That's hilarious.
Okay, look, I don't skip every movie. After watching like a 30-minute or 1 hour, I think there is no point.
Jared,
That's
what's the
point
last
where
movie
I-
that we've watched that you've skipped through some parts?
I need to know this.
Yeah, I need to know because it's just.
Because even when I don't like the movie, I don't
I
skip.
watched the whole thing. No matter what.
I don't quite remember. There were a couple.
Oh, Jerry.
couple.
Oh,
Wow.
Jerry.
I
A
would-
couple.
I
You-
would-
All of your
After I
scores
check
have been
out.
soured.
Yep.
You know what?
After I
There's an asterisk.
check out, I was-
All your
You know
scores
what,
now.
Jerry? From now on, I want you to tell us when you get so bored that you start to skip parts of the movie.
You need to
told
tell us
you
that
last
at the
time.
beginning.
That is
I
a pretty
told you last
damning
time. What
piece
was
of
the?
evidence.
I don't quite remember. I gotta watch.
Scandal.
Yeah.
This is a scandal.
Anyways, with that revelation, Steven, what did you think about the film? element?
I'm still
Steven, did you
reeling
watch
from
the
that. Whoa.
entirety of the movie?
I watched the whole movie, which is apparently not something that people do all the time, I guess.
I
but-
told you I didn't see this movie.
This
But yeah, for me, this movie is like very much Saturday afternoon on TV, sort of. There you go. Where it's kind of split up into
Except for the
commercials,
nipples.
and you can, except the nipples, but you can take it in like bite-sized pieces. I think different scenes in a vacuum are funny and entertaining. But when you start putting the movie together as a whole, it starts kind of falling apart.
Mhm.
So I can see where, like, if you're kind of coming in every so often, like, oh, this scene's so good when Gary Oldman's doing this crazy thing and it's fun to quote and reference and stuff like that. Like, you get entertainment value out of that, but it's not going to be something that you're sitting down and just being like, yeah, this is either like really funny or really dramatic. It's kind of down the middle ish. Obviously, it's more towards the goofy, like campy aspect of it. But it makes it to where when they do try to do the serious moments, it just kind of falls flat, unfortunately. But there are like things that I liked about the movie. Like there were things that I found funny or entertaining. So overall, like I didn't have a huge problem or issue with the movie. I had fun watching it. But I will say that personally, it did feel like it dragged on way too long.
Oh,
And I'm
yeah.
like, I watch 2 hour plus movies all the time, but this one I felt 2 hours. Most of it was like I didn't like the stuff at the very beginning that felt like it was taking way too long to get me to Bruce Willis, the main fucking character, because we had to do the Egypt stuff. Then we had to do like the president and the Space Force, like
Oh my goodness.
kind of probing the dark thing stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I guess it's important, but it's kind of boring, and I just want to get to the characters that I perceive as the iconic pieces of the film. And then also just like when they first introduced Lilu and she punches through this like super thick
I thought she
bulletproof
killed
glass.
that man.
And
I did
I
too.
100% thought she blasted a hole through that guy.
Yeah.
Apparently not. Apparently she was her strongest getting out of that tube, and then after that she was just kind of a slightly stronger female.
Yeah.
Which was a little annoying. Like, I'm like, if she can punch through this thing, why isn't she not just like blasting holes through everything she touches? But whatever. I don't think the purpose of this movie was to have like really engaging action scenes. Like the action scenes were just kind of goofy in their own way, where it's like, oh, she looked up kung fu on the internet, and now she could fight all these
knows
weird
kung fu.
pig men. Which that's the for me, that's the comedy they're going for, and more or less they kind of reach it. Whether or not you think it's entertaining or funny, that's a whole different story, because obviously they succeed in what they're doing, but it's not always great. But yeah, overall, like it was a fun movie, more or less. Like I don't have anything super negative about it. I don't have anything super positive about it. I'm pretty much down the middle. I am giving this movie a 5 out of 10, because I'll 5 is like right on the line. Like I'll probably watch it again if need be, but I'm not like looking to watch it again, sort of thing. I was never really upset by it. I had fun watching it, but it's not like a movie that I'm gonna be singing the praises over.
This seems like the kind of movie where, like, if I were introduced to it in the right context, it could have been a movie that I was feel like.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you're watching it, like, if you're quoting it with people and like you're like all kind of into it, and you're kind of building, it builds up the excitement more. Where things are funnier because you know that it's going to happen. You're like, before it's going to happen, what's going to happen. You can quote it, and you can put it in your head, and you can like say things before characters say them. That's usually what makes things funny, or at least for people like us.
That's the only reason we say things like smart fish.
Smart.
Like, it's just
because we're keying in on our own way of watching the movie.
This is 100% a movie where I can imagine groups of friends, this being their movie.
Yeah.
This could very easily have been one of our Thanksgiving movies, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
You know what?
I could very easily see that being a thing. It's just it never hit us at the right timing. Sort of.
I think I can say very confidently, in the same way that I would probably say for like National Treasure, is like this is a movie that I feel like I need to watch with a group of friends. It's not best consumed solo.
Yeah,
I doubt it. I would watch it again for tit.
You
go on the internet for that, Jerry.
Jerry will just skip through to the tits. He's really good at that.
Although I like Roka's comment here. It's like, I'll take Mila in bite-sized pieces.
Oh, yeah. There is the same idea.
All right, Andrew, take us home.
Yeah, so my little caveat at the beginning will just be to point out, if we were to review Hackers, I imagine I almost imagine even being someone who submitted Hackers because we like that movie quite a bit.
Yeah,
what would they say about it having seen it for the first time? They would be very critical, and I would be like, no, you didn't get it. Like, it's actually, but like, I think we like Hackers for the same reason that like you would probably like this movie.
Yeah.
And I think that's because it's extremely charming. Not that it's good. If you actually are analytical of it in any way, there's really nothing to defend.
Unfortunately, charming is not a value on your rating sheet.
It's not. It's not.
Dang.
So I'll just say that this is. I try to be unbiased, but I can absolutely see why someone would rate this higher than I'm about to rate it.
Yeah.
So originality, and I'm trying to not be mean about this movie. I don't believe this movie is very original. When I watched it, all I saw were basically all of the superficial parts of other science fiction from that era, from the 80s and 90s, and even the humor from the 80s and 90s. I didn't see any of that standing out. If anything, if this movie can gain anything iconically, it's by being a movie that just took a bunch of things from other movies and then put it into its own. And that's what makes it iconic. Not that it did anything like by itself uniquely well, it's just that it took a bunch of other things from other influences. It's extremely generic, and even to kind of like Roka's point, a lot of these things are intentional tropes. So just by that nature, it's not a very original movie. So I give it a 3 out of 10 because I will give it some credit for at least being noteworthy. It is iconic. Even if the reason it's iconic is not because it did something original, it's just it did something where it took a bunch of original things and turned them into its own little alien monster. So creativity, I give it a 5 out of 10. And that's because I think its creativity starts and ends with just, again, superficial stuff. The cosmetics, the set design, the aliens, guns, atmosphere, music. It's all just to the end of trying to create like a look of something or a feel. They don't actually use any of that creativity, in my opinion, to construct really unique scenes or interesting things that happen. Most of the scenes are pretty simple, straightforward, and not very adventurous, in my opinion. And I think that it really lacked there, so I can't give it anything higher than a 5. Theme, there's really not a theme to this. Like, if I can try to like key on anything, it's just the like stuff that it was apparently trying to make fun of. But I think if anything, it was just using that as like a bedrock to tell the jokes. I don't think it was necessarily just trying to make fun of like movie tropes. Like this idea of light and dark, love saves the world. You could probably watch it and interpret that way. I kind of viewed it more as it was just a really simple bedrock to have like a goofy story take place on top of. So there's really not much of a theme, and that's what I really struggle with. This is my problem with cohesion. Without a good theme, without a good sort of path to sort of direct the story on, you struggle with tone, you struggle with setting up scenes where I give a shit, which means that some of the jokes aren't as funny as they could be, which means that some of the characters aren't as energetic and entertaining as they can be. It makes it much harder for me to receive it. I give it a 2 out of 10 for theme. Story, I give a 3 out of 10, and I feel like we can all agree with that because anyone who even enjoys this would agree that the story is not the point. It's really about just the things that happen, right? Those things, like Steven said, in a vacuum, there are things that are entertaining, but as a whole, the story is extremely disjointed and hard to follow. It doesn't really make a lot of sense. It makes as much sense as it needs to get to those things that it wanted to happen that it thought would be funny. So I give it a 3 out of 10. Presentation, I give it a 5 out of 10, and it's very possible that some of their things that are kind of ugly or gross are on purpose, but even that being said, it doesn't make the presentation better just because they chose to style things gross. I hate those fucking aliens. I hate them so much. I thought some of it was lazy. When I look at, and I know this movie is praised for its costume design, and they even like put the costume designer on like the front bill of the movie. Wow. But I couldn't see anything in that movie that I haven't seen in other movies from the 80s and 90s. So I struggled to see what was so amazing about it. Like there was some fun stuff, but it was definitely not like super fresh and creative. But yeah, the visual effects are garbage, and I don't know if that's on purpose or not, but it didn't do anything that I thought helped the movie, in my opinion, even if it was to make a joke. Because they definitely had other times where they clearly tried to spend a lot of money and time, like the city shots, right? Like those were not phoned in shots. Those were extremely expensive in 1997 to do. And no memorable audio. It's just a bunch of like stuff you would expect to hear in other like generic 90s action movies, and then some like pop songs thrown in there. So I give it a 5 out of 10 for that. And then finally, entertainment, I give it a 5 out of 10. I'm pretty indifferent on the entertainment front of this. I wasn't just like bored, but I also wasn't entertained. I wasn't really that interested in what was happening. And I was even when I tried to engage with the movie, I just felt disappointed with the things that I was engaging with. So I give it a 5 out of 10. I'm not like mad at it, but it didn't really do anything for me, and it's not a movie that I'm seeking out to watch again.
Sure.
So what that comes out to is a 3.8 out of 10. So we can call that a 4.
Yeah, that's not bad. Alrighty.
It is actually not that bad.
What?
Considering the discussion.
I'm critical of this movie, but that doesn't mean it's like a 2 or a 3. It's not like it's not Cats Don't Dance, you know.
I don't hate it.
See,
I don't hate it.
And this
it's
is basically why like
movie,
it's not like I don't think a number can essentially boil down exactly how I would feel about a certain movie to the point where like, you know, I give this movie a 6 out of 10, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody gave this movie like a 7 or 8 because it was just like a movie that they really enjoy watching with friends, and it has been like a pretty major part of their life or whatever. I had a thought. It ran away from me.
Gone.
But like, you would give
your
this
numbers
movie,
aren't.
yeah, you would give this movie like a 4 out of 10, but you can understand why like somebody would
Yeah,
think
no,
more
again,
highly of it because just
The
like,
more I was thinking about Hackers, like we would give Hackers like a 10 out of 10. You know,
so good, so good.
and we would even probably have ways to defend that. You know.
Yeah.
But I think that's because I mean Roka pointed it out. It's and we talk about it all the time. Is just the way you watch a movie is going to be a big impact on how you score it and how you rate that movie, and also how you define the scenes and how you define the characters.
Mm-hmm. For sure. But yeah, that's why I kind of like explaining all of my thought process before, just being like 6 out of 10. Granted, there are some movies that I think are unjustifiable, but
There are definitely
This is
you
not
can
one of
put
those
numbers
movies.
on some movies.
Yes.
You can absolutely put numbers on some movies.
I can
Shit,
totally
I
see
just-
that atmospherium. That's what I can absolutely see.
I understand. that. I do.
Objectively, it's serviceable. But I can totally see this being an extremely fun movie to watch in the right context.
Latch on to the,
Yes.
the right context. is
Yes.
Everything.
You know what? I feel bad for giving 5 because I just found out that Loka actually recommended this movie from the start.
Hey, that
Like
shouldn't
last
color your rating.
year.
No, don't.
If I
don't-
know
don't
anything
do that.
about Roka, which is
Last
not
year,
much,
June. Shit.
he will not.
Doesn't
He
want
does
your
not want
sympathy.
you to do that.
No,
Not sully the purity of our
I wouldn't do.
Roka,
I wouldn't do that to
Roka
Roka.
doesn't need our approval.
No.
He's stronger than that, surely.
Well,
I am glad I am glad we watched it.
Yeah,
Well,
I liked
absolutely.
it, and I'm glad
didn't-
Roka
This
got
This is
his
one I was
time
actually
spotlight.
looking forward to.
And I found that the last movie that I actually kind of little skipped was R.I.P.D.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
you still.
All right.
When I say I skipped the
You
movie,
ain't missing
doesn't
anything.
mean that I skip like a 10 or 20 minutes. It's like a little bit of like a 5 seconds, a little bit of here and there.
Of
Arrow
all of the
keys,
movies,
not like
like 10 seconds.
of all of the movies that you could have picked, Jerry, that would probably be the one that I would approve of the most.
That's
the
my
safest-
lowest. That's my
That is
lowest.
the
score.
safest one to pick. That no one will be mad at you for skipping that movie.
Damn.
Throughout the whole movie session, I found that there were 2 movies that I skipped. One of them was Skinamarink, and one of them was the other one was R.I.P.
Valid.
My lowest
Two
scores are
bad
R.I.P. and Cats Don't Dance. Those are the lowest scores.
Same.
And it's going to
Same
be
for
very
me.
hard. It's
I
going to
know.
be
My
very
lowest
hard to
scores
get
are
on there.
Skinamarink and Flipped. I did not like those movies.
Ultimately, I still fucking love this movie. And
I
I'll
didn't
continue to
even
watch it many
skip a
times in the
bleep.
future. I don't blame you, Roka. Like I can imagine the kind of people who would really enjoy this movie,
Whoa, the kind of
Whoa, what kind of
You're trying
people
to
are
say-
those?
and
Yeah,
I
we-
personally wish that I was one of those people. So
Oh, whoa.
okay now, all right.
How dare you? I'm offended.
Everybody,
Roka, I
everybody in this stream knows what I was talking about.
I don't think
Do
so.
we? Do we?
Do I even know you?
All right,
do you
it's
mean,
it's
you
about
evil?
time. It's about time we wrap this up.
Oh wait, we need to. Oh shit, I didn't put my. Oh no, no.
Andrew,
Yeah,
we
put-
need to
put
spin
your-
the fucking wheel.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
stop
do.
doing the
Hold on,
don't do the end
hold on.
sequence. What the hell are you thinking,
Well,
Jared?
Put your,
Jared, turn it
sorry. I can't turn it off once it starts, but we'll spin the
You
wheel.
can't?
We'll spin
Oh,
the wheel
shit,
once
hold on,
this
hold on,
starts.
hold on.
Don't worry.
Cool.
I'll wait for you because I have the
What do
whole
you think is
I
happening
have the wheel
here?
set up.
It's. I haven't gotten used to it. My movie got picked recently.
This is true. It's
Yeah, but that was like months ago, Andrew.
all
Where
right.
is it? Hold on. It's sorry. It's taking me longer than I.
No, you're
than,
good. So
I'm trying to
the
find it.
last movie that you suggested was
Jared,
Drive.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's gonna be Drive. I'm gonna
okay.
be consistent. I'm gonna
Jared,
pick the
For
thing until it
for
gets-
your information, I did not put No Country for Old Men for my suggestion. So if you want to change it to that, you can.
So I noticed that, and that was the only reason I was gonna hedge. But I
Okay.
already chose Drive, so I'm sticking with Drive.
Okay. We'll add an entry here. Drive.
Jared was distracted watching a VTuber. That's why he started. the end
No,
sequence.
that's a spoiler for where we're going, boys. All right.
Okay.
So for the wheel, we have The Lighthouse, Hardcore Henry, October Sky, The Lost Skeleton of Cadavra, About Time, and
You
Drive.
can't submit again, even though you can't submit again, and we just won't put it on the wheel. But yes,
Actually, we can put it on the wheel, and it'll never get picked again because of the odds.
Yeah, you best be starting to think about your next movie recommendation, Roka, because
That is true.
It's been a while.
You can
Damn.
finally start thinking about what you want to suggest next.
Oops,
I wasn't
that's-
ready the last time.
And here we go.
It's Hardcore Henry.
Hardcore.
Oh, I'm gonna be sick. I'm gonna be sick. Oh.
I'm sorry.
This is going to be another one of those movies, Jerry, where if it genuinely makes you physically sick, I will not fault you for skipping through it.
Ah.
Hardcore Henry, which is Pomo's suggestion, I believe.
Last time I
Whoops,
tried,
let's
I
not-
was actually-
Let's not do any salt with that. We don't need what it could have potentially been.
Nope. Nope. Sorry, we just need to get this one out of the way and then move on.
No Lost Skeleton, but it's acceptable.
I will admit, I have had an interest in seeing this movie. So
I was definitely interested.
I'm
before I saw it.
not too upset about it, although I am a little worried about Jerry, who has seen it and said he has gotten sick from it.
No,
So you have my
watched it
sympathies.
completely because in the middle of the movie I felt sick.
Oh, well, this will be an interesting discussion then.
Yeah.
We'll find
It
out.
will be.
You should watch it in VR.
Oh,
Oh, that would make me vomit. Absolutely,
Barf.
100%.
I'm gonna throw up. For sure.
barf. I'm just imagining it.
$1,000,000%. That would just destroy me. I cannot do VR in most just contexts.
Yeah.
Alrighty. What do you got here, Roko? What is this? Is this the whole movie? Oh, well, there. Oh,
there-
God,
there
it's
is
the
a
VR.
VR
No,
VR version.
no,
Oh,
no,
Let's
Game
go.
no.
yeah.
Boats just in time for the
Boats.
raid.
Oh my god.
Boats, we're watching Hardcore Henry.
Hardcore Henry is the next.
And you have to watch this VR version that
Nope.
Roka sent.
We all
Nope.
agreed.
This looks like a VR version where you have to like one of those magic picture things. You have to like blur your eyes to make the images.
You just need to watch it with Google Glasses or
No,
something.
no.
Hey, thanks for coming, Atmosphere.
Thanks for joining Atmospherium.
Thanks.
Yeah, have a good night.
We will be back next week. We'll be back to our regular schedule. Fridays is going to be movie reviews. Saturdays, we're going to continue going through Resident Evil 4. That's going to be the schedule for the foreseeable future.
Deal with
Until-
it.
Yes.
The end of time.
Congratulations to all the participants of Ludum Dare.
Yes.
Hey.
What a long,
Hey,
crazy ride it's
No.
been.
No.
Wow, we'll see.
Oh, it's
Now that
possible
I'm out of
Jared-
school.
Jared
Oh.
might do
Oh,
Who
weekday
knows?
streams,
Interesting.
weekday dev streams. Mm.
That was
Dev streams?
a twinkle in my eye. You'll never know. Anywho,
Okay.
Jerry, we're almost at the rate timer. Say it right now. 3, 2, 1. Let me just meet it.
Oh, did we make it?
We kinda.
Who knows?
Probably.